Welcome to our Saturday coverage of the premier meet in the country. Live look at Saratoga Springs, New York, at this historic racetrack as we get set for Saturday action. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. The sun is out, shining, beautiful Saturday afternoon after a rare cancellation at this racetrack on Friday. We have the Grade 2 Saratoga Special to come with some talented two-year-olds later on in this card. Hello, everyone. I'm Greg Wolf. Great to have you with us on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. And later today, Saratoga Special with some talented two-year-olds, the second of three major graded stakes for juveniles at the meet. We'll also preview the Four-Star Dave and Saratoga Derby Invitational, originally carded for today. They've been moved to Sunday to keep them on their intended surface. Look at what's ahead today, presented by Claiborne Farm. Saratoga Special, that is the 8th race on this card this afternoon. The Troy changed quite a bit coming off the turf, as has the Galway to close out this card. And again, races 6 and 10, those big ones move to Sunday action. My team with me, New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling, 4-time Major League All-Star Paul LaDuca, 4-time Breeders' Cup winning rider Rajiv Mirage. Friday's behind us. The sun is out. It is a beautiful Saturday here.
It really is, and if you had stopped over the track like I did in the worst of the storm around 4:30 yesterday, and then somebody said the track's going to be fast when we get to Saratoga tomorrow, you would not have believed it. Amazing job by the crew getting it fast, and we're just glad the bad weather's behind us, looking forward to getting on, moving forward.
Absolutely beautiful day today, and yeah, we got a little bit less rain than we thought, and that's actually a good thing for the first time here in Saratoga. But we're set for two absolutely beautiful days with some good racing too as well.
Oh yeah, and what an amazing card we still have, and the Saratoga Special is such an important race on the two-year-old calendar. We get to see some stars of tomorrow running today.
And we'll talk plenty about that race to come. Happens again later today, race 8 in that Grade 2 Saratoga Special. You can play all the action by getting signed up and started with Naira Bets, the official betting app, of course, of Saratoga. Get that offer right there, that $250 deposit match sign-up bonus when you punch in that code and sign up for new members, spot 250. Play with us all summer long here at Saratoga at NairaBets.com. We're going to kick off this Saturday card with a maiden special weight, two-year-olds trying to get that first win of the career, traveling 7/8 of a mile. And Andy, a lot of interesting runners here in this opening field.
No, I agree. I think it is an interesting race. But the horse on the rail, who I think is a little surprising, not favored right now for Wayne Lucas, Trouble Trip first time out, ran extremely well behind a nice Dallas Stewart first time out.
This will be start number 3 for Innovator. Here is Sandman, $1.2 million colt for Mark Cassie.
And another horse that kind of disappointed at almost even money first time out, and I would think could run a better race today.
Huge price in the debut, bigger price start number 2 for Devil of Ramadi.
Yeah, this will obviously be a massive upset to start the day and the early pick 5.
Aviator Guy, Flavian Pratt for Chad Brown, first time out.
Uncle Mo, Gray Colt for Three Chimneys here. Been working sharp in the morning.
Jujubee is a second-time starter for Brendan Walsh.
I have a sneaky suspicion that Paul LaDuca liked Jujubees as much like I did. And I know this horse ran well enough first time out. He should not be discounted for a very good trainer.
First-time starter for Todd Pletcher, Rapoli Stable, Nance.
You know, tough read when you get a son of Tappy. You don't really know if they want to wait one start and go a little bit longer. Maybe the tote board's telling you that at 6-1.
Hello, friends. And then Thunder Roll on the outside for Bill Mott, the first-time starter.
Taking some nibbles, a horse whose pedigree leans more towards turf, but maybe it's a good sign that Bill is trying this one on the dirt first time out.
How do these two-year-olds look out on the racetrack? Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale to find out.
And Greg, I actually landed on the inside runner Innovator in here because when he debuted here at the Spa, I should say in a second start, I just wrote in my notes that he wanted to go long. He gets it here, the longest that will run these two-year-olds in scheduled dirt races. So I do like what I'm seeing from him as he switched over to favoritism. But the horse that has owned favoritism for most of the wagering is number 2, Sandman for Mark Cassie. As you guys mentioned, took a lot of money first time out. Now this guy, 3 back on the work tab, worked with multiple multiple graded stakes winner, strong quality. And I know we'll see him tomorrow in the 4-star day, but he's a horse that's very accomplished on the main track as well. And this guy held his own throughout, according to the DRF Clocker report. And, you know, watching this guy in some other breezes with my own eyes, just really spoke like he wanted more ground. So getting to the 7/8 here at second asking, I think makes a lot of sense. And he projects to be forward in here along with Innovator. He was very much on the muscle in the paddock. He's actually since calmed down a little bit since getting out to the track, but long leggy son of Tappet, I do think he is formidable here. Now, facing some first-time starters that go out for strong connections, including number 4, Aviator Guy. Now, early on, this guy was working well with debut impressive winner Chancer McPatrick, but since then, you know, has been working okay with some unraced mates. I didn't really know what to think myself when watching his last gate breeze in 47 and 4. Kind of broke okay. It was always second best around there, but not really asked by Flavian Pratt either. Good going to 7/8 here, is fit, was professional except with the pony. He's a little backwards looking. I would love for him just to be a little bit more developed, a little stronger here. He'll definitely get that with a race under his belt. And then possibly the best looking debuter is number 7, Thunder Roll. Surprise, surprise for me. It's a sort of hard spun. And as Andy said, there's much more turf on the bottom side, but this horse working well with a horse who ran well in his second start, T-Craft, finishing second. He looks honestly the fittest and most developed of any of these first-time starters, but was quite green in the paddock on the racetrack. And guys, I'd be remiss to go back and not mention that number 4 Aviator Guy, the dam, half 2 gun runner. Greg?
How about that? Pretty good bloodlines. We'll see what happens here with a few of them making their first ever start. 7/8 to Andy. Does it help to have experience?
No question about it, always does, and it certainly does in these spots. That's why I took Sandman, a $1.2 million 2-year-old purchase that disappointed even money his debut. I just feel like he's going to be another one of these Mark Cassidy horses, much like one we saw on Thursday, run better second time out, but he's got a formidable foe on the rail.
Yeah, I mean, the proven horse is the Innovator, the Wayne Lucas horse. I ended up on the number 5, Jujubee. I actually think it's a square price right now at 6-1. Blinkers on after running in the slop first time out. I love a 2-year-old that gets experience running on a sloppy track, overcoming some adversity, making their second start.
I love Jujubees, so.
Punch play for many. We'll send it upstairs as we kick off this Saturday card. Here's Frank Miramati.
Thank you, Greg. Moving into line. Last few coming up. Here's Jujubee in the red colors. Nance and Thunder Roll will be the next 2. Thunder Roll takes up his spot. And they're off. It's a quick start for Jujubee. Innovator has sharp speed too, and Innovator is able to make the lead rather easily. Devil of Ramadi now moves up in between horses to take second. Thunder Roll is next, and Jujubee will now race in 4th. They're followed at the rail by Sandman, who moves up, takes the 4th spot. Aviator Guy is 7 lengths off the lead and absolutely no speed from Nance. Down the back stretch, and it's Innovator sailing along, has a 2-length advantage. Devil of Ramadi between horses, passed at the rail by Sandman, and outside of them, Thunder Roll now moves into second. Aviator Guy is starting to make some progress, taking 4th now, 4 lengths off the lead. That quarter went in 22 2/5 seconds. It's another 3 lengths back to Jujubee, and from the back of the field, Nance is starting to pick it up now. They have a quarter of a mile to go, and Innovator to catch. He's been the controlling speed throughout. Thunder Roll in second, Aviator Guy outside of them, and then Sandman. They're at the top of the stretch, and on the inside, Sandman is trying to cut into the lead of Innovator, and he's done it. Sandman, Innovator, head and head coming to the furlong pole, and Sandman hugs the rail and goes on with it. And it's Sandman opening up 2 on Innovator, who could not keep pace. It will be Sandman, clearly best. Innovator second. Aviator Guy finished 3rd in front of Thunder Roll.
Enters Sandman to the winner's circle. Start number 2, Mark Cassidy and Dylan Davis. picks up another win.
Absolutely perfect trip. And Paul said to me on the turn, looks like the 2 is loaded, and you were absolutely right. A fast race. Now the track may be playing quickly, but I love the way they came home the last 8th and 11, around 11 and 3/5. I think both the first 2 horses are nice 2-year-olds.
You know, Rajiv, he had his head turned most of the time down the backside, and then when he straightened up, he was a little bit straighter. What was going on down the backside?
Well, I think they changed tactics today because last time they chased the pace and faded. Today they wanted to be a little bit conservative early, and sometimes when you take a hold of a horse that's not accustomed to it, they kind of resent it a little bit. It wasn't drastic, but you could see him cock his head back on the back stretch, but once Dylan dropped his hands and asked him to go, he leveled off beautifully and straightened up.
And they really put a little distance on that third-place finisher for Chad Brown in the stretch. Nice runs by both of them. And Sandman, I don't know if he's shown he's worth $1.2 million yet, but they could definitely get some of it back. That's for sure.
Well, baby steps. At least they break the
nice
maiden
win.
here. 2-1, 4-7, and big meets for trainer Mark Casse and Dylan Davis continue.
Dylan Davis just riding tremendous. Sat there, waited for the rail run. And who had the best enter Sandman, Mariano Rivera or Billy Wagner?
Oh, Rivera's pretty good.
I know, right?
Well, you know, the biggest difference a jockey can make is saving ground. That's my honest opinion. Like, you save ground, that's a big advantage. And Dylan planted himself to the rail. And I thought it was a little bit weird that Joel was on the rail and then stepped off the rail. Kind of gave him the easy pass. I mean,
you know, it's interesting that this is one of these days after a lot of rain when I think we need to pay attention to the racetrack, because when we have seen strong biases inside being a benefit to horses, there have been days that came after a lot of rain. I'm not making that claim here based on one race, but
Right.
it is something to keep your eye on.
We will keep fixed on that, see how it plays out throughout the afternoon. Sandman, Dylan Davis, 16th winner of the meet for Dylan. He's alone in 4th in the standings. Mark Casse came into today, 30% win percentage, gets his 9th winner of this summer season at Saratoga. Second-time starter, $1.2 million colt, gets his first win.
Down to the wire, Verstappen. Here's the finish, ancient roll.
War Bomber's won the King Edward.
Shield Team has won the Twilight Derby.
Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm. RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Nominate your horse today to join racing's elite on Travers Week at Saratoga, August 21st through 24th. The championship road runs through 9 stakes, topped by the DraftKings Travers. Go to NYRA.com/horseman to nominate by August 10th.
I do.
Back with you on our Saturday coverage from Saratoga Springs. It's brought to you where you can play it all meet long and beyond at Naira Bets. Get signed up at nairabets.com. Our Saturday card on this glorious, sunshiny day underway with this $1.2 million colt, son of Tappet. Getting his picture taken here and start number 2 for the Barn of Mark Cassie with Dylan Davis. Let's go to Maggie.
And please be joined by Jason Blewett, Executive Vice President of West Point Thoroughbreds. And Jay, talk a little bit about Sandman and you guys buying him at the OBS sale because he was part of that Lothenbach dispersal. He only galloped and still you and your partners going to 1.2 million.
Yeah, he cost a lot. We looked at him at like a real like rare opportunity collector's item. Only galloped in the sale. He wasn't prepped like a traditional 2-year-old would have been. And we just felt it was an opportunity to jump in on a world-class pedigree. We paid a lot for him. He was named expertly, and I mean, just watching him race, I mean, I'm like over the moon. I can barely talk. I'm really trying to like temper my excitement because he was just great today.
As you said, you have to get excited when they win these 7/8s. The first one that we've seen of the meet for these young horses because it hints at horses that truly want those classic distances.
And just talking to Dylan, and you're 1,000,000% right, Mags, but just talking to Dylan briefly after the race, he said, man, he's like an older horse. He'll do whatever you want. And to see him range up inside, take all that dirt, and again, act like a horse who's gone over there 30 times already, and to only get stronger as the race progressed. I mean, we got a long way to go, but I was just dreaming a little bit. I was like, oh man, I've always loved the Champagne. It would be pretty amazing to have this horse downstate in the fall at Aqueduct.
You said it, Jay. That 1-turn mile would be perfect for him. Enjoy this win with the partners. You can keep dreaming big.
Yeah, absolutely. And a big Metallica guy, too, so enter Sandman. I might have to tweet that out. So, yes, thanks. Great job by the horse, Mark Cassie, and everybody. Thank you.
Already has his walk-up music. As you heard it, Jay said, Metallica, Greg.
Be pretty cool to have a little walkout song in the paddock. Look, you get excited. You have a horse that costs this much money, winning early here at Saratoga as a 2-year-old. You can start dreaming a little bit.
No question. That was a good race. I mean, he had a good trip, but that was a good race. And at this point, you have to be thinking about bigger and better. You don't pay $1.2 million, hoping to not run in the big races.
Yeah, and you could see progress from his first race. I like the change in dynamics for him when he chased the pace and faded, and that makes you think that the horse is going to have distance limitations. Today they changed tactics, and it made him run a longer distance and ran even better, was more effective. So, it's positive going forward for this horse.
Got more 2-year-olds to come this afternoon. Grade 2 Saratoga special, 8th on today's card. Wesley Ward, so good with his juveniles. Going to send out Touchy. Was the odds-on favorite in the Tremont in his debut. He was quick early. What will the tactics be today? Stay with us.
They say breed the best of the best and hope for the best.
Vekoma broke well on the outside.
But you don't expect to get speed like this.
It is Vekoma, the one to catch. Vekoma has a 5-length lead in this grade 1 corner. Inside, Vekoma continues to battle on down at the rail. It is Vekoma who's going to win the Met Mile.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
War Cancer, New York's leading turf sire, is on fire at the Big A with Dancing Buck wire-to-wire in the elusive quality.
Dancing Buck is almost there. Dancing Buck.
Power Attack with back-to-back wire-to-wire wins.
It's going to be Power Attack.
As well as 26 Black.
Here's 26 Black surging by them all to win it by a neck.
And Roos.
Torigo trying to catch them both. Roos to the inside of the red blinkers. Roos gets the victory.
Breed to a winner. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
The spirit of Bushido. Courage. Respect. integrity, and honor. With honesty and sincerity, we hone our spirit to a winning edge. The way of Bushido runs straight and true. The soul of racing.
Chief's Crown now takes the lead by a head. Sky Command on the inside. Second on the rail is Beat Me Daddy on the outside. Here comes Do It Again down. They pass the 8 full. Chief's Crown has the lead by a full length. Now going off to 2. Then Sky Command is second. On the outside, Do It Again down. Chief's Crown in front.
Chief's Crown dominant in the Saratoga Special back in 1984, and at the time was by the hottest new sire in the sport, Danzig.
It's amazing to think back. Danzig just getting started as a stallion. And Chief's Crown, a tremendous horse. You know that he was favored in every single Triple Crown race without getting the job done. I think it's the only time it's ever happened. And, of course, he got his big win finally with Angel Cordero, his only Travers win.
And Danzig still, a lot of people don't realize, I think he ran 107 or 108 change in his debut or something like that.
He got a huge figure in his debut. He only ran 3 times. And I believe that they rode Joe Brocklebank, and Woody probably made a little bit of a score on that, be my guess.
See the list of champions there that were Saratoga Special winners. A lot to happen in this, obviously, 2-year-old division until we get to the early November in the Breeders' Cup weekend here. But we'll see who can step forward in this special today. We talked about Touchy for Wesley Ward. Was quick early. We'll take blinkers off for start number 2. The debut, Andy, was a stakes race.
Yeah, I'm skeptical of him, though I picked him second and guess he's sort of the horse to beat. I'm going to tell you guys, I think this is an extraordinarily competitive running this race with a lot of horses coming off very, very nice efforts. Touchy ran well that day, but he got run down. He got run down by a horse that ran second in the Sanford, but it wasn't that fast a race, the Sanford, so I'm still wondering a little bit how good was this race. And if he was as good as he was supposed to be, shouldn't he have won here?
You know, Studley, it's just a really tough race to gauge because he was kind of all over the racetrack, but I think that was by design to try to get him some second win there, and then Studley Do-Right kind of just overswept both of them there towards the end. I'm kind of with Andy. I do not know what to do with this.
Talking about him being all over the place, today they take the blinkers off, and I thought that they did that to kind of keep him going straight. And Wesley said the reason why they took the blinkers off is because he didn't really want him on the lead last time. He wanted him off the pace. So they might be thinking about changing tactics.
So he was going to be the first horse that, 2-year-old first-time starter that Wesley ever rated? Wow, that would have been amazing.
Any of us believe that.
I'm not buying that story, Wesley.
I don't think any of us buy it.
I'm not buying it.
Not his MO, right? So I was surprised to hear him say that. You know, but that was, he showed a lot of speed in that race, and I would be surprised if he doesn't show a lot of speed. But with the blinkers off, maybe they try different tactics today.
I think the last time Wesley rated, his horse got left.
Meanwhile, Keep It Easy, big change from that first to that second start. That's what Touchy's going to be doing. He could improve a lot second start. This horse certainly did for Dale Romans.
And West Point looking to have a big day, and obviously this horse surprised him a bit. He paid a big price in there. I don't see anything knock about this race, Raj.
You know who was buried in this race, got beat up by 5th? Mr. the Sandman that won the first race. He just won very impressively, and he was nowhere close to Keep It Easy.
And that's why this horse was a big price, because West Point's involved with this horse, and they all said the other one was good.
And he ran a massive race. I was really paying attention to that first race that we had early on because, you know, Keep It Easy with Sandman, and also Jujubee was second behind the number 4 First Report.
And 2 horses before that had come out of that race, and both of them improved in subsequent start, including the 4th place finisher who ran 10 buyer points higher.
Yeah, that was a tough race. So
Dallas Stewart, too, his 2-year-olds, Paulie, they've been running big this meet.
Well, this horse ran a huge race in the Bashford Manor after the horse got left. There was a lot of stuff going on, clip behind, and you can look whatever you want. But this horse came home okay. The dynamics kind of went into his close, so I don't know. I think a lot of people are dismissing Showcase.
I like Smoking Wicked. I thought this horse had significant trouble, was shuffled back, and came with a big run. Why Showcase, Paulie?
You know, I just think that Bobble at the start went on with it. I know that the number was low, but I think that horse has more to offer today.
All right, we'll talk more on it in a bit. Right now, race 2, start of the early pick 4. Another maiden special weight coming up, 6.5 furlongs, 3-year-olds and up. And Hurricane Nelson has shown a lot of promise, but now 3 runner-up finishes in 4 career starts This will be his second back as a 3-year-old. He's the one to beat. We'll see what happens. Let's go to Maggie.
And he's run some fast figures, Greg. I thought coming back at the 7/8, though, did him no favors last time, but still ran respectably well. So cutting back a half a furlong, I think, is only going to aid his cause, plus having that race under his belt. But let's talk about a horse who is coming off of a layoff and making only a second start. That's number 2 in here, March, for Todd Pletcher. He comes out of a race in which he wasn't favored that day, was actually beaten by the favorite, Mr. Skylight, with an 86. And unequivocally set the pace that day. He was he looked a bit hesitant to kind of really level off and run on and kind of run off his feet a little bit earlier. So I actually thought, maybe this horse wants to go a bit further, only gets another half a furlong to work with here. And he just looks that way. He's kind of taller, scopier. And for a Todd Pletcher horse, doesn't look 100% fit coming back. He looks like he's only going to benefit from this race here. So we'll take a look at a first-time starter in number 6, Tomorrow's Wish. He has been working with a multiple Grade 1 winner in Argentina that by the name Edict, as she's a mare, an older horse that I know Dave Donk is very excited about, and he's been really holding his own with her. Watching that workout 2 back from the gate, he broke just a half a step slow, but he stayed head and head the entire way. He's very bright and alert for this first start. Looks incredibly healthy from his coat, just dappled head to toe, and looks pretty fit and really strong behind. And Dave Donk's put the work into this horse, so I think he's very intriguing. Has a lovely pedigree, though the dam is 25 years old now, so you wonder about, actual production when they get up there in age, Greg.
Maggie, thanks. Post-parade will follow in a bit. This race is all about this one. Obviously, it goes through Hurricane Nelson with what he's done so far, but at what point do you start asking, is he going to be able to get it done, or has he just faced really good horses and gotten beat?
And we've been having a sort of debate on the set off camera, where Rajiv and I are sort of in the camp that he's just been a little unlucky in meeting one good horse after another. The winner of this race, Brunel's Channel, they're apparently pointing towards the Alan Jerkins with him, a Grade 1. I feel like he's run fast races and been unlucky. I feel like the Clement barn has been struggling, but it's not that their horses aren't running. They have 14 seconds and thirds, almost half of their starters. They just haven't really gotten lucky at all in their races. I think he's got the rail, he's the speed, he's way the horse to beat, but Greg, you're a little against him. Paulie, I think you have some questions.
Well, my only question is, obviously, when you're 0 for 4 with 3 seconds, there's a little bit of issues there. I will say, though, the horse did fight a little bit in that last race, gets Lasix for the second time, and should be able to control the outset unless one of the first-time starters, comes out running in here. So I think this horse is a little bit different. I think the other part about it is he's not getting beat, Rajiv, in 4, 5, 6 horse fields. They're 12 horse fields.
Right, and I'm usually the harshest critic of a horse that's 75% of their races they finish second, right? But this horse in this scenario, I feel like he did real running in those races. It was just because of the situations where he's facing tough horses. He got beat in a stake race, he ran third. So I do think he's a quality horse, but I didn't pick him on top. I ended up picking the number 6, Tomorrow's Wish, because I feel like if there's a horse that can really run, they can beat him. And I think Tomorrow's Wish is potentially a horse with a lot of talent.
I think it's going to take a lot of effort from a first-time starter to win this race. I thought Waja or Band for Life might be the most logical alternatives. Band for Life, the 4, the second choice.
I like Band for Life. I just think the one race finally gets a dry racetrack and needs a dry racetrack.
Yeah, Band for Life. Too big effort. The biggest race he ever ran, his debut on a wet track, but he's matched that figure at a mile at Churchill Downs. We'll see. He gets back on a fast track for the first time in his last 3 starts.
But here's the thing. You're trying to beat the 1 with a 5-time loser that's lost races at short prices, and he's slower, and he's only 3-1. So I don't think the 3 is a 4 is a particularly good gamble. He may be the second likeliest winner, but where's the value with him? He's had his chances just like the 1, and the 1's just faster.
And you'll say this, too, about Hurricane Nelson. We're going to switch networks here in just a minute. Hurricane Nelson, that beat last time out, was off a lengthy layoff, and it was going a little bit longer. And a tough distance to go off the bench, too. He won't have to go that far this afternoon, second off the layoff. We're going to switch over to Fox Sports 1 here in just a few moments. So our Saturday Saratoga live coverage continues on FS1 in just a minute.
Saratoga.
The sunshine has reemerged in Saratoga Springs as we return to action for the Saturday card. Which 2-year-old will step forward in today's Saratoga special? Tachi was quick early, but relented late in his debut. But was an admirable effort, Stakes Company. Keep It Easy took big strides forward in his second start, surprising at 23-1. Now the secret is out as he makes his stakes debut. The Galway comes off the turf to close things out, which makes Helena's Forte a standout as a stakes winner on the dirt already. And Ottoman Fleet comes into the 4-star Dave, having won 3 of his last 4. Is he ready to become horse racing's latest Grade 1 winner on Sunday? All that and more coming up on this Saturday edition of Saratoga Live. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Gorgeous Saturday weather here in upstate New York after a rare cancellation because of wet weather on Friday afternoon. All is good today as we get set for a terrific card that includes 2-year-olds in that Saratoga special. Hello, everyone. I'm Greg Wolf. Great to be with you on our FS1 coverage. As we showed you there, sun is shining, terrific crowd, and it will be 2-year-olds featured in the second of 3 major graded stakes for juveniles here at this meet. We'll also preview that 4-star Dave and Saratoga Derby Invitational, originally carded for today, moved to Sunday so they can stay on the lawn. Let's take a look at what's ahead. Presented by Claiborne Farm. 2 through 12 to come. That big one for the 2-year-olds. Race 8 today, fast on the main track. We're off the turf all day long. And the Galway, one that does come off the grass, and those 2 that have changed with the surface, compact fields, and look for horses that like the dirt in those. New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling, 4-time Major League All-Star. Paul LaDuca, 4-time Breeders' Cup winning rider Rajiv Mirage here. First and foremost, just great to see a great crowd on hand and see that sun shining again.
No question about it. Obviously a tough couple of days, but the storm has passed. The weather report going forward looks very good, and there's just so much good racing left to look forward to. And frankly, whatever happens in Saratoga, I look forward to it.
What a great day, like you said. I mean, we got some great races today. So a lot of 2-year-old races and Saratoga special. I mean, there's a lot to look forward to, and couldn't be a nicer day anywhere.
That special, you think, Paul, wide open?
Yeah, I think it is. I mean, anytime when you're dealing with 2-year-olds, they can change overnight. Well, I understand Touchy's going to be the horse to beat in there, and so, some of the other runners, but you never know with these youngsters. They can, make a different move from race to race. We'll see what happens. I'm very interested in the Sanford today.
We have a maiden special weight. Everyone trying to get their first career win coming up here in race number 2. It's 3-year-olds and up, and the favorite, deserving favorite, no question, Hurricane Nelson for the Christophe Clement barn. It's been a tough meet for the barn. And this is a horse, Andy, who's shown talent, but does have 3 runner-up finishes now in 4 starts.
Yeah, but he's run very fast figures, speed figures, buyer speed figures in all of those starts. And really any figure you look at, I think he's the inside speed. We saw in today's first race that horses racing towards the inside. Whether or not they're at an advantage, they're certainly not at a disadvantage. I'm not sure that he's a horse that's just one of these kind of perennial losers, but we'll find out today.
Here's Marche, who was beat by a next out winner, and a horse who was 3rd in the stake after that.
Yeah, leading rider Irad Ortiz Jr. aboard, son of Matoli.
Waja could be one ready to step forward for Chad Brown.
Yeah, he's a new gelding and gets Lasix for his first start as a 3-year-old. I think he's a possible upsetter.
Banned for life. He's shown talent for Al Stall, and he gets back on a fast track.
Yeah, this one for Spendthrift Farm. Louis Saez sticks here, and I think the cutback will help his kick later in the race.
Long shot, hard scholar, the 5.
Yeah, I mean, this horse has found a tough spot for his second start.
Tomorrow's Wish, trained by David Donk. We'll have John Velasquez aboard.
Big works in the morning. We'll see if they equate to the afternoon.
And 15-1, this is ready as ever. Bill Mott has Jose Gomez aboard.
Broke badly last time, length and after 2 lengths slow, and never really running in that start. Not taking any money in his first start, not taking any money today, but he is a second-time starter for a sharp barn, so maybe he'll improve.
Look at this crowd on hand already just in race 2 on this Saturday afternoon. Here at the summer place to be here at Saratoga Springs. You can play all today's action by getting signed up with the official betting app of Saratoga. That is Naira Bet, spot 250, that code to punch in at sign up for new members and get that $250 deposit match sign up bonus again right there at NairaBets.com. So Hurricane Nelson from the rail off a fairly lengthy layoff in his 3-year-old debut, going a tough distance, coming back off the bench at 7/8, wound up second. He won't have to go that far today.
And the horse who beat him, Reynolds Channel, had been a horse that had run fast races but had been losing for Bill Mott and owner Lee Einseidler. And after that effort, they're getting ambitious and talking about running him in the Allen Jerkins. That was a fast race, Paulie, especially off the layoff.
Yeah, Reynolds Channel had taken the blinkers off, and it just made the difference. And he just kind of wore down Hurricane Nelson. You know, and Hurricane Nelson ran a giant race. I mean, 110, cut fractions out. But Reynolds Channel just went by him here just late in the stretch, Rajiv.
Hurricane Nelson did all the heavy lifting. There's a lot of horses chasing him, and some of them are some quality horses, like the eventual winner, Reynolds Channel. So he's definitely the deserving favorite. Actually, I think it's the most likely winner of the race. But I went to pick number 6, Tomorrow's Wish. I think that's a horse with some good talent based on his workouts.
That one at 7-1. There's your big favorite. Let's check in with Maggie Wolfendale for more.
Yeah, Rajiv, you and I kind of on the same wavelength. I was going to pick Tomorrow's Wish, whom I'll talk about in a moment, but landed on Hurricane Nelson just because I think he is the speed on the rail, which I think will prove to be dangerous in this spot. But let's talk about number 3, Wajda, here for Chad Brown. Comes back as a new gelding, and he was a horse that, at least in his first 2 efforts, displayed, elements of being just distracted and not focused on the task at hand. So he comes back here. He was very relaxed in the paddock and zoned in to what he was meant to be doing. He's gotten a little sharper since getting out on the track and receiving a warm-up from Flavien Prat, but he's also incredibly fit. He's so much more fine-tuned than what he was as a 2-year-old colt. So a lot of times gelding will fix an attitude and fix the fact that they're horses that just don't want to lose that excess weight and conditioning. And he definitely comes back looking as though he has. He's going to have to get faster, though. Did finish second to C Streak, who I do hold in regards. And last time watching this horse's last race, he just did not look comfortable that last 1/8 of a mile, and hence the subsequent layoff. Moving on to number 6, Tomorrow's Wish. He's been working with a really nice Argentinian mare, older horse who's a multiple Grade 1 winner in her native country, and he's just been working heads up with her, displaying talent, displaying that he can be quick too, and he's built that way. Really strong behind the saddle for this debut. Dave Donk not known to necessarily have them ready to win first time out, and maybe this guy will need an education, but as far as fitness goes, he looks as though Dave has him as ready as he possibly can. Looks incredibly healthy, smart looking horse, really eager, forward, wants to go out there, I think, and do his stuff first time out. 8-1 right now, Greg, as they head to the gate.
Maggie, thank you. First time starter facing some talented runners here in this maiden special weight. Like this horse, I know, Paulie, you like Band for Life. He'll get a fast track for the first time in his last 3 starts.
Listen, I'm just looking at a trainer that's doing well at this meet, a horse that has run the mile 16, so went to the 6 furlongs, coming off a track where the horses have been running well, comes in with an okay work. I'm just trying to beat the favorite here. I get it at 4-5. The 1's going to be a tough horse to beat in here, but I just thought the 4 was the other horse.
I like the things Maggie had to say about the 3, coming back as a new gelding, more composed, and yes, he's slower, but those are 2-year-old speed figures, and he could easily improve a lot. So I bet a little 1-3 exacta, slow reverse as well. Try to get him at least second to the 1, Hurricane Nelson.
The difference between the 4 and the 1 for me, Paulie, is that I get it if trying to beat the 1, if the 4 was a bigger price.
Yeah, I get it.
But they're like within somewhat of the same wheelhouse. I don't know. I think like the 1 is way more likely of a horse that could win than the 4.
Well, you look at the bar. Obviously, Al Stahl, he trains the 4. He always comes here with intention. He's having a terrific start from limited starters, as he usually does up here.
He is a very, very sharp, good trainer, but also very sharp.
Set for race 2, Hurricane Nelson from the rail has shown a lot of talent so far, but has yet to get his picture taken. Will today be the day? Let's go upstairs to Frank Miramati.
Ready as ever to the outside, going in. And they're off. Band for Life is very quick. Here's Hurricane Nelson coming through quickly along the inside to take command. Then it's Hard Scholar, Tomorrow's Wish, 4 deep, 3.5 off the pace. It's another 2 back to Marche, racing right next to Wajda, gap of 5 to Ready as Ever. It's Hurricane Nelson, the controlling speed, prompted by Band for Life, trying to stick to that front runner. Another 3.5 lengths to Marche, moving into third. They're followed by Wajda fourth. 2 more lengths, Hard Scholar losing ground fifth. The opening quarter went in 21 1/5 seconds. They are moving right along. At the back of the field, Tomorrow's Wish and another 2 back to Ready as Ever. Band for Life really taking it to Hurricane Nelson, up to take the lead with 1/4 mile to go. Hurricane Nelson called on along the rail, trying to counter in second. These two come to the 8th pole together. It's Band for Life and Hurricane Nelson. Band for Life in front. Hurricane Nelson, long way back to Wajda in third, passed at the rail by Ready as Ever, a 16th to go. And Band for Life is too strong, pulling away through the stretch. Band for Life wins it by over 3 lengths. Hurricane Nelson second, Ready as Ever third, Wajda fourth.
Band for Life, Luis Saez did not let Hurricane Nelson get too loose in front and puts that horse away in the stretch.
And we saw extremely fast posted fractions. One thing I'll say, you do see faster fractions at 6.5 furlongs with the longer early run-up. And this horse had that position outside of the 1. He simply was better today. And at this point, I write off Hurricane Nelson as a horse that just does not want to win.
I mean, Louis just put the screws to this horse. He was non-stop from the get-go. This is the Luis Saez that we're used to. And I know, we've been a little bit harsh on him, but he's had a lot of second-place finishes, Rajiv. I know you've talked to him a little bit. And when he's aggressive like this horse ran fast.
And watching the race, when these horses hooked up in a duel and just looking at the fractions for what they were saying, I thought that they might come back to the field. It's very important to note that they finished 1-2 and nobody really changed positions, even though they ran that fast fraction.
It's an extraordinarily fast early fraction, assuming it's accurate. Having said that, you will see fractions about 1/2 second faster at 6.5 than 6. Now, if you saw 21.70, 21.7 on a 6 furlongs, you say it was very fast. So they were moving up front, but as you say, nobody was gaining, and you have to wonder a little bit if it's a track that's going to be kind to speed today.
Even with that run-up, I mean, these are some of the fastest early fractions we've seen in the entire meet.
Oh, yeah, well, this is the fastest pace I think maybe we've seen on the dirt all meet. And we knew the track was quick when the 2-year-olds went 1:23 and changed for 7 furlongs in the first. So I don't think the final time of 1:16. I mean, the one horse lost, but he's consistently running Beyer speed figures in the mid-80s and the 90s. Those are fast quality numbers. So to beat him like this, it's no surprise that this came up a seemingly fast race.
Because both of these horses already ran over 90 Beyers in some point in their career.
Paul, you picked it out. I mean, right as they broke from the gate, you said this was an aggressive ride from Luis Saez, and this is how he was so successful when he won this meet a couple of years ago.
Yeah, he just kept the pressure on the 1, and when you keep the pressure on a horse that's had 3 second-place finishes tends to cave in a little bit when put into a little bit of a battle. But per Hurricane Nelson, I mean, who thought a horse was going to go 21-109 flat on Hurricane Nelson? He keeps running into monsters.
Yeah, I love when jockeys identify their main opponent and don't give it to them easily, but take it to them. If you lose that way, you lose that way. But, he didn't want to relinquish an easy lead to Hurricane Nelson. He knew that was his main target, and he took it to him.
Band for Life, the win, Al Stahl, Luis Saez, Spendthrift Farm. That man right there with some talented 2-year-olds he's been unleashing at this meet. Dallas Stewart will send out Smokin' Wicked, runner-up in the Bashford Manor, later today in the Saratoga Special.
And they're off in the Naira Benz Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
Right as the field turns for home. Mind frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornock.
They're at it again. The 2 Belmont first and second place finishers
will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stakes.
Dornock wins the Haskell.
Good
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the management and staff of Keeneland, I would like to welcome you to the September yearling sale. Good to have you back with us.
It is the marketplace.
It's electric.
Quality in quantity.
Some of the absolute best horses.
These are the horses we're going to be cheering on in the next 4 or 5 years to come.
A shareholder to win the Norfolk.
Dornick win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Randomized in a dramatic photo finish in the Ogden Pit.
Welcome back, and thanks for tuning in here to Saratoga Live. We're on FS1, a glorious Saturday afternoon here at the spa as Banned for Life. Definitely not banned from the winner's circle as he breaks through here and gets his maiden broken for Al Stahl, who's having a tremendous meet here. Louis Saez aboard and owned by Spendthrift Farm. And I'm pleased to be joined by General Manager of Spendthrift Farm, Ned Toffee. And Ned, we see Spendthrift just involved in every aspect of racing. You guys paid $250,000 for this guy at the 2-year-old sale. Talk a little bit about doing that as opposed to the breeding operation.
Well, this one was a sort of a bonus for us because he's by Maximus Mischief, who's one of our stallions. So whenever we can go to a sale and support one of our stallions, it helps you sell seasons, and it's a nice bonus, and especially when they have the kind of talent that this guy's shown.
Were you expecting him to be, felt like there's a lot of pace in this race, but he stuck it to the favorite, Hurricane Nelson, from the get-go.
Yeah, you know, he's really shown a ton of talent from the start. He's just had a couple little issues. He's just taken a little bit to figure everything out, and maybe for us to figure him out. But Al's done a good job of getting all that stuff sorted out. And he came up here and he worked really, really well the other day. So my fingers were crossed. But he's kind of been, he's let us down a little bit prior to this, but he really seemed to like the track, and maybe he's starting to figure all of this out. So worked really well, and we had an inkling.
Looks like a good sprinter moving forward. And Ned, as we thank you for sponsoring our 2-year-old races, you'll send out a 2-year-old second-time starter off the turf in the 7th. But Tenacious Leader for Todd Pletcher took a lot of money first time out. Yeah. I know Todd hinted at him maybe wanting the turf. What can we expect from him, though, given his experience?
I'll tell you right after the race. I'm not really sure. He certainly has worked well on the dirt, but as the works progressed, Todd said, man, we might be suggesting turf. So I'm a little disappointed not to be able to see how he handles that, but we'd always rather have a dirt horse. So he kind of gets another shot here, and it looks like it's a pretty good track. So we'll see. We'll keep our fingers crossed.
Well, at least you kicked off the day with a winner. Congratulations here.
Thanks very much.
All right, Ned Toffee of Spendthrift Farm, Banned for Life. Looking good and running fast. Here to break his maiden, guys.
Indeed. Gets that maiden broken. Career start number 6. Beating a pretty good horse. They went so fast early. Fastest fractions we've seen really of the meets. So Hurricane Nelson, do not give up on this horse.
No, I mean, that's fair. He's still running quick races, but it's getting to the point with 4 seconds and 1/3 and 5 starts and a lot of short prices where he's just not a reliable horse to get it done. So I think he's talented, but he's got to win at some point.
Yeah, he'll find his field. He was like 6 lengths clear to the 3rd place finisher, so hopefully he'll find his field sooner or later. Might have to drop, you never know.
He's not dropping this horse. I mean, he's
know,
running too
right?
fast to be dropping. But it's been frustrating me for the Clement Barn. This is their 15th horse to run 2nd or 3rd. Their horses are running. They're in the money percentages up there above 50. They're just not getting the winner's circle. But those are the kind of things that have a way of changing and changing quickly. Those 2nds and 3rd often turn to wins the last few weeks of the meet.
Yeah.
Well, big one for the 2-year-olds coming up. Race 8 today, Grade 2 Saratoga Special, the second of 3 graded stakes here at the meet for the juveniles. And Wesley Ward, a master with his 2-year-olds, had this horse debut as an odds-on favorite in a stakes race here at the track during that Belmont Stakes Racing Festival in the Tremont. Was very quick early. Second best, though, that day, Andy.
Yeah, I mean, he ran a very good race. I don't love the performance of the winner in his next start. Not that he ran badly, but a sort of slower second. But maybe he didn't get the same fast pace to run in at, and Touchy was the one who was setting a fast pace. Is there anybody on this desk that believes that they're actually going to rate Touchy today?
I don't. I mean, I know Wesley said that they're taking their blinkers off. I don't think they're going to rate him. I do feel like they don't have to be suicidal with him and into a pace battle. So I do think that the jockey will have some options. I liked his first race. It showed that he's a good horse. It didn't wow me, right? And I feel like the Saratoga Special is a kind of race that makes champions. And I feel like a horse like Keep It Easy, who wins by 4 lengths, versus Sandman, who comes back and wins very impressively early on today, is the kind of horse that I'm looking for that has a bit more of a wow factor. Or even the number 2 Showcase. I know that it's not a fast figure by any means, but he did win by 7.5 lengths first time out. It's a horse that I expect to run a big race today.
I think there's a horse that broke his maiden here last weekend that took exception to you saying this race makes champions.
Well, I'm saying Saratoga Special over the years.
Time.
Many horses that have come out of here have won Grade 1 races. I won this race on Currency Swaps, who came back and won the Hopeful. So, I mean, there's many good horses.
What a good horse he was to have won a
long
Grade
history of very talented
Took
horses
me
coming
around
out
there.
of this race. As for Touchy, we'll make an equipment change today. Blinkers coming off. Let's go to Maggie. And what have you seen from this horse in the morning since that debut?
Well, Greg, I think taking the blinkers off, maybe, teaching this horse to relax a little bit as we'll go back and watch his latest breeze, which was with a 5-year-old 3-time winner by the name of Ministerial. And you can see why they were so excited about Touchy. First time out, he very much runs like an Uncle Mo, kind of with that lower head carriage, and just really throws his legs out in front of him. Look at the stride on this guy. That's just what you want to see. And under a hammer lock from the exercise rider aboard this day, I really like this workout. And you can see, I believe that's Louis Saez aboard the inside, older, experienced runner. And this guy just going along and kind of out in the middle of the racetrack too, so giving up some ground. We'll see. He's gonna have to do better, I think, than what he did going back to that Tremont. But a horse that maybe they're figuring things out with him. And I will say this about Wesley Ward. It's like this rule with Wesley that 2-year-olds, every single one of them debut in blinkers no matter what. And then he fiddles around. A lot of times you'll see them come back and make their 3-year-old bows without the blinkers. That seems like another rule with Wesley. This one, they immediately saw that blinkers were not for him. So they're gonna try without them today. We'll see if he can maybe pull a different kind of trip. I'll be interested to see how they play the break.
Trainer that usually does not take speed away from his horses. And look, he's usually ready to go with his 2-year-olds first time out. Doesn't mean this horse cannot improve his second start.
No question about it. I mean, he's probably the favorite, and that sort of makes him the horse to beat. But he's got speed inside of him, speed outside of him. We'll see what he does today. I'm going to try to beat him just because it's a very competitive field, but I don't think you want to take him lightly.
He's got 4 black letter works since his last race. What I mean by that, he's been the #1 worker in the morning. Those works have been with the blinkers off. So Wesley Ward, if this horse doesn't go to the front end, I won't be working tomorrow.
Where are you going?
I don't know, but he's going
Lake
towards
George,
the front
maybe?
end. My thing is, the horse is going to be forward. They're acting like they're going to take him back to 6th or 7th. Not going to happen. This is
Yeah,
not happening.
quickest works in the morning. Bullet drills time after time from this horse, assuming that is with the equipment change. He's going to be quick early. As for Keep It Easy, his second start, it showed what you could do from that first to that second start and the improvement you can show when he broke his maiden for Dale Romans.
And Rajiv was making an interesting point earlier. This horse easily beat another horse that West Point is involved in that won our first race and looked pretty good doing it. I don't think there's any way you could knock this performance, and he draws well on the outside in this field.
It was fast. It was a big, not a big field, but it was fast, and he beat some quality horses. And what I liked about this race is he separated himself. He won by 4 lengths, and the second place finisher beat the third place finisher by 4 lengths. I loved that it wasn't a bunched up field. It was strung out because he was running fast and leaving them in the dust.
Meanwhile, we got a horse coming in from the West Coast for Owen Hardy, Paulie, First Resort. What do we know about him?
Well, you know, listen, he won nice first time out at Ellis Park for Owen. And, you know, Owen's been a trainer for Godolphin for a long time. He gets a limited amount. We've seen him run at Presque Isle here, but he debuted this one at Ellis Park, and the horse got the job done. Got to the front end with Rafael Bejarano. And if Rafael gets to the front end, they usually have something left.
And you see who finished second in this race? Jujubee. I picked him in the first race today, and he was nowhere to be found. So when I saw that, it kind of downgraded this horse's chance for me. I was really keen in on the first race to see how those horses that were running against these horses in the Saratoga Special will play out, to try to give me a good indicator of the competition they were facing. And with Jujubee not running the race that I thought it would, it kind of made me downgrade First Resort's chances.
And that doesn't necessarily mean that this horse, he was much better than him that day. He might move forward as well. And excuse me, that was at Ellis Park, the P patch, not from the West Coast.
Don't make that mistake again.
Talented first time out, and a horse who potentially can be forward in this race.
I'm not going to knock his race. It was a wet track. Maybe he'll run better in a dry track. I like the one Smokin' Wicked in here. I think the 3 Global Legends dangerous. You mentioned that Showcase was dangerous. This is an extremely good running of the Saratoga Special today.
All you have to do is look at the outside horse, Speak It Easy. His Beyer speed figures went up 33 points in his second career start. So what's going to happen with these other horses? You just don't know.
112 today, another 33 points.
Right.
I think Showcase is going to be overlooked based on a Beyer speed figure, though. It's going to make his price a little bit more
100%.
lucrative than if he would have run some fancy figure.
Definitely being
We're
overlooked
going to
by
take
me.
a timeout. We'll see who takes a step forward in that Saratoga Special to come. How about Dylan Davis, a career meet here this summer at Saratoga, picked up his 16th win of the summer to kick off the card in the opener on Sandman.
Introducing a stallion as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Beyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
The highest honor in any sport is to be inducted into the Hall of Fame. Those who enter these hallowed halls bear witness to greatness, as the horses enshrined within are known as the Great Ones, the Immortals. With just 4 crops to race, Horse of the Year Gunrunner has sired 10 Grade 1 winners and 13 millionaires, which has him poised to etch his name alongside the greatest stallions of the modern era. Gunrunner.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
And they're into the stretch, and it is Saratoga Mischief
And on the outside is Hammer's Vision, who's up into second. Looking for running room is Exaggerator. And now he'll come to the inside of Saratoga Mischief. Furlong to go. Saratoga Mischief. Exaggerator coming up the rail. Exaggerator. Collar Saratoga Mischief late. And Exaggerator wins the Saratoga Special.
Coming off a maiden win at Del Mar back in 2015, Exaggerator for Keith DeSormo with a Saratoga Special victory. He, of course, would go on to win the Santa Anita Derby, runner-up in the Kentucky Derby, and he'd win the Preakness.
He was a really, really good horse for Keith DeSormo, and he was, all of these 3-year-olds were in a great spot early before Arrogate showed up, and then Gunrunner turned into Gunrunner later in the year.
Although when it rained, you weren't beating this animal. He was a freak on the slop. He showed it
in Pimlico,
right? and he wanted the Haskell over the slop too. Yeah, right?
Trivia question that Paulie could get right. Who finished second in the Preakness behind Exaggerator? Paulie, you got a good memory for these things.
Cherry Wine.
You're the
Wow.
best. You are the best. I knew it. You're the man.
Well
Dale
done,
Roberts
Paulie.
just got up.
Third race, Riders Up. As we get set for this $25,000 claiming race, all for sale for that price in here. Sprinting 6 furlongs, the 9-5 favorite right now. Interesting. Wow, the Bullion Bomber. I think Secret Rules, the 4 should be favored by post time.
I haven't looked at multi-race bets, but I would think that's a likely event.
Look at Jose Lezcano on the horse we believe will be favored, dropping from 40,000 down to 25 today after a runner-up finish against Better last start.
I was going to take a chance with the other Linda Rice horse, Z-Bear, in here, and I scratched into Secret Rules, which I'm okay with. I just think he's a very logical horse in this race. But I'd be a little worried that with Cold as Hell, Secret Rules, and Disco Dina, this pace could get kind of hot, but we're not seeing horses make runs, guys.
And the odds board's a little weird right now. I mean, I understand, okay, usually the favorite sometimes doesn't get bred early, will get bet late, but the 3 right now taking a lot of money here for David Jacobson off the claim. Is that Irad Ortiz money?
It's Irad Ortiz money. This horse is going to have to improve immeasurably, I think, to win here, and going to have to improve after being claimed from Doug O'Neill. He's pretty good, right?
It's tough to move a horse up off Doug O'Neill. I picked Disco Dino. What a cool horse. And, his last race, he was 34-1, but he ran hard the entire way, chasing in the pace from the outside, put away the pace setters, and pulled off by 2 lengths. And I just like that kind of horses coming from Finger Lakes. This horse won 10 races from 33 starts.
Here's Cold as Hell for D. Wayne Lucas to kick off the post break.
He's one of the horses that battled with Disco Dino last time and finished a good second. I'm not a big fan of the race he's coming out of.
Bullion Bomber, 2 back. He was a dominant winner. That was non-winners of 3 lifetime out on the West Coast.
Didn't love the horses he ran with out in California. If you like him, you are suggesting that David Jacobson is going to move him forward.
Secret Rules dropping second off the claim for Linda Rice.
Not live at the windows, but like you said, dropping and dangerous in here, and the horse to beat.
Disco Dino, he had form coming in from Finger Lakes when he shocked at 34-1 here last start.
Did run well last time, but wasn't last time the wedding at $70, $71.50?
Safa's Day, form is just completely obliterated from this horse.
Yeah, but I will tell you this. If they do go fast up front, I think the 6 could be a player late.
And Bourbon's Hope, 16-1 outside for Eduardo Jones.
Good chance you're betting him, you're drinking bourbon and hoping.
And who's he by?
Exaggerator. It all comes full circle,
yes,
Greg.
On Saratoga Special Day.
It really is.
16-1. We've seen
Kismet.
stranger things happen. So here's a look at the 4. This is Secret Rules. We all believe the horse to beat here. A 7-year-old, 5-time winner, 8 runner-up finishes. This was back on May 19th. The last time that we saw him, and he was second for 40,000, running for 25 today.
And listen, he ran a race in here that would make him tough to beat in this field. You still always have to ask yourself, and he's going to very likely be the favorite by post time. The IRAD money will mitigate in the 3. Why is Linda Rice laying him up for 3 months after claiming him and running 1 race and then dropping him at Saratoga? I don't know. She could be trying to win a race. She's shrewd. She wins a lot of races by running where she could belong. But this is still a drop down off the claim and a layoff of almost 3 months, and those are not positive signs, guys.
Not at all. I mean, my thing is okay, 7, number 1. Number 2, if you go back and look at this horse's form, over the last 2 years, the 2 wins of 1 over a sloppy racetrack, and 1 was for claiming 40, which if you put for claiming 40 right now, it might be a lesser field than this 25 here at Saratoga. So I don't know if I want to take this horse at 5-2.
He's not going to be 5-2 in all likelihood. I mean, looking at doubles, he's going to be shorter than that. He's going to be favored. The interesting thing is, in the doubles, the second choice is Safa Day. Now, I understand what you're saying about picking the pieces. This is a horse that Tom Amos claimed for $80,000 from David Jacobson, and it's sort of the poster child of why it's tough to claim from David Jacobson. And this is something that's been proven time and time again. And his form just completely fell apart. Yeah, he ran fourth last time. I don't trust this guy.
He should be 1-5 in this race. Well, I mean, he really should. You look at his last two races. Because of that, he's deservedly not. He's completely not the same horse anymore, and you just can't trust him to show up.
It just seems since he's left the David Jacobson barn, and, you know, all kidding aside, Tom Amos is one of the most successful trainers, especially as a claiming trainer in the game, and this horse fell apart for him. Why are we supposed to assume now going to the notice that things are going to turn around? I'm not saying it can't happen, but it ain't happening with my money, guys.
Let's go to Maggie for more.
Well, we'll check in with number 4, Secret Rules. And I get it. You can be a little leery about the drop, about the layoff, but all things that I'm observing from Secret Rules here today indicates to me that he is ready for a good comeback. A horse that can be quite kind of dull acting prior to his races look dull too. That is not the case whatsoever. He looks tremendous in his coat. He's bright. He's moving well on the racetrack. He's well muscled. He looks like he should be the favorite and should be the horse to beat. So I like what I'm seeing from Secret Rules. And we'll see where they put number 3, the Bouillon Bomber. As he'll turn back in distance, he hasn't seen a dirt sprint since January of this year. And he looks like a dirt sprinter, to be fair. I mean, he is well muscled behind, a little more built downhill, and he's actually kind of flashy. I love that whole white muzzle that you see on him. You don't often see horses with that much white on their face, so he's kind of cool looking in that respect. Does race with like nothing on his face, whereas I watched in his last race, he had a whole bunch on his face. He had a ring bit, a figure 8, and it looked as though he wanted to lean out a little bit. So we'll see if Rod Ortiz has any troubles with steering this guy. I haven't noticed it in the warm-ups yet, but I thought that was interesting that they took all the equipment off and put about as the least amount of equipment that you can possibly have on a horse for him today. So we'll check in with number 6 in here. That is Safa's Day. He, I get it. Claiming horses off of David Jacobson is not easy. And the last time I saw him, I did not think he looked good, but that was back in March. Coat was really dull, just didn't look appealing at all. And then he rattles off those 2 wins, only to be claimed and then precipitously dropped down when not running that well for Tom Amos. He does look better in his coat on this given day. He moved fine, but he did lack a lot of energy watching him in the warm-ups. Not to say that he isn't usually that way either, but I just wish he was a little bit brighter overall, and he's going to have to see a big resurrection to get back to those winning ways, I think, for these new connections, guys.
7-2 right now on Safa's Day, the 6th. We go back to Disco Dino, that shocker early on in the meet at 34-1 when he was forwardly placed, sitting just off the pace in that $20,000 claiming event.
Yeah, he was involved in the pace. He did a lot of heavy lifting, and he was just much the best. I love this performance from him. It's a horse that's won almost a third of his races. He loves to win. It's an old pro. I like him a lot.
But it was a pace that held together, to be fair. I'm not saying he didn't run well, because he did, but it wasn't a race where the closers made any impact at all. He was dueling with a second-place finisher who was in here and was a big price that day. I just have trouble taking him against tougher horses at 1/7 of the price that he was last time, but maybe he'll win right back.
Tell you what, he is a big drink of water, isn't he? He's big whole horse at 5-1. Listen, I picked him too, and maybe I'm falling into the trap as well. I just liked his race, and it seems like the horses that run well here at Saratoga come right back. The 4 is going to be tough to beat in here. The 3's holding strong, but I just like the way the 5 looked on the racetrack.
Well, number 6, Safa's Day, was 4th in that race with Disco Dino, and he did no running as the favorite because he was in the perfect spot to be able to capitalize on 3 horses running abreast each other, and he just never really put in an impact. And he's, again, a shorter price than Disco Dino.
I wouldn't bet on, I mean, I bet Disco Dino before I bet Safa's Day. If Safa's Day wins this race, I guarantee I would lose money.
Yeah,
I'd almost bet anyone besides Saffazet in this
I
race.
think he's a crazy second. He's second choice in doubles, and right now he's third choice, and we'll see if the IRAD money starts to mitigate even more and the 3 drifts up and he comes down. But no surprise, Secret Rules is favored. He was favored in doubles, and he was always going to be favored.
Look at this. Where else do you get crowds like that at the racetrack other than right here at Saratoga? Just incredible. Used to seeing this, and that's one of the reasons, a guy like Frankie Dettori talked about. That's why part of the reason wanted to come here to ride in front of crowds like this every single day.
It is a joyous place, Saratoga. Look at, we're out in the backyard here, and it's wall-to-wall people at picnic tables. And the great thing about Saratoga is, to a person, everybody is having a good time. And it's rare to find a place where everybody is having this kind of good time they're having in Saratoga.
So many different amenities. It's one of the racetracks that offer different strokes to different folks. You could come in the back and do picnic, or you can go on the front side and bet some horses. My family, we love to take our son to the playground. On Sundays, they have the playground with the pop-up tents.
How was the birthday party? How much time did you spend in the Bouncy Bounce? We'll cover that later.
We'll get back to that question. I've spent a lot of time there, too. Third from Saratoga, let's go to Frank Miramati.
Safford's Day will be the next one. Bourbon's Hope to complete the line. Going in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Bourbon's Hope is out very quickly. Disco Dino flashing speed and now up to take the lead. Also up close is Safford's Day, and Cold as Hell comes through along the inside to take second. The Bullion Bomber is fifth, but just 2 lengths off the lead, and a break of 4 back to Secret Rules, who trails. Past the half-mile pole, and it is Disco Dino. The opening quarter zipped in 22 seconds flat. Disco Dino shows the way. Safford's Day up alongside to challenge in second. Cold as Hell is at the rail. Bourbon Rules Extreme outside. Between those two, the Bullion Bomber and Secret Rules is at the back of the field. They're a quarter of a mile from home, heads apart on the front end. Disco Dino's been there every step of the way. Safford's Day pressing the issue. Cold as Hell angles out for the final 1/8 of a mile. They're inside the 8th pole, and here's Cold as Hell right up to Safford's Day, the half in 45-1. Cold as Hell to the front. Safford's Day is in second, left behind as Cold as Hell gives Luis Saez another one, opening up to win by 2.5 lengths. Safford's Day was second, Secret Rules from well out of it third, and a photo for fourth involved Disco Dino.
For a legendary trainer who'd been a little cold at the meet, he gets his first with Cold as Hell. Upset score here in the third.
Nice trip by Luis Saez, sitting behind the speeds and angling out and getting it done. Nice to see Wayne get his first win in the meet. We will look at the start a little later.
Yeah, and the tables were turned, right? The 5 kind of went to the front end, was on the inside, where last time Disco Dino was on the outside. And you're right, a perfect trip, inside-outside swing there, Rajiv.
I was surprised by the tactics because he led last time Cold as Hell against Disco Dino, and you could tell that Luis Saez, he could have tried to make the lead. He was content on just sitting back. It was a strategy that he thought that would work today, and man, did he work out a perfect trip in the pocket and then tipping out in the stretch.
And we're going to try to take a look at the start here because I believe the 3 stumbled badly at the start, and the 4 didn't get off that well either and ran a sort of mediocre 4th.
Keep your eyes on the 3 out of the gate. There it is.
And that's a pretty significant stumble.
And the 4 was just slow on his own. He didn't have any trouble. He was kind of slow.
Around
and now
a little bit, though.
Leaning on the 3 a little bit. He was a little flat, to be honest. He didn't run well.
3 got the worst of it at the start, but the 4 kind of made his own issues, like Andy alluded to. He didn't break sharp. He didn't spring away from the gate. He just kind of came out a little bit slow.
Well, that's the sign of a horse that was off 3 months and dropping down in class, right?
I call it rusty. He came out of there a little bit rusty.
1-6-4-5 finish through the first 3 today. The only man to win this meet in the last 9 years other than one of the Ortiz brothers. This guy right here, Luis Saez, 2 wins today.
Nice to see him turning it around, and he's doing it with some very good riding. He's too good a rider to have been having as bad a meet as he was, and he and his agent, Kieran McLaughlin, will turn this meet around, and he's an easy guy to root for, that's for sure.
I've always was told, once a 300 hitter, always a 300 hitter, and Luis Saez is one of those guys that's just, he's going to figure it out, just a matter of time.
5-1 upset here on Cold as Hell. And we have not had a favorite win yet. 3 legs in. Bodes well for those alive in the pick 5.
And we're
with
going
2
to
legs
have
remaining.
quite a favorite coming up in race number 4.
Race has changed a bit.
Yes.
Switching surfaces there. We're going to take a timeout. Big one coming up on Sunday, rescheduled from today so it could stay on the grass. Charlie Appleby, Godolphin, and Ottoman Fleet. What a roll this horse is on, but he is still looking for that elusive first ever Grade 1 win in the 4-star day. We'll have a preview coming up.
Twirling Candy, proving Lane's End's stallion-making tradition. Twirling Candy has seen success on the track and sales rate, siring multiple Grade 1 winners and millionaires, including Exalted, Beyond Brilliant, Gear Jockey, and reaching 7-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. By the legendary Candy Ride. Twirling Candy, a leader of his generation.
So much to do around this town, not just the racetrack, historic Congress Park, all kinds of events going on all summer long.
Congress Park is a great park designed by Olmsted, who designed Central Park in New York City as well. And I used to sled there as a kid. You could sled down the big hill. It just comes off of the top of Union Avenue. But also there were some trails to go sledding on the other side of the street going towards the casino. A great asset.
And Andy was usually the betting favorite in those sledding races.
There may not have been some wagering. I'm not going to get into it.
Cold as hell. Dwayne Lucas, the coach, and Luis Saez here in the third at 5-1. Let's go to Maggie.
No better way to get the first win of the meet with one that you own, too. As I'm pleased to be joined by Wayne Lucas. And Wayne, Cold as Hell, owned by both you and your wife, Lori. Nice ride by Luis Saez, too.
Very much. These wins are like olives in a jar. If you get the first one out, the rest come out a little easier. He did ride him well. He rode a really good race.
I've always wondered, who named the son of Frosted?
I did. I thought if you're Frosted, you have to be cold as hell.
So true. Wayne, we saw you honor that tradition that you've had for many, many years of bringing kids into the winner's circle. It really just goes such a long way to, making a new generation of fans.
Well, most of them come back in about 25 years and say, well, we were there at Saratoga and we went in the winner's circle. I get a lot of feedback, It's really worked out well.
I gotta say, I enjoy trying to find those kids for you too. I just love to see their smiles and their excitement in the winner's circle.
Most of them are shaking just like a chihuahua. They're just trembling when they stand in front of me.
You can be intimidating, but always a pleasure to talk to you in the winner's circle. Wayne, congratulations here.
It's always a pleasure to be in the winner's circle at Saratoga.
That's the truth, Greg.
That is my new favorite line, the olives in a jar. That was tremendous from D. Wayne.
That was.
And it's true, right? You take an olive out.
It is tough to get that first one out.
Yeah, after that, the rest just come out so easily.
You're the sire of all sires when it comes to trainers.
Just a tremendous ambassador to the game now.
Awesome.
And at 88 years old, proven he could still get it done at the highest level. Sees the gray, Preakness winner earlier this year. He's a legend. And he gets one here with Cold as Hell, his first winner of this meet. We'll see if the wins keep rolling now after get that first olive out of the jar. $12.60. Big one coming up over the weekend, rescheduled from today. We're off the turf. We'll run the 4-Star Dave. It should be on the lawn, so we will run it on Sunday. First run back in 1985, named after the Sultan of Saratoga, who won here 8 years in a row, the fastest ever run. Got stormy. She won the Della Rosa week earlier, and then she set a course record a week later. How about the recently retired Casa Greed? One of 4 to win it twice. He won 4 summers up here, with 2 other years being Grade 1 placed. Bill Mott, 6-time winner of this race, his first with Hap back in 2000. John Velasquez, 9 victories, including 3 straight from 2011 to 2013. 8 owners have won it twice, most recently Leon Seidler with the aforementioned Casa Creed, back-to-back summers. 7 have gone on to win the Breeders' Cup Mile, including World Approval. Got really good late the end of his 5-year-old season. 4-crown champion, including 11-time Grade 1 winner Wise Dan, a 2-time champion. And 2 are in the Hall of Fame, including back-to-back Breeders' Cup Mile winner Lure, the one in 1993. Great history in this race, named after one of the all-time fan favorites up here in Saratoga Springs. It's our ABR race of the week, the 4-Star Dave. We expect to see great performers in this race, and we got some big names, Andy, showing up this year.
Yeah, and I mean, the 2 favorites are legitimate, Carl Spackler and Ottoman Fleet. We'll see which one ends up ultimately the favorite. Morning Line has them very, very close, and also the return of More Than Looks, whose 3-year-old form would make him a big player in this race, but he is a little bit of a question mark coming off the long layoff.
Let's start with strong quality for Mark Casse. Dylan Davis will ride.
Yeah, he's the main speed in this race, but whether or not he's good enough remains to be seen.
Major Dude will be next door. He's a 4-time winner on the turf for Todd Pletcher.
And he had a nice win last time with an absolutely perfect trip. Whether or not he can get it done against tougher is a real question.
Get to him in a moment. Still looking at strong quality. Here's Major Dude. This certainly has been great at stakes, tested not against this level.
Yeah, he's going to have to get faster to beat these horses, but he has run well in both of his starts as a 4-year-old.
One of the main contenders next door for the meet's leading trainer, Chad Brown. That is Carl Spackler. He won the Grade 3 Kelso at the meet back on July 13th.
Yeah, 5 for 8 lifetime, and he seems like he can put himself wherever he wants, and he seems like now, the more he gets seasons at the racetrack, he's up for a fight, and he's one of the players, obviously.
This is what you call taking a shot. Money supply for Joe Sharp. This is a very difficult spot, and his turf debut, he won a stakes race, but at Horseshoe Indy.
Yeah, it's been an amazing claim for owner Jordan Wyckoff, who's got nothing to lose here taking a shot. But even though he won it finally on the turf, a lot of give in it, which may have made him want to run in here, he's still got to get better.
Ottoman Fleet is the morning line favorite for Charlie Appleby and Godolphin.
Yeah, this horse has only been off the board twice. Length and 3/4 short from a Grade 1 over in Dubai. Back-to-back wins, looking for 3 in a row. And I would think Carl Spackler and him will be fighting for favoritism.
And More Than Looks, big on talent. This horse ran a very good race in the Breeders' Cup Mile. He's going to be the 4-year-old return, though, a long time away.
I love this horse as a 3-year-old. I thought he ran extremely well. He probably was best when losing to Carl Spackler in the Hall of Fame here, an improving horse. But this is a very big ask off a bit of an injury and a long layoff against some very sharp, talented horses.
I was looking, Paul, too, to go in a race earlier in the meet. It's going to wind up here instead.
Well, Cherie had said that I wanted to enter the horse in the lure to get the horse fitness, but the horse is so ready to run now. Let's take a shot. But I'm with Andy. This horse has got tremendous talent. I just don't know if you're going to be able to see it, but you never know. Sometimes horses will surprise you.
Well, Paulie talked about it with Ottoman Fleet. 17 times in 19 starts has hit the board. Comes in exceptional form, but he's yet to win a Grade 1.
And he's obviously not going to control as he had in these races, and he's going to find the competition tougher, but doesn't mean he can't be up to the task. These Godolphin horses, they're usually overbet, but they frequently deliver.
And consistency is the name of the game with him. He's won 7 of 19 starts. He always runs his race. I just feel like his race is just a tad below Grade 1 right now. He's very, very good in the Grade 2s and the Grade 3s. I just feel like this is the day for Carl Spackler.
Who's the big Grade 1 performer, though? I hear what you're saying, but there's no Grade 1 winners in this race. It's not as though we're looking at a field full of horses that have shown themselves to be Grade 1 horses.
There is a lot of validity to that you said, Andy. If Master of the Seas was in this race, there's a big separation between him and Ottoman Fleet.
Yeah.
Look at what Charlie Appleby has done at this meet. Cinderella's Dream, Saratoga Oaks wins, Silver Knot wins the Bowling Green, Star of Mystery in the quick call against the boys, by the way.
But what the 3 winners have in common is they were all overwhelming favorites, around 1 or 2 to 5. What the 2 losers have to say is Eternal Hope was close to favoritism, but overbet, as was the turf sprinter, when she was way overbet in that race, despite not showing that she was the quality of that field. Now, I'm not saying Ottoman he's necessarily in the latter camp, but he's not a 2 to 5 shot in this race.
He's one of 3 prime contenders, would you say?
No question about it. Yep. At worst.
See how he fares. Meanwhile, one of those other main contenders as we bring in Acacia Clement, that is Carl Spackler.
He certainly is, Greg. Now, he disappointed in the Kelso 2 starts back, but beyond that, he's been very consistent as well. And I did get a chance to catch up with his regular rider, Tyler Gaffalione, the other day and asked him about just how much he really seems to have an affinity for the inner turf, in particular, going the mile here at Saratoga. And Tyler said exactly what we've discussed. It just really speaks to how athletic this horse is. He's incredibly agile, and he said it's such a nice horse to have as your partner because you can really kind of put him anywhere that you want, and he's a horse that has some tactical speed. He can come from off of it. His agility, his athleticism really on display with some of these tighter turns here at the Spa, and they found he's a prime miler. This is the perfect spot for him to potentially break through and get that Grade 1 victory, whereas Andy said in this race there still are a lot of questions with his main contenders. He has shown that he has an affinity for this course and this trip and the consistency as well, not to mention Tyler's got a little bit more inspiration as he's riding for his father-in-law Bob Edwards of E5 Racing. Greg.
Yeah, as Tyler said, riding for the fam here coming up. A little extra pressure. Last summer, performance he put in a graded stakes win, we thought he was going to be a superstar.
No, he looked like he was one in the making. But the truth is, he's also gotten some good trips in those races. And he is a horse that has the potential to take that step forward and be one of the best turf milers in the country. But put up or shut up day is tomorrow.
Happens on Sunday, rescheduled. Grade 1 4-star Dave, of course, More Than Looks. Campaign by the trainer we're going to tell you about when we come back from a timeout. Cherie DeVoe took a little while to get things going after she went out on her own, but things are starting to roll now for this barn. We'll have her story when we return on Saratoga Live.
The classic looks of a 2-turn type, yet the precocious brilliance of an undefeated G1 2-year-old.
Maxfield, a breathtaking run at the top of the stretch.
Maxfield. He took it to the max in his chosen field. Now you need a mini Maxfield in your chosen field. His first yearlings are selling now. Maxfield. Classic looks and precocious brilliance. Darley.
Grayson Jockey Club Research Foundation was formed in 1940 with a simple goal: to raise funds for research to enhance the health and soundness of horses. Since then, we've provided millions of dollars to hundreds of projects at universities around the world, leading to major advances in welfare. Our process of selecting and producing peer-reviewed research has become the trusted industry standard. And with your help, we'll be here for many years to come, supporting the health and wellness of all horses.
Complexion. Phoebe in Wonderland.
Gallibran asserts herself.
Poppy Flowers putting in a late burst here.
Poppy Flower with the momentum.
Back with you on our Saturday coverage. Saratoga Live here on Fox Sports 1. It's brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Race we were just talking about, FanDuel 4-Star Dave, one of the premier events on the grass in that mile division, and more than looks from that outside post. First start back since an impressive run on the Breeders' Cup Mile for the trainer you're going to learn about right now. Success did not come easy for trainer Cherie DeVoe after going out on her own. It took almost an entire year to get the first victory as a trainer. But fast forward to this year, and things are looking a lot brighter. 3 stakes wins on that Friday of Preakness weekend in Baltimore. And she started this meet here at Saratoga with 8 of her 18 runners finishing first or second.
So I was born in Saratoga. Everyone wants to say you're from New York. I don't claim that. I like to say my formidable years were spent in Southwest Florida. My dad was a harness trainer, so I grew up in the harness racing industry. I used to be involved in bodybuilding and competing, and I got into thoroughbreds kind of by happenstance. I just needed a job and got a job as a hot walker, and then I thought I can ride them, so I wanted to be an exercise rider, so I started galloping at a farm. I got my first job for Chuck Simon, whose full circle first job was for my father on the harness track. He took me under his wing and gave me guidance and direction and really gave me the foundation. And when I outgrew the job, that's when I started working for Chad, and I worked for him for 8 years. Lady Eli and the situation she went through with the laminitis was something that was a really profound experience in my life. You just had to be patient and listen to her. I'd have to say that's one of the most special bonds I've had with a horse that I've worked with. My main takeaway from working with Chad was just a really big bank of knowledge to pursue the career that I have now. There's never going to be an opportune moment to say, this is when I'm going to go out on my own. And the one thing when I worked for Chad, that was my life, and I was happy to make it so, but really my personal life is what drove the change. I'd met my husband. My last day was on a Sunday. We got married on a Friday. And then I had announced that I was starting my business the same week. So there was a lot of change. Success did not come easy, and it took us quite a bit of time to gain traction. I started in 2018, and we got a little bit going, and then COVID hit. So it was 11 months. We had gotten really close a couple times, but that'll definitely test your character. The first graded stakes win was a filly named Gam's Mission. And then the first grade 1 that we won with She Feels Pretty, I had went to Churchill to saddle a horse, and I was sitting by myself with my earbuds and watching my iPad.
But She Feels Pretty careering away in the Johnny Wagner Dalma Stakes. She feels more than pretty. She feels fantastic.
But when she ranged up and went on by everyone, I just had to say, I just won my grade 1. I just won my first grade 1, and just didn't quite know what to do with myself. I can say that I'm really proud of how things have grown. I just don't have it in me to say, well, I'm successful, because I just still feel like there's so much more to do and so much I would like to achieve, but also trying to really enjoy where we're at now.
Very talented trainer who is really starting to gain traction right now. 2020, 12 wins, 2021, 32 wins. She's got 38 wins already this year. We know some of the horses she's been successful with in that piece. Gam's Mission, Shotgun Hottie, maybe the best filly mare sprinter in the country right now as well, and Vava.
Oh, yeah, Vava, who is very likely to be favored in the Ballerina coming up on Travers weekend, and Cherie's just doing great. It's nice to see. I'm very happy to see her doing so well.
She's tremendous at what she does. And I think the other thing that she's learned from Chad is patience, and that's helped Cherie out a lot. She's not afraid, just doesn't need to worry about a horse winning first time out. The horse wins first time out, the horse wins. But I'll tell you what, she can train, flat out train.
I mean, it's amazing the success that she's had in such a short period of time. She's only started training in 2018, and I think the best is still yet to come. As crazy as that might sound, but she's relatively young, and she's got a bright future ahead of her.
Yeah, and for the horse she's going to send out in the 4-star Dave, maybe won't win that race on Sunday. Not that it can happen, but one to really keep a look on as we get later on in the year as well. This race comes off the grass. It's now just 4 that will compete. And here's Mim at 4-1.
Yeah, Mim here, 0 for 8 over dirt. Does have 2 second-place finishes. It's really tough to find some dirt for him in here.
Yeah, mile now on the main track. Here's a look at Fast Kimmy.
The appeal of Fast Kimmy is she's never been in the dirt, so we don't know yet whether or not she can't run on it.
Bertrill won at 100 to 1. It was on the grass to break her maiden.
Yeah, you don't see that very much. 100 and a quarter to 1, Greg. Do not miss out the quarter.
Thank you, Paulie.
You're welcome.
You still have that quarter?
And 3-5 favorite. Here's Miss Fashionista for Todd Pletcher.
She's proving the point that it's not how good you are, it's how you appear towards your competition. And she has dirt races that would smother this field. The concern with her is her last race. She was atrocious here as the favorite. And I'll tell you something, if she runs that last race, it's no cinch that she wins the race. I picked her. We all probably like her in here. But she is a tough horse to be taking a crazy short price on.
3-5 favorite. Take a look back to February 16th. And this was the maiden win. It was against New York bred 30 Maiden Claiming Company.
She'll win this race by an excess of 20 lengths if she runs this race, in all likelihood. The problem is she didn't run that badly in her subsequent couple of dirt starts, but she didn't live up to this big effort or this big speed figure. And then the race last time off the turf where she was 2-1, she was abysmal. Now listen, you only have to be better than the horse you're running against, and she probably is better than these horses in the dirt. But her last race has to be a little bit concerning.
Yeah, it is. I think the one thing that's the plus is Irad sticking, because you would never have thought that this race was going to scratch down to this type of field, but him sticking with the horse, I think that's a tiny plus.
Well, he rides for Mike Rapoli. I mean, I'm going to disagree a little with that.
I get it.
He is the man, Mike Rapoli's kind of his guy, so I don't know about that.
The issue that you have here is you have a horse in the 5 in Fast Kimmy who's never been on the dirt. You have the 4 who's run 1 dirt start. So the 9's got what you see on paper, but
the problem with
Mim
is not her dirt races, because she has dirt races to give her a chance. The problem with Mim's in her recent form, the 4 is terrible. So she's gotten worse on her preferred surface, the turf, and now she's going to her less preferred surface, and she has just been in bad form, right?
1-2 favorite. Will it be Miss Fashionista? Let's go back to Acacia.
She is very much the horse to beat, just based off of, like Andy was saying, some of those stronger races that she has run. She's never been a horse that I can completely warm to. One thing I will say about her, though, often my complaint is that she just maybe lacks a little bit of energy. She's just not carrying great weight. Sometimes she can get very washy prior to her races. For her standards, her weight is doing well right now. Like I said, I do find her just hard to trust. I think anything can happen in this race. She's very much the horse to beat. She had great energy in her solo warm-up going away from the pony, so I certainly will give her that. If she can run back to that race, she is the one to beat, but I was just so disappointed with what I saw from her last time when she went off the favorite in that off-the-turf race where she was a main track only. The number 5, Fast Kimmy, trying the dirt for the first time for Phil Serpy. She's by Oscar Performance. On the bottom side, the dam's 2 wins were on the main track. She's just built much more like a turf horse. One thing I will say, though, is that she hasn't run since April. So I can understand Phil keeping her in here because she does look like she needs a race for fitness. She looks great coming back, just looks like she could tuck up a little bit in her barrel. She's moving well out there. If she can handle it, she certainly might grab a piece in here or maybe even pull a little bit of an upset. But more than anything, I think that this is a race to kind of get her back on track, stay in, get a race under her belt, and maybe move forward if indeed the turf is still her preferred surface. So that brings me to Mim, the 4. I know she's been very much off form. I have always written down in my notes, though, that she wants to go a mile, which is what she gets to do in here. I would say physically, maybe she is a bit more suited to the turf, but she has run some decent races on the main track. I think she has some dirtied up form because she's just largely been running way over her head. She was claimed for 40,000, which was one of her better races back down at that time. She was really kind of running off in the warm-up when I saw her 2 starts back and just really not doing well. Much more settled today. I certainly don't love her in this spot, but I'm going to take a slight pick against your favorite, Greg.
Is this fair to say? I mean, if you're taking the 5 or 6 in here, you're guessing and you're hoping a little bit, aren't you?
100%. And for me, I mean, this is my philosophy. I can't speak for others. I think every player has to look at a race and say, who's the favorite, or am I on for or against? Because if you can beat a favorite, you're against them, that's good. You throw the odds better in your favor. The problem is I'm not going to go on as a public handicapper and make picks if I'm not going to bet a horse against this horse. If I was committed to betting even $20 or $30 on the 5, I'll pick the 5, but I'm not. So I'm not telling other people they should bet the 5 and bet against a 1 to 5 shot unless I'm willing to do it.
Because you don't see a good alternative. That's the problem here. It's not that you don't think the favorite is vulnerable. Like, where do you go, really?
Exactly.
There's no good alternative. Because the truth is, Miss Fashionista, since she broke her maiden, she's fallen off a cliff, right? Every race has progressively got worse. Speed figure-wise, competitive-wise, beaten by 14 lengths as a favorite last time. So I can see somebody looking for somewhere to go.
But I'm not sure she runs her last race. She's not going to win here. And I think it's incumbent, if you're a public handicapper, at least for me, if you're going to pick against the favorite, especially, it's one thing you pick a short price. You're not a guy who wants to, I don't like to bet on short prices. But if I'm going to pick a horse against short price, I have to be willing to lose my money on that horse.
Right.
I have to put my money up, and I'm not willing to bet anybody else in this race, so I'm not picking against the 9, even though I totally do it with trepidation.
I took a strong look at Mim, and that was my one that I would try to beat her with. The problem that ended up happening with Mim is she's 1 for 18 lifetime. Now, some of her dirt races in the past, her last dirt race was bad, but some of her dirt races in the past, December 8, 2023, she was 5th, beaten 5 lengths in a race that could win this race,
She ran 7 days ago on this track, muddy or not, and was awful. And the problem with her is not that she doesn't have back form to make her a contender here, and nothing will shock me in this race, but her recent form, Mims, is terrible. It just seems like she's
and it's not just that last race.
Right.
As you said, the surface she's pretty much preferred. She's tailed off as well. Having said that, take those hands back, youngsters. Be careful.
Listen,
is the disparity, should it be 1 to 4 and 4 to 1 between these 2 main contenders?
I don't like Mim at all here. I picked Fast Kimmy second.
Okay.
I think if the favorite loses, it'll be because Fast Kimmy runs well in the turf. But as Paulie said, Fast Kimmy was in for $8,000 claiming race last time out. And then favorite is just supposed to win and win easily.
Very low level.
They don't
This
even
one
run 8s here.
No, they don't.
They don't even run 8s here.
No, they don't.
4 horse has a little bit of dirt form, but again, the recency not really there. 1 to 4. Miss Fashionista, her most recent dirt start, she was disappointing as well. See what happens. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
They're in the gate. And they're off. And Fast Kimmy is very quick away from the gate. On the inside, here's Mim, and Mim is the new leader. Miss Fashionista and Bertrill. So 4 of them are separated by just 2 lengths as they make their way onto the backstretch, and it will be Mim to set the pace. Mim opens up a 2-length advantage. On Bertrill, Miss Fashionista outside of them now takes that second spot. Fast Kimmy, who broke on top, taken in hand at the back of the field. 24-3 for the opening quarter mile. And it's Mim the controlling speed. A length and a half in front of Miss Fashionista. Then Fast Kimmy, Bertrill between those two. They're coming toward the half-mile pole. Mim untroubled on the front end under Ricardo Santana Jr. Continues to show the way by a length and a half. Miss Fashionista. The half went in 48 1/5 seconds. Miss Fashionista turning up the pressure on Mim now. These two sprint 2 lengths clear of Fast Kimmy in third. And up the back is Bertrill. They're coming toward the quarter pole. Miss Fashionista takes the lead. Fast Kimmy becomes the threat on the outside as Mim has backed up in third there at the top of the stretch. Miss Fashionista, Fast Kimmy, white blinkers chasing gamely in second. These two are dominating to the 8th pole. Miss Fashionista or Fast Kimmy. Fast Kimmy on the outside, right up to Miss Fashionista and taking command. It's Fast Kimmy in front. Miss Fashionista is battling hard. It's going to be Fast Kimmy to prevail. Miss Fashionista second by a long way. Bertrill in front of Mim.
She was the ultimate unknown, never had been on a dirt surface, and Fast Kimmy gets by this heavy odds-on favorite for the upset.
And you could see on the turn that she was going well, and she got up to Miss Fashionista, who really had no excuse whatsoever. And Paulie, she just ran her down the stretch.
She did, and you know, you called it too. The 5 kind of got resurgent after the 9 got to the front end. You could see Irad not really asking. He's trying to get something out of the 9, but by that time the 5 was already by. Beat her on the square.
This is a massive upset in my eyes. I don't know what you guys think, but when it comes to the pick 5, since we haven't had any favorites win yet, it becomes a massive upset.
Pick 5s will be paying very, very well.
It's going to play a lot bigger than a typical 9-2 would, no question, beating a 2-5 favorite.
But as we said before the race, she was the unknown. Both the 4 and 6 had shown us who they were.
Yeah.
And they were not likely to beat the 9, as weak as the 9 was as a heavy favorite. I'm not saying I love this horse. I picked her second. I didn't bet her. But she was the one we just didn't know. She hadn't shown us yet, and she showed today. She may not be a killer on the dirt, but she's a little better than Miss Fashionista.
For a moment, Paulie, it looked like Miss Fashionista was going to battle back.
Yeah, you know what? Irad was confident, but he still had horse left, right? You thought, and he kind of like does his little taps on what he usually does. He taps the horses on the shoulders a little bit. Then Miss Fashionista got high-headed. And when she got high-headed, she was in big trouble, and Fast Kimmy went right by her. And you always got that misdeceiving, that angle where you think that horse is coming back. Fast Kimmy always had her.
I also think that Irad knew who he was riding. I think he knew who he was riding, and he thought, I got to be careful with her. I don't want to be too aggressive. She's not that good.
Bad horses make jockeys look bad. And, Irad, he's accustomed to riding good horses, and that's how you're supposed to ride a good horse. He put him right in the position to win, had no excuses.
But here's the problem. The horse is not a good horse.
Right. No, that's what Raj is saying. That's exactly what Rajiv is saying, and I agree.
Yeah.
Bad horses, that's a great point.
It's a great point, yeah.
Fast Kimmy, 9-2 upset over a 2-5 favorite. Still 4 races in, we have not had a favorite win on the card. That man right there picked up his 16th winner of the meet. Dylan Davis still with some big ones to come. He'll be on Smokin' Wicked in the Grade 2 Saratoga Special. Still to come on our Saturday action.
I have 52,000 starts in my life. I've never seen one that could take as much as he did early and continue to improve.
And it is Gunite.
He's strong, he's attractive.
And he's going to win the hopeful.
He's extremely smooth and fluid.
Gunite is a tough customer here as they come on for the finish.
How sound he is.
Gunite got the jump.
Consistent mentally, physically.
He will defeat Elite Power in the forego.
Complete package.
Join us at Saratoga Racecourse for the 4th annual New York Thoroughbred Aftercare Day. This special live race day celebrates retired racehorses and fun for the whole family. Free with paid admission on Thursday, August 15th.
Nominate your horse today to join Racing's Elite on Travers Week at Saratoga, August 21st through 24th. The championship road runs through 9 stakes, topped by the DraftKings Travers. Go to NYRA.com/horseman to nominate by August 10th.
We're back on Saratoga Live, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com today. In race 4, Fast Kimmy made her dirt debut, a winning one, as I'm happy to be joined by winning rider Ramon Vasquez. And Ramon, a horse trying something for the first time, like running on the dirt today for this filly. You could tell pretty early if they're handling it, and it seemed she was totally fine.
Yeah, no, she doing, she run a good race. I think, she pretty good on dirt too.
Yeah, nice and versatile, which is always a benefit too. But you were able to run down the favorite. Can you talk a little bit about your trip coming into the lane and having to fight a little bit in the stretch?
Yeah, she brought very child. But me and the trainer talking about the filly just just one kick. That you can see. She brought child, and I'm holding back a little bit to save her the more I can. And I husky her the last quarter, and she responded very, very good.
A short field here today, of course, off the turf. When you're riding in these types of races, you're very aware, I think, right, of everybody that's around you. How do you ride in a shorter field with making sure that you're able to get the right kind of trip still for your horse?
Yeah, sometimes it's hard, when you run the short, just 4 horses. You have to pay attention to everything in the race. So I don't want Iris go so far away from me. And I just, when he's moving, I just move a little bit to be close to him. And the last quarter, when I husky her, she responds. And that way, I know I got a lot of feeling he's going to win.
Made the right move at the right time. Congratulations on another victory here.
Thank you.
Ramon Vasquez picking up another one, making the right moves in this race, Greg.
Beating a 2-5 favorite, one who'd never been on dirt before, $11.20 for the upset score with Fast Kinney.
Yeah, congratulations to Philip Serp. And Phil Serpe, excuse me. Ramon Vasquez, we were talking about Ramon. He's having a nice little meet. He's like at 14%.
He is doing very well here. Good for him. As we move into the 5th race coming up, 16,000 claiming race, non-winners of 2 life. So only maiden wins on the resume for this group, traveling 6.5 furlongs.
And I mean, I agree with the public here on the 2 horses that ultimately will be the first and second choice, being the 7 Spiritual Lady, who I picked on top, over the 5 Bevel in the Blue Dress, who's the speed and the one to beat. For me, with Spiritual Lady, coming turf to dirt for trainer Joe Sharp and owner Jordan Wyckoff. 2 races back, her last dirt race was not only against a better field, but it was a day where horses benefited from saving ground, being on the inside, as the winner did, Golden Dagger, who's in the stake race later today. She was wide the whole way and way against the track. And the 2 races prior to that, I think were better fields, and she ran races that make her the horse to beat.
Not the most trustworthy group. And Paul, if it's not the 5 or 7 that wins this race, these pick 5s, they're huge.
They're giant. I think the 8's the only other horse in the race, to be honest with you.
That's my top pick at a price. I feel like some of the non-trustworthy short price horses, I'm going to always look for some kind of alternative. And
Why the 8?
Well, it ran good first time out sprinting, and then, won its debut. Then they stretched her out and stepped her up in class to go a mile. I like the cut back in distance today and the drop in class. I think it's the right spot. If she had come out of her debut and went straight to a 16, never win 2 like she is today,
She'd have been 20-1 off her first race.
20-1 off a win up for 30 maiden, New York Birds?
Well, speed figures,
Oh,
whether you agree with speed figures or not, they rule the betting here. And she's slow based on her speed figures. Now, that doesn't mean she can't win.
Yeah.
But she's not, maybe 21 is an overstatement, but she'd be every bit of 10-1.
We'll get back to this race. We'll have more time for it in a moment. 2 big ones still to come today. One of them taken off the turf. That's the Grade 2 Troy, and we were looking forward to seeing the fastest turf sprinter in the game right now in Cogburn, who's actually very, very good on dirt as well, but they decide to pass on this spot with Cogburn.
Would have been the favorite in there, based somewhat on turf form, but his dirt form made him a tough horse to beat. I think it's an interesting race, but you and I, Greg, are upset that Whitty isn't running.
He would have been so tough in here. Main track onlys, 2 of them stay in, 1 of them surveillance, and looks pretty tough in this spot. One of the main contenders now moving to the Wayne Potts barn.
That's the concern. This horse is coming off a claim from Mike Maker, who's got 15 wins in the meet, second in the elite trainer standings, and Flying P Stable, who have 8 wins, and they're leading the owner standing, and their horses are running and running big. And I am concerned, even though the horse is coming back in just 15 days, that this horse can be expected to run as well as he did for those connections.
I think he was clearly the horse to beat on his pure form, but that's the same thing that concerned me as well, the trainer change. And I think that there's some formidable foes. Number 5, Thin White Duke, who has some good dirt races. I mean, his 2 dirt races, most recently, he's run paired 91 Beyer speed figures against some quality horses.
He would have won this race in all likelihood if the speed hadn't gotten left. When the Pirate horse got left in this race, it allowed Today's Flavor, who's a graded stakes placed horse, to get loose in the lead, and Thin White Duke still almost ran him down. The concern with Thin White Duke is his form this year has not been as good as prior years, but he's a horse that's come alive in Saratoga in the past, and he definitely handles a dirt track.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's a good shot in here.
Obviously not going to get the kind of track we saw in that win on dirt today. We're very happy for that.
And also keep in mind when you see the morning line, now some people might say, obviously the morning line is not relevant for the dirt, but some would say, well, the MTOs were big prices, 9-2 and 8-1. There was a feeling there was a good chance that Cogburn was going to stay in the race if the race came off the turf. And had he stayed in there, he would have been an enormous favorite, and those horses would have been bigger prices. So keep that in mind when you're looking at the morning line, which is obviously going to prove to be completely incorrect.
Yeah, keep in mind, if you are playing today, I don't think we've mentioned it on the air, there are, a couple of races that were moved to tomorrow. There are still pick 4s and pick 5s later in the card. Late pick 4, late pick 5 that are added in your wagering menu on the Naira Bets app. Underneath Saratoga, it says Saratoga added pick 4, pick 5. They're in that same menu for those two.
Yeah, there will be a pick 4 on the last 4 races running the card, which is races 8, 9, 11, and 12, and a pick 5 on the last 5 races, 7, 8, 9, 11, 12. Thanks, Greg.
There we go. Get that up for you so you are able to play both the pick 4 and pick 5 later today. It takes a little extra work there, but it's easy to find on your wagering menu there on Naira Bets. That's going to do it for our FS1 coverage. We're going to continue along. We'll see you over on FS2 as we get set for the 5th 17 minutes to post.
Nothing stood in his way. War of Will won the Preakness.
At the line, War of Will, that's a photo for the win. Hey, 650,000.
War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
Spandarella could not have been more impressive.
The sun shines bright on this value sire.
Fair down 25, fair down 25, fair down. Thank you. Right here, 525,000.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Saratoga.
Good to be back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. You're looking at the infield lake here at the premier meet in the country, Saratoga Racecourse, on a beautiful Saturday afternoon. Our program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Tremendous crowd on hand for this Saturday afternoon, where we featured 2-year-olds in the second of 3 major graded stakes here at the meet in this juvenile division. That's the Grade 2 Saratoga Special to come later on, race 8 on this Saturday card. I'm Greg Wolf. With me, New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling, 4-time Major League All-Star Paul LaDuca, and 4-time Breeders' Cup winning rider Rajiv Mirage. You feel the energy from the crowd. It is back after we canceled a rare cancellation on Friday, but we're back in a big way Saturday.
At the racetrack, there aren't a lot of things you know for sure, but one thing we know is we have the greatest fans, and we have an enormous appreciation for them. And Saratoga is a place where they come in mass, and they all have a good time.
And the Saratoga Special looks like it could be a very wide open race.
Yeah, it is a wide open race. And to get to what Andy was saying, I think a lot of people in here in Saratoga, they've learned to have a short-term memory, especially when it comes to the rain. So, yeah, they're enjoying this day. It's an absolutely beautiful day, and the next 2 days are supposed to be beautiful, and we're going to see some talented 2-year-olds a little later on, Rajiv.
Yeah, I am so excited to see these 2-year-olds run today, because this race, whoever wins this race, is going to really be the horse to talk about going into the hopeful. And I'm just really fascinated with the runners that are in here. It's some sure talent.
Take a look at the field that will line up. 6.5 furlongs in this Grade 2 event. Wesley Ward, he always gets mentioned when there's an important 2-year-old race, because his 2-year-olds are usually ready to roll. He'll send out Touchy, who was an odds-on favorite, Andy, in his debut. That was in the Tremont here in that Belmont Stakes Racing Festival.
One of the last times I remember a first-time starter being a heavy favorite in their debut in a stake race was Alidar. He lost to Affirmed in that race. Now, he came back a week later for trainer John Veach and broke his maiden a different time then. This was disappointing. I don't think he ran badly, Paulie. I think he ran a very good race. Do we believe that he's going to change his tactics and not be speedy in today's race?
I just don't see it. Like I had mentioned before in the show, I know we're on a new network now. This horse has got 3 bullet drills. What I mean by bullet drills, work the fastest in the morning. Those are obviously with the blinkers off. So I still think this horse is going to show speed. I just think that they're going to try to get him to relax a little bit. Maybe he doesn't need the lead, but he's going to be very close to the lead.
Well, they definitely exposed their hand by putting him in a stake race, making his debut, and for him to be the favorite. They think they have pocket aces here, like a really top-class horse, and he ran a very good race. But I do think with Wesley Ward horses, they tend to make their best impression first time out. There's usually not that much room for improvement. He has them ready to go, and I feel like some other horses in here that won their debut, they can step forward off that a little bit more than he would.
See what happens. That's race 8 on the card, featured Grade 2 Saratoga Special. As we take a look at today's action ahead on our Fox Sports 2 coverage, presented by Claiborne Farm. Troy to come as well, moved off the turf, and the Galway off the turf. And we still have, again, a late pick 5 that you can find on your wagering menu at Naira Bets underneath Saratoga. An added pick 4 and pick 5. Play it all with Naira Bets. Terrific crowd on hand. Here's how you play it. The official betting app of Saratoga. NairaBets.com. The offer, that $250 deposit match. New customer bonus with that code at sign up. Spot 250. Play with us all summer long and beyond as we get set for the 5th, just 10 minutes away.
And they're coming to the top of the stretch in the Whitney. And it is Diversify in front. Mind Your Biscuits, his fellow New York bred, is 3 lengths behind. Taprit is 3rd on the inside. Discreet Lover is 4th. A furlong to run. In this wet Whitney, it is Diversify. Oh, and he's got a 5-length lead here. Mind Your Biscuits and Discreet Lover will battle for 2nd. Diversify has won the Whitney in style.
A New York bred beating a fellow New York bred in the Grade 1 Whitney after a 41-minute rain delay, lightning delay as well at Rick Violet. The late Rick Violet said we planned on being aggressive, and seeing how things played out, they played out pretty well.
Yeah, this was a great moment. There's a long delay in this race being run. when a storm came in, but Diversify delivered a big way. And to me, this is a great moment, seeing Rick Violet, the late Rick Violet, as you said, winning a race like the Whitney.
Graduate of the 2014 Fasig-Tipton New York bred yearling sale, which going to be coming up August 11th and 12th, just across the street.
I think that might be soon, right? Tomorrow and Monday?
Indeed. Sunday and Monday. Maybe find the next Diversify at that sale.
Yeah, or a Mind Your Biscuits as well.
Who was second in the Whitney.
Who was second and, made a fortune. I mean, these, and it's just another example that when somebody says he's a good New York bred, they act like it. No, they compete at the highest level, New York breds. There are mediocre horses from all states, but there are a lot of good horses from New York as well.
Yeah, Mind Your Business is standing in Japan. That's all you need to know.
He was some kind of runner. Tried to get him to go a little bit longer. Fifth race coming up. It's a $16,000 claiming race. Horses who have only one win on the resume. 6.5 furlong sprint. And Devil Blue Dress, the 5, that 4-1, 9-2 on our board here, should be coming down by post time.
Yeah, I imagine she will, and she's owned by Blue Devil Racing Stable, the stable of Naira chairman Mark Holliday, who names a lot of horses after rock and roll songs. Had a horse named Friend of the Devil. There's a lot of horses named after Grateful Dead songs, but Devil Blue Dress as well. She has a maiden win that will trounce these horses, I think. And her last race, even though she didn't finish well, she ran a race that would make her competitive here. It was a strong pace she was involved in and a much, much better field. But it is a sharp drop, and Dale Roman's numbers with sharp drop downs, first time for a tag, first time in a claiming race on the dirt, are not particularly good.
Yeah, but she is the class of the field, right? Because if you can show speed in a race of that magnitude against Mighty Madison and those caliber horses, you're definitely going to be at least somewhat effective at this level.
But I think the 6 and 7 will probably be right up there with her on the front end.
Post-parade time for this fifth. We'll kick things off with Basiloquence for Napal Chatterpaul.
I just don't see any form of recency to suggest she's a player in here.
Toot Your Horn next door, trying something different. We'll put blinkers on.
Toot, toot.
Good analysis, Paulie. Nailed that.
Jose Gomez will ride. Sharp work, apparently. You got to assume with the equipment change. Jay's love the 3 Joel Rosario rides.
I would say this horse has run well both times Joel has ridden her, and she needs less distance, which she gets. The mile last time too far. She's an outsider, but she's not impossible.
Dashing Della, she was forwardly placed last time out. At this condition, she wound up second.
You know, the worry between the horses, and I don't like to pick on trainers, the first 5 trainers, and the 5 is the horse to beat, they're 2 for 29 at the meet. And the other horse is the only horse that has a win at the meet. Dale Roman's got another one yesterday.
There's Dale Roman's Devil Blue Dress.
I like to pick on trainers, but I'm not going to pick on Dale Romans, who's my friend, and she's one of the ones to beat.
Grab the Glory. It's Linda Rice. It's Jose Lezcano. Enough said.
Showed speed last time, but Crushed Ice actually went ahead of her and just kept on going, and then this horse just kind of backed up. Now the drop happens.
She finished behind Miss Fashionista last time.
Who just got beat, for those just joining us, at, 2-5 in the last race. Here's Spiritual Lady Tyler Gaffleone for Joe Sharp.
I think she's the horse to beat, as does the public. 6-5 seems short, but maybe it's because the 5 is so chilly.
And at least there's the lightly raced upside potential here with Till There Was You.
Kind of why I went here. I mean, I'm looking for something. She won first time out, and now back to the 16 non-twos. She's kind of that horse that's supposed to be in the spot, but when you look at the rest of these runners, the 5 is should be the favorite in here and will be. She's the only horse that hasn't been in for a tag or hasn't been up for sale.
Yeah, don't get too excited if you think you're going to get 7-2 on Devil Blue Dress. Here she is. You will not be getting that at post time. Let's take a look back to November 3rd of last year, and this was the win to break her maiden at Churchill.
The game is just so difficult. A horse that cost over $300,000 and in her second career start, you know, a 71 buyer, an easy win. You start thinking I could have a horse with some improvement as a 3-year-old, could contend some stakes. Does it down at Churchill Downs, and more often than not, it's hard to get to those good races. That's why you have to appreciate Raj when they get there.
Yeah, lofty purchase price, and it showed that she had the talent to back it up early in her career, and now she ends up in a bottom-level claimer, being offered up for just a small portion of what they paid for her. They've given up on her, and that's not something that I like to bet.
No, but she is, I think she's dangerous in here as the potential speed. Like I said, I prefer the 7. I think the prices will converge a
She
little bit.
outfooted Mighty Madison last time early, and Mighty Madison's a nice horse, so I'm with you.
It looks like the 7 actually will be the favorite.
She will be, yeah, but not that big a favorite.
Yeah. Let's go back to Acacia Clement with more on this 7-2 shot Devil Blue Dress.
Yeah, she is very intriguing in this spot, Greg, because as Andy mentioned, that maiden score would absolutely bury her competition. Obviously, it's my first time laying eyes on her, but one thing I will say is that shorter's definitely better for her in the way that she's built. She's kind of that typical into mischief, compact, very stout, very laid back though. She was relatively quiet. She perked up a bit when they got the tack on, but then after that, she just kind of calmed down again. A quiet warm-up with the pony in here, which is interesting because she is a horse who has shown quite a bit of early speed. She's certainly fine. I don't have a problem with her. Taking that big drop in class, she might just be better than what she faces in here, but just from a purely physical perspective, I actually did prefer the outside too. The 7 Spiritual Lady, who is your current favorite, no problems with her. I mean, she has a little bit of a turf hoof. I can understand why they tried the grass last time, but she's a dirt horse. She's getting back to her preferred surface. She had a lovely warm-up away from the pony under Tyler Gaffleone out there on the track and just moving really well. I really like everything that I see from her. I just think that she's in the right spot. But the 8, Till There Was You, who I see have company being intrigued by this one. I remember when she debuted back in May during the Belmont at the Big A meet, and I was on the desk for there, and she was pretty green. She was kind of late switching leads. She had to be hustled early, and she just didn't really seem like she was totally clued in. Then watching her race last time out, she dueled with Call Her Bluff, who ended up winning that race and ended up fading after there. Once again, a little bit awkward at the break. That being said, watching her on the track, I do wish that Katie Davis had taken her away from the pony to kind of give her a little bit more of a warm-up, but she was sharp back in the paddock, which I really wanted to see. She had that good intensity that you want of a sprinter, very focused, kind of that forward energy, and she's a generous price on there, and I just think dropping in to the level at which she belongs. You know, we often say when a horse breaks their maiden for a claiming race, in this case 30,000, they're often logical next step would be about half that. So the 16 just makes sense in this spot. I think she's come along nicely, particularly mentally, and Katie is well familiar with her, having ridden her in both of her starts, Greg.
Bad.
Well, a lot of positives there from Acacia. What are the negatives with, with the 8?
I'm not knocking a 9-1 shot. All you guys like this horse. That's fine. I hope you're right about it for your sake. But I don't. The one thing I believe she has going for her is her trainer.
Yeah.
Ray Handel is 6 for 19 at the meet. His horses have been running extremely well. It is not a particularly strong field, so maybe in conjunction with how well Ray's barn's going, she'll step forward. I don't think she's an overlay at 8-1. I think she belongs somewhere between 8 and 12-1 in here because she's run. I know she's only run twice, but neither of those efforts make her a major contender here.
No, she's
Not
never.
saying she can't win, but
No, I'm with you. And listen, this 7 is way the horse to beat because I'm not buying into the 6, and the board's telling you that too.
I agree with that.
So you know the 5 probably the horse to catch, but the 7 is the horse to beat.
Andy, did you pick number 7?
Yeah.
What buyer speed figure you think she's going to run to win this race?
I don't. I don't think that way, but I think she's a horse that's capable of running 60 to low 60s, which I think would make her tough to beat unless the 5 runs a race. And I think looking at the board, the fact that the 5 has been kind of chilly on the board makes me think a little bit that maybe she's not going to run so well today. And if she doesn't run well, and I agree with Paulie in the 6, well, I think the 6 is a contender going in. She's a little dicey herself, and she's a bigger price than the 8. So I just think it all is combining to make the 7 what I think is a short price and not a price I would take, but I still think she's much the likeliest winner here.
I agree. I thought the 7 was much the likeliest winner, but I thought the 8 had a good shot. And I felt like when it came to a speed figure standpoint, the 8 ran a 48 by her first time out, which sounds slow, but that was in a debut. So a horse's natural experience that they gain from the debut, I feel like you'll get improvement second time out.
Well, it's third time out.
Yeah, I mean, you'll get some improvement. She ran long last time, which isn't her optimal distance.
That you know of.
So
her sire did win the Belmont Stakes.
Right, but the mare won sprinting, and the way she ran first time makes me think she's a closing sprinter. So I feel like she's going to run better than a 48 with somewhere in the 50s, which could put her in contention to win the race.
Horses win every day that I don't like. She'll be one of them. But I'm not, and you certainly have a right. I mean, you guys make a case for it, it's fine. I don't like her, but that doesn't make me right.
Meanwhile, even money on Spiritual Lady. Look, the 5, 6, 7, they're the main contenders. That is fairly big. That's very cool to see a Linda Rice runner that was a contender in the race at almost double the morning line odds.
Yeah, and the 4 is taking some money. And
this is
money.
This is IRAD money.
This
is all
IRAD
1
money. For 20 lifetime.
This is all IRAD
But
money.
then again, I did watch Fast Kimmy just win. So.
Well,
Did run second at this level last time out. Even money favorite on the 7. Spiritual Lady. Let's send it upstairs to Frank Miramati.
Till There Was You to the outside. They're in the gate. And they're off. Grab the Glory and Dashing Della are the first 2 out of the gate. These 2 hook up, and in between them, Devil Blue Dress moves up to take a narrow lead. Spiritual Lady is 2 lengths off the pace, followed by Till There Was You. Posteloquent is down on the inside, 4 lengths off the pacemakers. Toot Your Horn in between those 2, and a big gap to Jay's Love, who trails. 22 seconds flat. It's Devil Blue Dress pressed hard by Grab the Glory into the far turn. They're on even terms. Dashing Della losing ground along the inside, 2 off the pace now in 3rd. They are followed by Spiritual Lady, still right there in the thick of it, 2.5 off the pace. Till There Was You is a distant 5th, followed by Posteloquent, Toot Your Horn, and on the inside, Jay's Love, the half in 45 and 1. They're coming to the 8th pole. Devil Blue Dress, Spiritual Lady on the outside, up to take a narrow lead. Devil Blue Dress fighting on, and in the center, Jay's Love is starting to pick up some pieces late as Spiritual Lady has a narrow advantage coming to the wire, and it's going to be Spiritual Lady to win it by a length and a half. Devil Blue Dress was 2nd, Jay's Love 3rd, Grab the Glory 4th.
Spiritual Lady, 2nd win today for Tyler Gaffalione. This one for Joe Sharp.
This one looked like she was going to win by about 4 lengths on the top of the stretch, and you got to give a little credit to the 5 Devil with a Blue Dress, who broke a little slowly and engaged in what was a fast pace for these horses, but Spiritual Lady just proved best. Maybe a little overbet, but she was the best horse.
Yeah, they just kind of squared off. I'm with you. Devil with the Blue Dress on the inside puts away the 6, who we thought was kind of sketchy, and here comes the 7, who gets the perfect setup. And I'll tell you what, Joel Rosario got the 3 wound up for a little bit, who closed out this triple, but it was nowhere near these 2 horses.
I mean, touching on the point about a perfect setup, Tyler Gaffalione aboard the 7, he was smiling coming off the turn because his main competition was dueling each other into submission, and he has the favorite. He's sitting perfect, gets a clear run on the outside. Really just...
Isn't there an argument the 5 ran the best race, though?
Yeah, crazy.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah.
And sorry, I misspoke. First win for Tyler, 22nd win of the meet, though, for him, as he's just 2 behind Flavian Pratt now for 2nd.
He's been having a great meet, and, it's no surprise. He's had great meets here before. I think it was last year where he started off slowly. He also missed a bunch of days to ride out of town, and he finished like wildfire. Let's face it, Tyler Gaffalione has put himself in the upper echelon of riders. There's no doubt about it.
I mean, August 14, 15, and 16, Irad Ortiz ineligible to ride because he'll be serving a 3-day suspension. Tyler is now within range of Flavian. What's going to happen?
He just said Flavian. I feel like a proud father.
I'm learning. My
You're
English,
next, Leduca.
my English is getting better. Been working on it.
Best start by a mile that man right there has ever had at this meet, and it's continuing into the second half. 22nd winner, and on an even money favorite here. Spiritual Lady with the victory here to end this early pick 5. And finally, a favorite wins on this card.
Gets it done in the last leg. Congrats if you had it. We've got some terrific racing coming up.
Paulie, going to have a bankroll play coming up?
Yeah, the bankroll play a little later in the day. It's a kind of a funky little play. But race number 11, I actually like the 7 horse, and I actually think we got no more one-shots here. I like Banyan Breeze here. For Irad Ortiz is going to take money. This is the horse coming in from Finger Lakes. If you look at this horse's form, this horse was getting a little bit bad towards the end of last year. Came back this year with a nice win. Without Lasix last time, gets Lasix this time, Greg. You'll get a good price. I don't know, with IRAD aboard, you might get like 4 to 1.
Good luck. See how that plays out later in the day. Grade 2, Saratoga Special, still to come. That's it for this motley crew. Next crew coming up after a short timeout. They will take you the rest of the way. Everyone, including Dylan, or excuse me, Dylan and Tyler are mixing them up. Chasing this guy right here, Rad Ortiz Jr., 30 wins at the meet and counting, but as Rajiv said, he's going to miss 3 days of riding next week, so a chance for catch-up for everybody else.
The rumbling started early and only intensified, with performances that sent shockwaves across the nation. At the center of it all,
Epicenter is at the top of the 3-year-old class in the Run Happy Travers.
Epicenter, 3-year-old champion by Not This Time. Coolmore America, home of champions.
Why do the most successful owners, breeders, and horsemen select the Green Group as their tax advisor? We simply save them money. Over the past 40 years, founder Leonard Green has owned and bred some of the best racehorses in the history of the sport. His hands-on industry knowledge, combined with cutting-edge tax-saving strategies, has produced positive results for his clientele and has made the Green Group the top-rated accounting and tax firm in the business. For a confidential and complimentary consultation, contact us at 732-634-5100 or visit our website at www.greenco.com. The Green Group, proven strategies to save you taxes.
You're watching Saratoga Live on what's turned out to be an absolutely gorgeous Saturday afternoon here in the 5th. It was your favorite spiritual lady to get the win for trainer Joe Sharp, who's joining me here in the winner's circle. And Joe, getting back on the main track, I mean, she just looked like she really found herself in the right spot today.
Yeah, she did. I mean, obviously we tried the grass last time, but yeah, I think she's more comfortable on the dirt, and I think the race was a little bit better than the margin victory suggested, because I think we ran down a pretty nice horse for the level. Yeah.
Yeah, certainly a couple of big class droppers in there as well, and she just really seemed like she was doing well. You know, you saw in the warm-up the way that she was moving, coming into this race, having that turf race under her belt. How much of a key is that for horses at this level, just kind of keeping them sweet and pointing to these races?
Yeah, I mean, it's a key with any horse, right? I mean, if you're doing well, you're confident, and you know, this has been a filly that's always shown us some ability, but had some hard luck along the way, and you know, she got a great trip today. Tyler got a nice pace set up in front of him, so you know, hats off to him and hats up for the genuine filly that tried hard today and got us the win.
Yeah, she certainly showed her stuff today, and you've been having a terrific meet. Tomorrow in the 4-star Day of Money Supply entered. Can you tell us just a little bit about the thought process behind that entry, a horse that is coming off a win out of town?
The racing office did a good job. You know, they kind of made it appealing to take a look at it, and you know, so we're just going to make a decision tomorrow morning. Kentucky Downs is obviously home and is the end goal. So we've kind of been on the fence about squeezing one in before then. So we're just going to see what tomorrow morning brings. You know, right now I'd say we're about 50-50.
All right, well, we look forward to seeing what the decision is, but congratulations here picking up another win through this meet, Joe.
Thanks, Keisha.
Joe Sharp with the Spiritual Lady getting the victory. Honest Philly getting the job done, as it does return $4.20 for the win, and able to run down Devil Blue Dress class dropper here, as we do see Spiritual Lady get the victory. We will go right on to race 7, maiden special weight for the 2-year-olds. Going to be off the turf in here against race 6 for scheduled to tomorrow. Race 7, 2-year-olds coming up off the turf and still held together, and still a very interesting race and a wide open betting board right now for the 2-year-old maidens. Will be really intriguing to see how this does play out. You've got 3 horses at 7-2 right now, and one at 4-1 as well. Junior Alvarado going to climb aboard the 4 Royal Presence, as John Velasquez will stay aboard Clock Tower, and also eligible, who is able to draw into the race. And though he had to work on the Saratoga turf course over at the Oklahoma last time out, Linker's coming off second time out for Wesley Ward, much like we'll see for Wesley Saratoga special runner Touchy in the following race, in race 8. So 2-year-olds coming up in the next couple, some future stars coming up here at the spa. We'll welcome in a new crew on the desk. Stay with us on Saratoga Live.
$1 million did I hear? $1 million. $1 million on a billion, $1,400,000 on a pie. $1,500,000 and $1,600,000. $150,000, $1,550,000 and a half. $1,500,000. Jody, thank you.
Please hold your applause.
Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
Introducing the Caesars Racebook app, the ultimate destination for racing enthusiasts. Built on the trusted NyraBets platform, you can watch and wager on over 300 racetracks worldwide, including Saratoga. And the best part? Every bet earns you exciting reward credits that can be redeemed for your next bet, hotel stays, dining, and more. Get started today and receive a $150 sign-up bonus. Download the Caesars Racebook app and embrace the thrill of horse racing.
He's a running son of a gun.
Papa Cap now has the advantage.
A graded stakes winning 2-year-old. Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Juvenile runner-up at 2. Multiple Grade 1 placings at 3. Finished in the top 4 in 11 out of 12 starts.
And from here on in, it's just a matter of how far. Papa Cap, an easy winner of the best pal.
Papa Cap, standing at Walmack.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
The Ladbrokes Cox Plate, Australia's best race. Group 1, 2,040 metres at the Valley. Won in recent years by some of the finest middle distance horses in the world. Romantic Warrior, Ligue Rocher and State of Rest. And this year the Saratoga Derby Invitational is one of 3 international qualifiers for the race. In 2021, Joseph O'Brien became the first trainer to achieve the historic double with globe-trotting superstar State of Rest.
It will be State of Rest to win it here by a length.
State of Rest just in front of Animo. State of Rest holding on. State of Rest, I think, has just won for the Emerald Oak.
Who won a grand total of 4 Group 1 races and was soon after acquired by breeding giant Newgate Farm, where he resides at stud. Who will take up the challenge in 2024 and etch their name on Australian racing's most famous honour roll?
Saratoga.
Saratoga Racecourse in Saratoga Springs, New York. This is more like it. Clear skies above and clear for takeoff below. Speaking of which, did you see First Resort's debut? He's quick, impeccable pedigree, in from Kentucky, serious player in the Saratoga Special. To be ridden by Flavien Prat, seeking a 9th stakes win at the meet. This colt hasn't won a stakes race. In fact, he hasn't won anything. Touchy, a maiden, 5-2 favorite in the Saratoga Special. But he has a Hall of Famer in the saddle. Joel Rosario inducted 8 days ago. On this Saratoga Special Saturday, great to have you with us on Saratoga Live. As always, coverage brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Big crowd on hand. Live look at the Spa on a Saturday after a dark Friday. You can tell the fans missed it, but now good to go. And the best racing still ahead. From the paddock, welcome everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai after an unexpected day off. Great to be back. The weather over the past couple of weeks wreaking havoc on the Saratoga Stakes schedule. Last weekend, this weekend, several key races impacted. One race that was not impacted is the Saratoga Special for 2-year-olds. A race that could be a next step towards, who knows, a 2-year-old championship, the next Derby winner, Preakness winner, Belmont Stakes winner. You just never know with these types of fields. These 2-year-olds in the Saratoga Special. We take a look at the field. Strong addition. Race 8. By the way, post time earlier than scheduled, around 3:54 Eastern. Starts the late pick 4, freshman 6.5 furlongs, number 5, Touchy, the maiden, 5-2 morning line favorite. Packed house. I welcome in my co-host, handicapper Jonathan Kitchen, champion jockey Richie Migliori, multiple Grade 1 winning trainer Tom Amos. Richie, wanted to start with you and the history of the Saratoga Special. Like, what should our viewers know about this race?
Well, the Saratoga Special has proven to be a strong harbinger of things to come. Over the years, 21 editions of a Triple Crown race were won. 5 Kentucky Derbies, 5 Preaknesses, 11 Belmont Stakes by winners of the Saratoga Special. And it includes names like Regret, the first of 3 fillies to win the Kentucky Derby, and Whirlaway, a Triple Crown winner as well.
A launching pad, the Saratoga Special. Last colt to win this race in the Kentucky Derby. Have to go back to the 80s, Claiborne's Swale, Tom. But this is a little different. You have a favorite, the only horse in the race that has not won a race. Why is Touchy the favorite?
So Touchy's a maiden, meaning Touchy's never won a race before, has had one start. As a trainer, you try to build up to races. Not different than playing some preseason games before the season starts for an NFL team. But for Touchy, they threw him into the fire. They ran against winners first time out. This is his debut race, and he gets a little lost out there, Richie. He's way to the outside, maybe not taking the shortest trip home. He gets re-engaged right here when he goes down to the rail and meets an opponent, but he gets outfinished, and that's not unusual for a young horse that has no experience to make those kinds of mistakes. But just like we talked about these preseason games, when they get their first start under their belt, the trainer knows what to work with, knows the changes he wants to make. In this case, Wesley Ward's taking the blinkers off. You see the things that will make your horse better, and that's where you get the most improvement from first to second start.
JK, you remember last year's edition. You had Rhyme Schemes, an absolute standout, and he aired, winning by close to double digits. Much more competitive this year. How are you playing the Saratoga Special?
Yeah, look, I'm a big fan of Touchy. I thought Touchy ran extremely well. I think Dale Roman's runner towards the outside, another one who ran a fast race, the 9, Keep It Easy. I think those are the 2 horses that make the most sense for me. But I'm looking for Touchy to take another step forward. I thought he ran well, and like Tom mentioned, just a little bit green, and hopefully he can learn from that experience and run a little bit more focused in this race.
And JK, could you walk us through the exotic wagers, the added betting opportunities for the remainder of the afternoon?
Right, because of the cancellations of the 2 Grade 1s being moved to tomorrow, the betting menu got a little bit wonky, but you can still play the late pick 5 and the late pick 4. The difference is it will not show up on the race it starts in. It will be a different event. So if you look at Naira Bets, you'll see Saratoga, then you'll also see a different event that listed is the pick 4 and the pick 5. You can get into that situation and play there if you're happening to be watching us now but heading to the track. Just ask the tellers, they'll be able to sort you out. 119th
running of the Saratoga Special, race number 8, post time around 3:50 12:54 Eastern. Today's races brought to you by Claiborne Farm. Here we go. Races 10 and 11 postponed. As mentioned, Saratoga Derby, FanDuel 4-Star Dave tomorrow. No turf racing today, including the Troy and Galway race 7. Coming up very shortly starts the late pick 5. As mentioned, the Saratoga Special starts the late pick 4. Main track is fast. Temperature in the low 80s. Lots of housekeeping. And you still have time. Get involved. You can play the late pick 5 with us. Sign up now, NYRABets.com. When you do so, use that promo code SPA250. Earn up to a $250 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now, NYRABets.com to earn your $250 deposit match. Field for the 7th. More 2-year-olds off the turf, hence the scratches, the distance, a mile. I promise you that field's coming. A mile from the Wilson chute. There it is. A couple of them at 5-2. Tenacious Leader and Clock Tower 5-2 as we welcome Maggie Wolfendale to the broadcast. Maggie, right behind us in the paddock. What are you observing from these freshmen as we get set for the late pick 5 here at Saratoga?
Well, Lafitte, sometimes being a first-time starter in these off-the-turf events, going a mile on the main track, you are rowing upstream. It's just a level of fitness that is really hard to gain out of morning workouts, but let's explore some of those horses that opted to stay in here, get a race into them, and that includes number 1 in here, Statesman, who does have a lovely pedigree, more so for turf, though, as the dam. I will say this, though. She did win a grade 1 going long on the dirt. Now, Shug entered her for the turf, and he does have more of a turf hoof looking at him, but there's a lot of substance to him, a lot of muscle mass that suggests to me that, yeah, they probably just want to get a race to get the experience edge, and he's a little bit just a little bit green here overall, not too bad, but I kind of want to take the wait and see approach. Just feel like fitness is a little bit of a question mark. Watching his last workout, which was 47-4 from the gate, he broke well on the inside of an unraced mate, and they just kind of stayed on even terms throughout. So yeah, it's a horse that definitely wants the distance, that's for sure. As we'll move on to number 4, Royal Presence, who honestly of the debuters looks the most fit here for Bill Mott, but kind of typical of pretty much every Bill Mott 2-year-old that I've seen so far. They're just a bit green. This guy is very playful. They're still trying to get the tack on him here. One that I want to continue to watch and how he behaves out on the racetrack. But like I said, very defined overall and looking physically ready for this debut, as he does have a little bit more turf to talk of as well as synthetic, but not necessarily overwhelmingly turf looking physically. And watching his last his Gate Breeze 3 back where he broke slow. So watch for him. He might break slow. But what was impressive is that he got left by a very quick mate out of the gate by about 6 lengths. He made that ground up pretty rapidly and then went on to gallop out in front of that horse who got to that lead pretty easily out of the gate. So a horse hinting at some ability even on the main track. Moving on to number 9, Governing Party. Chad Brown opts to leave this guy in, as he will also send out the MTO. This horse has been working with a horse that I know Chad was very excited about that unfortunately got rained off here last week in Asbury Park. And they've been just kind of on even terms throughout. But what I will say about Governing Party on the gallop outs, going a little bit better than that mate. Now, he does look really turf, man. I mean, he's got about as big of a turf hoof as you could imagine here. But another horse that just looks really physically mature and definitely wants this ground to cover. We'll see how he negotiates the dirt, though, here at First Asking Lafitte.
He's thinking, I got to run on what? Governing Party, ready for his debut, 9-1. And Tyler Gaffleon there, he is. A date with Concrete Cruiser at 6-1. Gaffleon looking for another one on the program. Already struck in the 5th race. Spiritual Lady. What a summer thus far. And a date with Smokin' Wicked in the Saratoga Special later this evening. We'll be right back.
Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action every Friday to Sunday. Monmouth's 2023 season featured our highest average field size since 2015, the perfect recipe for a prolific payday. With a stakes race every Saturday and Sunday, plus our Winter Early Pick 5, Monmouth Park is your summer place to profit. Joining us on site? Lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
On this Saturday at Saratoga, welcome back. Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. But any track, anywhere, anytime, visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Congress Park, downtown Saratoga. Look at that. Stunning images. A little bit more of a serene atmosphere than there is here in the backyard at Saratoga, I'd say. And we're getting ready for the late pick 5 with 2-year-olds. Kicking things off with Statesman, West Point Thoroughbred at Woodford Racing, first-time starter.
Yeah, this horse worked okay on the dirt last time, but there was a turf work prior to that. It makes me feel like Shug made the decision, turf probably best.
Lots to contemplate with Royal Presence. Maggie was talking about watching him at the gate. He looks really fit, but he's also kind of green.
Yeah, and watching him here, even going trying to hook up with the pony, you can see he's a little bit green. It's a homebred for Chiefswood Stable, an Ontario bred, so wouldn't be surprised to see him maybe pointing for the Queen's Plate next year.
A little spooky
King's
out
Plate
there. That's King's Plate, Concrete Cruiser. And there's Tyler Gaffleone.
The most experienced in the field, making his fourth start. Plenty of foundation. See if he stretches to the mile.
Tenacious leader, burn some money opening weekend.
Yeah, you saw those Silks winning the race in the second old Spendthrift Farm. This horse does have a little tactical speed and ran okay on the dirt.
Governing Party, Rodeo Creek Racing debuting colt.
Yeah, it seems a little chilly. Been working with Ashbury Park, who is a turf horse.
Clock Tower draws in, look out.
Yeah, this is the one I thought was interesting. Some speed towards the outside, takes the blinkers off. You know you'll pop away from there and try to get some position early.
Boondocker, Flavian Pratt, the lone 2-year-old, entered main track only.
Yeah, this is what they wanted, and they got what they were bargaining for, getting the dirt for the first time. Chad Brown's so good at identifying what surfaces his horses will excel on.
2-year-olds on the main track, a mile from the Wilson Chute. Let's see it, Tom, the strategy as we unveil your ticket for this late pick 5.
I think with the surface change here for the 2-year-olds, it's a race you have to spread out in. There's not a horse in the whole field higher than 11-1, and the rest of the field 6-1 or less. So I'm all in this race, and that's going to narrow down what I can do the rest of the tickets. I'm going to keep it as cheap as I can, but the 8th race is another race that I think is a wide open event, and then we'll narrow it down towards the end. MB's Munning in the 11th race at a price is a horse that looks good to me, and I'm actually going to single that horse, and then my best bet of the day is Helena's Forte, the 10 horse in the race 12. So if I'm not live in that pick 5, I will be betting Helena's Forte in race 12.
Adding some drama to that Galway later on this evening. Best of luck, Tom, and everyone playing this late pick 5 at Saratoga. These 2-year-olds continue to warm up. There's Clock Tower. And revisit his debut. Late May, Churchill. He was favored, Richie. Clock Tower, who showed really good speed. A solid effort for a first try.
Yeah, Wesley Ward is noted for having his first-time starters ready to fire. They usually take a lot of money. Interesting, he takes the blinkers off of this horse, just like he's doing with Touchy in the Saratoga Special. And maybe stretching to the mile, that's a good thing. Maybe he'll settle a bit more, Tom, and not use himself too much.
So it looks counterintuitive, right, Jonathan? I mean, here's a horse that goes to the lead and fades, and now they're stretching out the 2 turns. Why would you be interested in doing that? Well, for a number of reasons. First of all, pace is what we're talking about here, and trying to get that horse to relax. It's not unusual for Wesley Ward, when he's going further distance with young horses, to remove equipment that he thinks is going to make them speed enhanced. Blinkers tend to do that. So for Clock Tower, blinkers off, and there's a quality pedigree there to go around the ground.
Wesley Ward, Maggie, like clock work when it comes to that equipment, and here Clock Tower at 3-1.
That's very true, Lafitte. As this guy, though, I get what you were saying, Tom. Physically, he doesn't scream longer is better, but these not this times are very tough to gauge because they're not your typical kind of Giants Causeways. You know, you think of Giants Causeway, and a lot of his progeny have always been long, scopy horses. No, every not this time I see is stout and compact. So it kind of goes against the conventional wisdom that I like to use for horses stretching out, that they don't often look that way, but they tend to perform that way. Now, he's very relaxed, at least, for this stretch out and distance. Looks great, really well muscled and dappled. Are there other horses I prefer just because they give me a more positive feeling for getting the distance? Yeah, so I'm going to take number 6, who we see right behind him, a horse that is not have a pony. He's a little bit silly because they had trouble getting the tack on him, Concrete Cruiser. But I wrote in my notes last time, really does look like longer. So it's a big jump from the 5.5 to the mile here, but you can see it. Look how long and leggy he is. And I love the warm-up that Tyler Gaffalione has given him. I was kind of intrigued to see him on the turf because these Catalina Cruisers, they actually seem to be better on the green stuff, and this guy does have a turf hoof, but I'm going to take the experience edge. I don't love the fact that there obviously is the other speed in here with Clock Tower, but a horse that I think will appreciate the distance. And then Chad Brown sends out an MTO in number 12, the Boondocker. They paid $235,000 for this horse after he worked 10 flat at the OBS March sale. He was asked just a little, so a decent work. What I did like was the acceleration that he displayed on the gallop out. I thought his gallop out was actually more impressive than the workout. The problem is, though, is watching his workouts on XBTV on the main track, I haven't necessarily loved what I've seen. Just kind of even, breaks okay, doesn't seem to be going as well late. And what he also does at the breaks, now it's a good thing he's on the outside, is every time I've watched a gate breeze, he'll throw his head in the air, so therefore resulting in being just a step slower out of the stalls than you'd like to see. Well prepared, has been professional, looks about 90% fit for this. So at the end of the day, Lafitte, I think I'll just take the wait and see approach, though. You know, maybe we should respect the fact that he is the lone MTO.
The Boondocker, Flanagan Racing, trained by Chad Brown, leading trainer here at Saratoga, Tom, for horses that are bred to thrive on a certain surface. Live Look, leading trainer Chad Brown. And you hear Acacia and Maggie talk about the shape of their foot, indicating a surface preference. How often will a horse really surprise a trainer and take to a surface that they're not designed to thrive on?
Well, you know, I mean, we always, as trainers, look to family, to what their brothers and what their sisters accomplished, and particularly the mama, and horses tend to run to that direction. But certainly there's surprises to be had.
No surprise about the current leader atop the trainer standings, Chad Brown. And ready here with Boondocker from the outside, 6-1. Any final thoughts, gentlemen?
I'm looking to see what this Wesley Ward horse, the 11, does. Clock Tower exits that great race, too, with 3 Echoes, who's been in stakes place twice. So I'm just looking forward to Clock Tower to pop away from there, try to get some position, and try to hold that position throughout the running of this race.
A lot of speed in here. 6, 7, and 11 all look like they would be wanting to entertain the front end. They're all horses that have started before. Interesting to see if any of these firsters can lay back and make a late run.
Should be exciting early. Spendthrift Colors there, the favorite. Tenacious leader, Todd Pletcher, Rod Ortiz, 8-5 at post time. Ready for the late pick 5. Frank Mirmati with the call. The 7th from Saratoga, live on Fox Sports 2.
Thank you, Lafitte. Here is Clock Tower.
And the Boondocker to the outside with Flavien Prat. Opening the front of the gate for Clock Tower, who was a little hesitant to go in. 2-1 on the board for Clock Tower. The Boondocker also shows a little bit of hesitation. Got a cue from the previous entrant. Assistant starters giving him a little nudge, opening the front of the gate to get the Boondocker in. There he goes. They're in the gate. And they're up. And it's Tenacious Leader who gets the first call out of the gate. Matching strides is Clock Tower. Those two ensure a very honest pace. It's another 3 back to Concrete Cruiser, who races a joint third. Down at the rail comes Statesman with the Boondocker in the 5th spot as they swing on to the back stretch. Another 3 back to Governing Party, who's 4 in front of Royal Presence. The opening quarter in 24 seconds flat, and Clock Tower lets it out. Opens up to lead it by almost 2 lengths now. To Tenacious Leader in second, Concrete Cruiser along the rail in third. The Boondocker is fourth on the outside of Governing Party with Statesman down at the rail, 4 lengths off the lead. Royal Presence is asked to pick it up from behind. They're covered by 6 lengths with a half mile left to travel. The half went in 47 4/5 seconds. Clock Tower in charge. A length and a half to Tenacious Leader in second. These two starting to separate away from the pack. It's suddenly 5 lengths back to Concrete Cruiser in third, not responding. Statesman moves up on the inside, takes that 3rd spot, and is coming after Clock Tower and Tenacious Leader. Tenacious Leader on the outside, and Clock Tower turn for home together. It's 5 lengths back to Statesman in third, and then Royal Presence in fourth. A final 1/8 of a mile for Tenacious Leader, who gets the best of Clock Tower and all the others. It's Tenacious Leader pulling clear for an authoritative victory. Tenacious Leader will win it by 4 lengths. Clock Tower clearly second best in front of Statesman and Royal Presence.
High-profile connections. Tenacious Leader, Spendthrift Farm, Mike Rapoli, trained by Todd Pletcher. Arad Ortiz, the winning rider. The favorite delivers to kick off the late pick 5 at the Spa.
A tremendous ride by Irad. He had the horse, but he created the separation we talk about. He let his horse run away from there, so it made the 11 Clock Tower under Johnny Velasquez commit. He was able then to ease back and just ease out to the outside and work out that perfect trip.
Watch the 11 Clock Tower lead the gate. There's intent here. Johnny Velasquez wants to make the lead here, but he's not going to be allowed to, just as Richie said, because Tenacious Leader, our eventual winner, is going to stay to his inside. That makes him have to use more energy to clear, and that's the difference between having horse at the end and not having horse at the end, because you can look at Clock Tower right there. His hands are quite still. Johnny Velasquez's hands are quite still, but Irad has just saved his run and allowed him to use too much gas early in the race.
Yeah, the first part of that race, you saw Irad was on the inside of Clock Tower, and then late in the race, Irad found a way to let him clear. And like Tom said, he had to use, Johnny had to use the 11 Clock Tower to clear that position. Then next thing you know, Irad gets outside of him and ends up in the best position you could be in racing, which is sitting right off of a leader when you have tactical speed.
Leading rider, another one, Arad Ortiz, Tenacious Leader, sired by Not This Time. It's incredible. The versatility, the talent. He's a sire of Next, the best long-distance dirt marathoner. He's siring turf sprint winners. The sales topper at the Saratoga sale, Fasig tipped in Saratoga sale, $3 million plus for Amr Zadan. Unbelievable as a stallion, what we've seen the last couple of years.
And he's a young stallion. If you're into breeding, his book of mares that are coming up next year's 2-year-olds are the best book he's had, because that's the year that everybody said, oh, wow, this guy's going to be an okay sire. So everybody jumped in this most current year for next year's 2-year-olds. The sky's the limit with Not This Time as a sire.
Just what you're saying, Tom, though, right? Success creates success. People caught on. Man, this horse gets versatile runners. They can sprint. And then the stamina that Next is shown is so attractive to breeders. It really it should be interesting to see what kind of horse he comes up with, the book of mares he's getting.
About the most money we spend on a sire is about $250,000. That's about the highest that we have out there. Horses like Into Mischief, Tap It would be examples. This horse is on his way to being one of those sires.
The funny thing about him too is that he never even won a Grade 1 as a horse. He ran second in the juvenile to
Classic
Empire, and then got injured leading into the
which
into
was
his
so
3-year-old year.
disappointing because he had so much ability. Trainer Dale Romans would describe not this time as spooky good, spooky talented. He's turning out to be a spooky good stallion. The sire of another winner at Saratoga, Tenacious Leader, to kick off the late pick 5. When we return, there he is. The morning line favorite for the Saratoga Special is on the move. Touchy, his father, a 2-year-old champ, a Kentucky Derby winner, Nyquist. Before we get too excited, let's see him win a race. Touchy, the maiden, headed over for the Special.
In this sport, it takes just one special horse and a lot of people that believe in him. By Champion Arrogant from the family of Broodmare of the Year, Better Than Honor, rose to prominence in the Grade 3 Peter Pan, displayed power in the Grade 1 Belmont, cemented his 3-year-old championship in the Grade 1 Travers, defeating a champion 2-year-old, Kentucky Derby, and Preakness winners.
And the Eclipse Award goes to Arcangelo.
Arcangelo, standing at Lane's End.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
He possessed such natural athleticism.
It is Golden Pal winning the Juvenile Turf Sprint.
He's very, very agile and quick.
Golden Pal has repelled the challengers.
Each and every race, he just got better and better.
Golden Pal broke like a rocket. Golden Pal, wire to wire.
He's a very confident horse.
Golden Pal, the lead is out to 5 lengths in deep stretch.
He's just got a brilliant mind.
They're all behind Golden Pal.
I'm going to be breeding everything I have to him.
Who's still a nose in front. Kourou is lifting late as well. Better lucky than good at the rail. Better lucky than good. Kourou, better lucky than good, wins the finale.
Welcome to Adelphi Racing Club's unparalleled partnership experience. Exclusive access to the backstretch at Belmont and Saratoga, premier accommodations on race day, and of course, experience excitement like no other. Contact us today and come hang with us this Saratoga meet.
Picture perfect afternoon. That doesn't look real. Saratoga, welcome back. Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Mohegan. All in for Mohegan. Keep an eye on this colt moving forward. Second win of the afternoon. Spendthrift, Tenacious Leader, onward and upward.
Absolutely. Like I said, when you win a race like this up here, a 2-year-old race, it's always exciting and good for Spendthrift Farm and Mike Rapoli. It's kind of funny, right? They won a race, but it wasn't a Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day.
They have to wait a few minutes.
Yeah, have to wait a few minutes. But I'm sure they don't mind.
Tenacious Leader, Arad Ortiz, 14-time Saratoga champion trainer Todd Fletcher with Maggie in the winner's circle.
Yeah, second win on the card, too, for Spendthrift Farm. Here with Todd Fletcher, though, Tenacious Leader. Todd, first time out, he just seemed a little run off his feet, a little lost out there. Talk a little bit about the performance you saw today at second asking.
Yeah, this is more what he was looking for. You know, like you said, he got swept off his feet a little bit first time out, going 5.5. We thought about running him on the turf. We were perfectly happy when it came off, and we thought the mile would suit him well and put himself in a good position early on and finished up well. We're happy with him.
We were discussing the potency of Not This Time and just the myriad of runners that he can get. Talk a little bit about what you've seen from the progeny that you've had from him.
Well, we had Up to the Mark, who's champion turf horse last year, and he kind of teased us a little bit on the dirt early in his career, but when we put him on the grass, he was pretty special. But it's amazing the versatility that he's getting. He's got sprinters on the turf and the dirt and long, and so he seems like a stallion that can do it all.
Well, not not this time, but Major Dude is Spendthrift, of course. We'll see him tomorrow for the rescheduled 4-star Dave. His 2 performances coming back now as a 4-year-old Todd have been very good. What are you looking for from him, especially cutting back in distance from the 9 furlongs to the 8?
Well, I think the real key is, how the turf course is going to be tomorrow and who's going to handle it well. He ran on a good turf course at Gulfstream, but that's probably not the same as what we'll see here tomorrow, although we do have some pretty good drying conditions, so maybe by then it'll be, to his liking. But he's a pretty versatile horse. It looks like there's a little bit of pace in there, so hopefully we can get a good trip and he can finish like he did last time.
Fingers crossed. We are good to firm tomorrow. Best of luck with him, but congratulations here.
Thank you.
All right, tenacious leader. I feel like a lot of Todd's employees could probably say that about him, too, Lafitte.
No, they would. Class act, consummate pro. Rich is almost as always a victim of his own success. The bar is so high for Todd Pletcher. As mentioned, 14 titles here at Saratoga. It's again, a victim of his own success.
Yeah, I mean, he does everything so well, and he's done it so well for so many years, already in the Hall of Fame. And 14 titles in Saratoga. Everybody covets being leading jockey, leading trainer, leading owner in Saratoga. The fact that he did it 14 times, that's an incredibly high bar.
It might get caught. It might get caught. We've got a younger version of him in terms of talent in the barn, and Chad Brown, and he knows what to do. He's won quite a few titles recently.
Current leader in the standings here at Saratoga, and with that win, tenacious leader has one more win than the morning line favorite for the Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day, the Saratoga Special. Spendthrift Farm, home of North America's 5-time reigning champion General Sire In to Mischief. And there's a look at the field. Updated odds. Saratoga Special starts the late pick 4. And the current favorite, number 9, is Keep It Easy. JK, these are the races when we're on set together for Jackie's Warrior a few years ago. And you see that this could be one of those moments that just resonate, the start of something special, the start of a brilliant career.
Yeah, well, we just saw a 2-year-old maiden winner. Now we get to see a 2-year-old stakes winner. So these horses have all, well, most of them, except for Touchy, have broken their maiden already. Now they're going to go on, and if they can pull off a win here in the Saratoga Special, it says what kind of horse they're likely going to be as they get older. When you win a race like this, you start thinking about that blanket of roses and the first Saturday in May. It's a long way out, but this is a starting point to start thinking about it.
The road to the hopeful continues. The most prestigious race for 2-year-olds here at Saratoga, closing day. Speaking of stakes races, this weekend, a very good slate, lots of changes. Today, the Troy, the Galway on dirt. 2 Grade 1 events, 4-star Dave and Saratoga Derby postponed till tomorrow as we cue that animation. The America's Best Racing's race of the week, that FanDuel 4-star Dave Breeders' Cup Challenge event, win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Mile. Race 10 tomorrow. There's the field. 7, make it 6 strong. The Breeders' Cup Mile winner is out, Master of the Seas. So Ottoman Fleet, the morning line favorite at 8-5. Let's meet the field. Strong quality pictured 8-1 on the morning line.
Well, I think the one thing strong quality may have going for him in this group is that he does have a lot of speed, and maybe he can use it from that one post position. I think Ottoman Empire, the 6, about the only horse I could go with him early, but strong quality, use speed to your advantage early.
Trained by Mark Cassie, 3-time 4-star Dave winning trainer. Major Dude, a 5-time winner, right on cue, trained by Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, Todd Pletcher talked about what kind of ground we may have. We had so much rain, but the course has got to be in pristine condition because they haven't chewed it up. And Major Dude's coming off a nice win right here in Saratoga at 1 1/8.
Carl Spackler seeking that first Grade 1 victory and what would be a first 4-star day for trainer Chad Brown.
The good news is he's 3 for 3 on the inner turf course here, which is something that I think will bode well for him. That shows his athleticism. He's got to get over that hump, though, if he wants to kind of take it to that next level of being a Grade 1 type of horse.
No pressure. Tyler Gaffleone riding for his father-in-law. Money Supply, 1 race on grass. He won it, and here he is in a Grade 1 event.
The good news is, to use Jonathan's term, which I thought was very good, he's undefeated on the grass. The only horse in this field that's undefeated on the grass. The bad news is he's stepping up mightily in competition.
And then Ottoman Fleet, it's Big Blue, it's the Powerhouse Godolphin, it's Charlie Appleby, 8-5 morning line favorite.
He's just so versatile. He has natural speed, hence he won the Wise Dan, wire to wire. but he's also very capable lurking just in behind the pace. I think he's going to get a very good trip, and he's already shown that he can handle softer ground.
Millionaire seeking that first Grade 1 victory, and then more than looks for trainer Cherie DeVoe. First race since last fall's Breeders' Cup Mile.
At the end of the year, this might be the best horse in this race. But the problem is, a week ago, they didn't think this horse was ready for the 4-Star Dave. They entered in the lure. The lure came off the grass. They scratched. Now, suddenly, this horse is ready for the 4-Star Dave. I think this might be the most talented horse in the race, but I don't trust this horse tomorrow.
He looks a lot quieter than the 2-year-olds behind us. More on that with the Saratoga Special coming up. But Ottoman Fleet in that Wise Dan crafty ride. Flavian Pratt sensing no pace. He took it to him. He's not that fast, but he was good enough to make the lead that day and deliver as an odds-on favorite.
I want you to pay particular attention to his head carriage. He's a horse who carries a bit high but out, and his ears are pinned. This is a horse that wants it. He wants to go fast. He wants to be the herd leader, if you will. I love a horse's demeanor like that, Tom, when they pin their ears like that.
And you're seeing his versatility. He does not have to be on the lead.
Right.
And the race tomorrow, where there's probably not a lot of pace, that bodes well for him.
And Carl Spackler prepping for the 4-Star Dave in the Kelso and digging deep, showing his class here.
He sure did. And the good thing about Carl Spackler, it reminds me a little bit of his running style of a mare that wore those same silks rushing fall. Forward, right? Finds their position forward, but still finishes like a Chad Brown turf horse. I think that's one of Carl's biggest weapons, is he can stay connected to this field, and he won't let Ottoman Fleet get too far away from him.
And that home court advantage is him, as good as he is on this inner turf course here at Saratoga.
Check out two riders that are really two of the most talented riders in the entire country. It's one of my favorite races. Tyler Gaffney on the outside, Irad Ortiz on the inside. You're watching them do everything they can to try to get their horse to the wire in front. I love watching two riders go at it down the stretch, especially when they're that talented.
Well, all of their ample skills on display there. And both such strong riders. We've had great jockey colonies over the years in New York, California. I don't know that we've ever had a core of young riders this talented ever in the history of New York racing.
Tyler Gaffleone, having won this event with Got Stormy a few years back, seeking a second, and always a special time for you as well, Richie, when you celebrate 4-Star Dave. What he meant to Saratoga fans and what he meant to your career.
Oh, it was just great to be his rider up here. Everybody wanted to stop you and talk to you about 4-Star Dave, and he was the smartest horse I've ever been around. He'd hear a camera click, he would stop, he would pose, he would refuse to move until he heard that shutter stop. And even so much when he got the key to the city, he walked right up in the bar. I thought he was going to order a Guinness.
Elvis on four
You ordered
legs.
for him?
4-Star Dave. His legacy honored tomorrow afternoon, the Grade 1 4-Star Dave. Week 5 highlight Sunday evening here at Saratoga. 2-year-olds in the paddock making all kinds of noise. The Saratoga Special coming up next on Saratoga Live.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup. Jackie's Warrior, who has the lead here. The Ride of a Lifetime on the outside is in second, and Momos is tailed off in third. They're inside the 8th pole. It is Jackie's Warrior in front by 2. The Ride of a Lifetime will be second best here. The 115th Saratoga Special goes to Jackie's Warrior.
And that was just the beginning, Richie. The start of a brilliant career. Jackie's Warrior in the Saratoga Special.
To think that this horse would win Grade 1s in 3 consecutive years, something that had never been done in the history of this place. What a beautiful individual. I can't wait to see his first foals.
Look at that trophy. Move over Woodlawn Voss. Epic.
Is that thing full of beer?
Steve Asmussen. And as Richie mentioned, on to the first horse ever win those 3 consecutive Grade 1s in 3 consecutive years. This year's edition, the Saratoga Special, coming up shortly. 6.5 furlong sprint, $200,000 purse. Acacia, was that Showcase who we're looking at, number 2 out there with the bullhorn in the paddock over the last several minutes?
He was one of them. Lafiti was pretty loud, but to be honest, he was mostly replying and reacting to the 4 First Resort, who was the main culprit, who was acting up to get the tack on. And I don't think it was Showcase acting green, because I did not have any notes of him acting like that in his debut, and he is settled a lot more now that the 4 First Resort has kind of been moved away from where he was being saddled, and he's calmed down as well. But as far as Showcase is concerned, he did win first time out pretty impressively, pulling away from that field and breaking his maiden. The dam is the sister to Grade 1 winner Volatile, who you see that influence in his physical makeup, in the way that he's built, and in his coloring as well. But while he looked powerful and quick first time out, he looks even more athletic and refined second time out. I really like what I see from him physically, and glad to see that he has settled down quite a bit. I think very intriguing coming into his second start. The one Smokin' Wicked for Dallas Stewart is stakes faced already, finished second in the Bashford Manor last time out. And watching this guy work on XBTV, he's been working solo, but just full of run, full of interest, full of steam in the mornings. He is very physically mature, that energy kind of bubbling beneath the surface, and an impressive individual coming in here for Dallas, a horse that won against Louisiana breds, but showed last time he could hang with some open stakes company. But Maggie, the money has now gone back to the Wesley Ward maiden, Touchy.
And we'll see if he will reward his backers here, Acacia, at second asking, in which he went off as the favorite in that Tremont up here on Belmont Stakes Racing Festival weekend, where he was aggressive. He battled with, as I like to say, the equine Jack Russell, 3 Echoes, only to be run down by Studley Do-Right and the Shadow of the Wire. Now, Touchy will remove the blinkers, and Wesley saying that maybe with the blinkers on, a bit too aggressive, and now with some other speed in here, maybe they do sit back with this horse. I don't know if that's really going to be the case, but I will say this about Touchy. Watching his workouts, in which his last one, 1 minute flat over the Oklahoma training track, he was with a 5-year-old 3-time winner in Ministerial and worked all over him. He was under a hammerlock by his rider, and he's a horse that really has that lovely extension to his stride. And he's a big horse too, the son of Nyquist, very much of that grandsire Uncle Mo ilk. And if anything, he's a lot more defined here for his second start. So we'll see. I do like what I'm seeing from Touchy. But coming in from Churchill on the outside for Dale Romans is Keep It Easy. He was the far lesser fancy of the West Point runners when they went out together. That race included Sandman, who was the favorite that day, but made good at second asking for Mark Cassie, winning our first race here, going the 7 furlongs. And Keep It Easy just decimated that field. He put away all challengers and drew away quite nicely. Beautiful son of Hardspun. Very kind of relaxed here in the paddock. He is getting sharper as the riders are up, but very classic looking thoroughbred, in which he gives off the impression that getting this extra half a furlong is only going to aid him. Lafitte?
Keep It Easy. 23-1 in that debut win. It didn't look like a 23-1 shot. We'll have much more. His trainer standing by live with Acacia, Dale Romans. Acacia.
That's right. He was impressive winning last time out. Dale, Keep It Easy. I saw you say you didn't have any excuses for the first race, but ran like you expected last time out.
He did. I thought he'd do that first time. This is a really good horse. I think he's a special type of horse. I mean, a stake at Saratoga, it's always tough, but I really like him.
What has he shown you thus far to make you say that you think he's special?
Well, he does whatever you want. He's smart. He'll do, if you want to go fast, he goes fast. You want to go slow, he goes slow. He just does whatever you ask of him, and he's just done everything so easy getting here.
And from his physical makeup, it looks like a little bit more ground should not be a problem.
Should not hurt him at all. He's already got 3/4 under his belt. I think that should help him, and further the better.
Thanks for your time, Dale. Good luck.
Thank you.
Lafitte?
Dale Romans, we keep it easy. We'll see the 2-year-olds up close and personal as they make their way front side post parade Saratoga special. There is Smokin' Wicked, the Louisiana-bred Baffert Manor runner-up.
Yeah, this horse had a little bit of trouble in that last race. Ran pretty well. Just a little concerned about the figure compared to the two favorites in here, Touchy and Keep It Easy.
Showcase, Rod Ortiz looking for a third Saratoga special victory.
An impressive maiden winner with Irad Ortiz aboard. He comes back and takes this mount in the Saratoga special and one of our favorites.
Global legend, trained by Mark Cassie's son Norm, saddled last year's winner.
Mark Cassie off to an unbelievable Saratoga meet. Let's see if Global Legend can keep that rolling for him.
First Resort, Godolphin homebred, impeccable breeding.
Impeccable breeding. Hard to gauge, ran in the mud last time, so speed figure's a little bit diminished by that, but certainly working well towards this race.
Cold on the board, 11-1. Then Touchy, Three Chimneys homebred.
Wesley Ward knows his way around 2-year-olds, obviously confident debuting this horse in a stakes race. Comes back here as the only maiden in the race, and is definitely the one to beat.
Number 6, Ace It, has the experience.
Quite a bit of it, as a matter of fact. He's got some speed, but he's stepping way up in class.
And Noble Force out. Good directions pictured with Manny Franco, 22-1 outsider.
22-1 outsider, and another one that's stepping up quite a bit in class.
His one win on synthetic, and then Keep It Easy, Junior Alvarado, 3-time Saratoga special winning jockey.
Yeah, this horse ran extremely well last time. You saw Dale there talking with a little bit of confidence, and Dale knows his way around a good 2-year-old. That horse we were talking about earlier, not this time.
Yep.
Dale trained that horse as well.
Keep It Easy for Dale Romans and this Road to the Hopeful. Saratoga's 2-year-old series on dirt. Hopeful Grade 1 closing day. Most roads, anyways, leading to the Hopeful. We'll see about the New York bred Mo Plex in the Sanford. Richie, how impressed were you by him opening weekend?
Oh, very impressed. To do this in his second start after being impressive on debut, and he was taking pressure. Speed was good this day, but he just kept finding. And you've got to be impressed when the horse keeps finding, and he's got a stride that doesn't feel like he's just a sprinter, Tom.
What I like most about Moplex is how easily he cleared this group turning for home, Rich. I mean, I know it can get a little bit tight at the end, but he's clear. He's kind of not paying as much attention. He's having to stay after him a little bit, keep his mind on his business, but nonetheless, a very good win.
Trainer Maya Engelhart hasn't decided just yet if it's going to be a stakes race for New York breds or get really ambitious in the Grade 1 Hopeful. I would assume there's some talent scouting that goes into that decision.
If I'm a trainer and I've got a good New York bred 2-year-old, I'm going to have a long talk with Maya how prestigious it is to run and win in the Hopeful as opposed to New York breds.
Yeah, look, he can run in the Hopeful, and the next morning he wakes up, he's still going to be New York bred.
Yeah.
So he can go back to that easier competition. But, you only get one shot sometimes with races like that to add to the resume.
And races like this, JK, chalk players sometimes may want to duck. Look at what we've seen the last couple of summers here. Going back to opening day last year, Becky's Joker, yeah, we thought that was surprising. Yo-Yo Candy Sanford, the Telefella in the Hopeful, and the Queen's MG opening day in Schuylerville. These inexperienced 2-year-olds, pretty difficult to gauge.
Well, I think it's an illustration of the fact that, like you said, inexperienced. We're basing these odds and the board off of Touchy's one performance. Keep It Easy's basically one performance. I know the horses run twice, but that good performance. Well, what happens if they wake up today and they decide, that's not who they are? Maybe there were circumstances on that day that helped them run as well as they did. And then you have a bunch of other horses that could be progressing. Maybe they didn't run as fast on debut because they were trying to figure something out. So a lot can change with these 2-year-olds, and that's what leads to some of those prices.
The handicapper's not expecting that colt to do too much progressing. First Resort and Flavian Pratt, cold on the board, 10-1. This was his debut, July 5th, in the mud at Ellis, Tom. First Resort, here's what I like. He faced a lot of pressure and handled it beautifully.
He did. He was sent from the gate. He was challenged throughout. He's going to clear here. But when you watch this last portion of the race, Rich, and I know he got a good speed figure from it, you watch this last portion, Doesn't look like anybody's finishing all that great to me.
No, I agree with you. It almost feels like they were just all maintaining their position, but it wasn't like their legs were really up underneath them, right? And as much pressure as he may have faced this maiden race, I think there's considerably more speed signed on here.
Yeah, no question about that. I mean, the question is, who can rate, not how much speed's in here, because there's a lot of speed.
First Resort, Flavien Prat looking for a 9th stakes victory at the meet. Incredible. And circling back to the Colt Dale Romans trains. Keep it easy. Junior Alvarado, 3-1 currently. His maiden win in his second career start, Churchill Downs, late June. This is what we're talking about. Richie, 23-1, and he absolutely blows their doors off.
And he was a winner every step of the way. He never looked like he was 23-1. He looked more like he was 2-1 throughout. And the outside post really aids him because he's not forcing anything. He has natural speed, so he's going to set himself up in a good spot. But I like what Dale talked about, Tom, the mind. You know, it's one thing to have ability, but to have the mind, the mental aptitude to match it.
Right. I mean, this horse bobbled out of the gate, kind of hopped a little bit out of the gate. You know, he makes the lead, he gets challenged, he cuts the corner in front. I mean, he was only mildly asked at the end of that race. This race coming up right now has the feel that Keep It Easy could be an emerging superstar.
Some upsets look fluky. Nothing fluky about that performance. And now we'll see what Keep It Easy does in this Saratoga special. We check in with Acacia and Maggie trackside.
And that's why I landed on Keep It Easy. Acacia, just exactly what Tom said. He just reminds me of a horse that's a bit older, a bit wiser, and better than his foes right now in his 2-year-old season. But let's talk about a horse that we were just watching the replay of, and that's at First Resort. As you were mentioning in your paddock report, he was very green when he first came in.
He was, but once they got the tack on him, he settled quite a bit, which is always good to see. But he was a little bit tricky to get the tack on, saddling outside of the saddling stalls, very vocal when first coming in the paddock, and he did win on the mud in his first start. He's a very lightly framed horse.
Yeah. That's exactly what I thought. I thought maybe the mud definitely enhanced him because he just has that appearance of a horse that would really enjoy it and skip over it. That being said, though, he is incredibly fit, and he looks like a horse that should enjoy more ground.
He's a leggy type, too. He definitely wants a bit longer, and he got a good buyer speed figure for that first race at Ellis, where he was able to be up close and kind of take over dominantly in there. I'm curious what kind of tactics they will employ. Pretty quiet warm-up with him, trying to keep him settled.
Number 3, speaking of buyer speed figures, Global Legend was not assigned one, but what I can tell you is that the horses that finished second and third to him came back in won respective efforts with 72 buyers both. This horse, I watched his work 2 back here on the main track. He was outside of multiple greatest stakes winners, Strong Quality. He was asked a little bit at the end and actually went clear of that very established and accomplished mate. I like what I'm seeing from this horse, and he's a huge price at 15-1.
He is a generous price. And yeah, he finished much better in Strong Quality in the Gallop Out, which is not uncommon for a turf horse, which Strong Quality is, entered in the 4-star day of tomorrow. But that being said, much older, much more accomplished, and this one very long in his frame. He definitely looks like distance is his friend as well. And the runner-up, Candy Crumbs, from that race down in South Florida, came back to win a Florida bred stake in his subsequent start. He's been very professional throughout.
Don't forget, Strong Quality also ran a triple-digit buyer speed figure once upon a time on the dirt.
That's very true.
Actually, not too long ago, Lafitte, as they're heading to the gate, this is a fun Saratoga special.
Yeah, it is. And kind of a story within the story. A son and father that could win back-to-back editions as trainers of the Saratoga special. Last year, Norm Cassie with Rhyme Schemes running up the score, and now Mark Cassie with the aforementioned Global Legend.
And maybe they're going to be the modern-day year of Ben and Jimmy Jones.
There you go. That would work for them. Cassie with Global Legend. Final thoughts as they begin the load process?
I just think there's a lot of speed in here, you guys. And for a horse like Keep It Easy, who's on the outside, it makes his task a little bit easier. You wouldn't always want the outside post, but here, when you've got so much speed inside of you, for Keep It Easy's jock, who's looking, Alvarado, who's going to be looking over at what unfolds right next to him and has the tactical speed to either keep up or drop back once they break, I think that's important.
Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. So much history and tradition. First run in 1901, the Saratoga Special. To go back to Swale to find the last colt to win this race, an eventual Derby winner. The Breeders' Cup. Chiefs Crown won the special. Won the first ever Breeders' Cup Juvenile out at Hollywood Park. And Favorite Trick in 97 en route to not just a title, but a Horse of the Year campaign. Frank Miramati standing by. Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. Post time for the Saratoga Special.
Keep it easy to the outside. Goes in. And they're off in the Saratoga Special, and Keep It Easy stumbled badly and is last. A fast start for Ace It, who will go straight to the front, joined by First Resort, who's suddenly a little bit quicker, and down at the rails, Smokin' Wicked comes away in third. Touchy off the pace today, fourth, with 3 lengths to make up. Then it's Showcase along the rail in fifth, followed by Good Directions, another 2, back to Global Legend, and Keep It Easy after that unfortunate start is 12 lengths off an opening quarter that went in 21 and 4/5 seconds. So it's First Resort, 3 furlongs from the money, pressed by Ace It, those two stride for stride. Smokin' Wicked, 2 lengths back in third, Touchy on the outside. Showcase looming just behind them, fifth, 3 lengths off the lead. It's another 2 to Good Directions. Keep It Easy is next, and Global Legend there at the top of the stretch, and First Resort cuts the corner and goes for home. On the inside, Showcase is awaiting Racing Room, trying to get out of there. On the center of the racetrack is Touchy. They're inside the 8th pole, and Showcase gets out for a crack at First Resort. First Resort, Showcase lengthens his stride, and how much the best was Showcase. He's got the look and the ability. He bounds home with plenty left. Showcase, ultra impressive in the Saratoga Special over First Resort and Smokin' Wicked.
That was awesome. Showcase, Rod Ortiz, 4th Saratoga Special victory. As soon as he finally saw daylight, he turned it on and he was gone.
You know, it's funny. So you're looking at the 4-horse First Resort on the lead with that shadow roll, and by asking him to accelerate, which he does right here, he creates the opening for Showcase. So he actually helps Showcase to win this race. If he sits a little longer, maybe he holds him in a little longer.
Yeah, you could see him sit in the pocket here. And what was impressive about this is he won his debut just setting up shop in the clear. Now he's taking kickback. He's behind horses. He waits for that seam, just what Tom talks about right here. First Resort kicks on. Now he follows his fullback, right? He's the halfback. He creates the hole. Now he comes out and he runs him down. And these are 2 sons of Uncle Mo who were very vocal in the paddock. Maybe they were talking trash to each other.
Who's the favorite son? The level of professionalism, Tom, displayed by Showcase.
Very, very nice. I mean, if you're the trainer of Showcase, you have to be excited. He takes dirt in his face. He's able to rate well. He kicks when he has to, goes through a small opening. These are things that young horses have to learn how to do through the course of racing. Showcase has had 1 start, and that one was to the front and then some. This one was much different in being able to rate and go. Let's watch the start here, you guys. Look to the outside, the 9-horse, and watch him stumble really badly. Keep It Easy.
There's a stumble, and then there's
and then
that.
he gets cut off.
How did he
Good
even keep
direction
his
to his
feet?
inside. That's a good question. And at that point, all Alvarado's doing on Keep It Easy is just getting him around there. You know, we're going to get him around there. We're going to save him for another day. Keep It Easy, the 9-horse, is a horse to think about for the next time he runs, and obviously throw this race out. Wasn't a fair trial for him.
Yeah, look, I mean, Showcase was outstanding. He showed a lot of professionalism that you don't always see with a young horse like this, stuck in behind horses. Sometimes they might say, like, not today, boss, I'm not going to run. But today, Showcase absolutely did that. Touchy was a little wide around there, but kind of came up a little empty, I felt like, when they turned for home.
I think you had to keep an eye on the 1 as well, Smokin' Wicked. He was in a very tough position, trying to secure running room for himself, turning for home. He was caught between horses, a lot of body contact, and he ran on gamely to be 3rd. Really impressed with the stride on the winner, though. Showcase, typical Uncle Mo offspring stride, head out, down, covering a lot of ground.
One of the most impressive debuts you'll ever see. What Uncle Mo did. He was trained by Todd Pletcher. Another special victory for Pletcher. Make that a 3rd for Rod Ortiz in Showcase. 2-4-1-5. A big effort from First Resort, who was cold on the board, but put forth a solid runner-up effort.
Really good effort.
Inquiry involving the 3rd place finisher. A lot of contact, a lot of
Not
trading
just
of
the
paint,
third place
and
finisher.
the winner as well, Showcase. All right, so here we go. Some post-race drama in this Saratoga Special. 2-4-1-5 for the time being, and always seems like it's that man, that star jockey, right in the thick of things.
So according to the board, it's the winner, the 2-horse, the third place finish of the 1-horse, and the fourth place finish of the 5-horse that are involved here. The 4 that ran second is not involved in this inquiry. I don't know exactly what they're looking at. Did anybody see anything?
He did come out a bit to create some running space for himself. To me, it did not look egregious.
Down the lane?
Down the lane. It's late, inside the 8th pole, and he basically nudges the 6-horse, Ace It, who was finished at the time, out of the way, created a little contact with the 1. You'll see it coming up right here.
So he's the gray behind the horse in blue. You can't really see him very well, but he's going to push his way out right through here, Rich. Let's see if he does indeed make any contact there.
I think that was
silly.
very light. I don't see anything that would warrant a disqualification. If they were to take this number down for that, it would be almost as bad as when they took 4-star Dave down in the West Point.
Who rode him that day?
You're almost over it. You're getting there. You're getting there. Another look. Showcase. All right, so last year we had a situation in the Jim Dandy. It was Rod Ortiz. He was on Forte. He bulled his way out around Saudi Crown to get out late. They didn't disqualify Forte. How much less egregious do you think that is right there than what we saw in the Jim Dandy last year?
This was a fraction of what we saw in the Jim Dandy.
And they did not take Forte down.
The Jim Dandy was worth looking at and looking at hard, in my opinion. This wasn't even worth looking at, in my opinion.
No. And if we go back further in the stretch, guys, the 1-horse actually came out more severely earlier than that and made contact with Touchy, making room for himself. I really don't think Showcase did anything that would warrant a change.
And there's no way for the leader, First Resort, to know that Showcase is directly behind him and that he's keeping him in. He doesn't know that.
No.
Flavian Pratt does not know that. Flavian Pratt does not know that. But if he did know it, he might have held his position a little bit longer and kept him in there a little bit longer.
Not asked his horse to go on,
That's
right?
right.
Create that seam.
Yeah, it's there, but to me, that's just not enough.
But you see, now this is when the rider's talking to the stewards. You can see the desperation when it's your number blinking and you've won. Even if you don't feel like you did anything so egregious, you're in there pleading your case. I mean, it's the worst feeling in the world to win and have your number blinking.
Irad knows where that phone is. He's been on it quite a few times as me.
Right in the thick of things, time and time again. If you're Irad Ortiz, what are you saying? What would your defense be to the stewards, the officials?
I would say that the 6-horse actually shoved me back behind the horse in blue right here. This little slight bit of room. Watch, the 6-horse is going to drift over and place him back in behind the horse on the lead. So now when he starts stopping, he comes out, not much contact. If anything, the 6-horse ran away from him. They didn't even really brush. The 6-horse moved away from him. A tired horse, almost being a little bit intimidated. I don't see anything that would warrant a change there. I think more so you got to look at what the 1 did at the top of the stretch, pushing Touchy out.
I will say that for all of us feeling like it doesn't need to be a change, they're looking at it.
No
just
longer.
kidding. Talk that into existence.
But important that they look at it and that the viewers and the fans here at Saratoga know the stewards are looking at it.
Yeah, and usually why it takes so long, particularly with 3 riders involved, is they're going to talk to all, parties that are involved.
And to JK's point, last year, I don't think these stewards would have looked at something like that. This year, they're much more attuned to what's happening in a race, as far as I'm concerned.
Now we can breathe easy and smile. Irad Ortiz, a 3rd win in the Saratoga Special on 4-star Dave week. These connections, Harold Ventures, Todd Pletcher won a 4-star Dave in 2000. Halliday, and now an exciting professional gutty effort from this 2-year-old. Showcase puts on a show, finds daylight, accelerates, and draws clear in the Saratoga Special. Much more from the spa as our coverage continues.
Marshalier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Who's in for Mohegan? Obviously everyone.
We're off to the races, and it's you for the win. A moment of calm before the dark and stormy. High score, one more, dance floor. Who needs skill when you have style? And feeling like it's the best time ever? Smile. Apps, craps, and nightcaps? Yes. Then it's down for the thread count to start it all again tomorrow. This is how it feels when you're all in for Mohegan. Mohegan Sun.
The highest honor in any sport is to be inducted into the Hall of Fame. Those who enter these hallowed halls bear witness to greatness, as the horses enshrined within are known as the Great Ones, the Immortals. With just 4 crops to race, Horse of the Year Gunrunner has sired 10 Grade 1 winners and 13 millionaires, which has him poised to etch his name alongside the greatest stallions of the modern era. Gunrunner.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Crowd still buzzing after that performance by that Colt Showcase. And the Saratoga Special phasing Tipton Winter Circle lead-in brought to you by the New York Bred Yearling Sale, showcasing New York's finest yearlings August 11th and 12th. Where will you be? Rod Ortiz in a familiar setting in the Winter Circle. 2 wins on the afternoon, 3 victories in the Saratoga Special. Over to Maggie in the Winter Circle.
Here with Rod Ortiz, who picks up his 3rd Saratoga Special here with Showcase. And Rod, you rode him first time out. You were out in the clear, easy victory. Today, he showed a new dimension, sitting behind the pace and taking a lot of kickback.
Yes, I mean, that was nice. See him available to overcome all of that, and run very professional today. He did first time out too, but today for sure was a better performance.
Not without a little bit of drama, but as you said to me right before they hung the official sign, you never touched anyone. It was more that the 6th horse had no horse left and you made your own path.
I was waiting the time to go. I went asking a little aggressive before the quarter pole, and he jumped on the bridle. Now I have the horse in front of me. I'm waiting to see what's going on, and I thought for a second I can get through in the rail, but then he closed the rail. Now I'm stuck there, holding together, and when that horse started getting tired, then I worked my way out. I don't feel like I really bumped and battled that horse, but I mean, we talked to the stewards, and thank God we stay up.
Plus, he was probably the best horse as well. All right, congratulations here with Showcase.
Thank you.
All right, Lafitte, really impressive for a 2-year-old to have to wait, be patient, and explode like he did.
There's the talent, the God-given ability, Tom, and then there's the mind. In just his 2nd career start to overcome an obstacle that some older horses may not have overcome.
No doubt. I mean, this is a very mature 2-year-old mind that you're looking at right there with Showcase. Rated well today. First time he had to do that. Sat behind horses, took dirt in his face. These are all new things for Showcase. He handled them all well, and he went through that little hole, something that a lot of young horses will hesitate to do. He kicked right away and got it done.
Todd Pletcher, 2nd win in the Special, struck with Corfu. 2013 Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. Saratoga Special goes to Showcase. Acacia with Pletcher in the Winter Circle.
As it's certainly been a good day for 2-year-olds with Todd, but Showcase getting the victory here, as you and I were just discussing, and we just heard from Irad about the trip there in the stretch, Todd. But for a young horse to be able to kind of stop and start like that, that's not something you see very often.
No, it's really not. You know, my concern was in his debut, he was very impressive, but he didn't get a lot of education and experience, which he got twofold today. So he handled it really well, got some kickback, and you know, stayed inside, saved some ground, and then was able to kind of wait for room and find a seam and then accelerate. So it's, you know, it's really all you could hope for.
I was very impressed with how much he had progressed, though, from his 1st to 2nd start. It really looks like everything's kind of refining to where it's supposed to be.
Yeah, he's really, you know, he's filling out. He's a lovely colt, great disposition. You know, he's very straightforward, easy to train, and you know, it's great when you have one with a great mind to go along with natural ability.
And he showed that great mind out on the track. Do you kind of circle the hopeful now moving forward?
You know, it could be back a little quick, but we'll assess how he comes out of it. I'll talk to the team, Harold Ventures, and I'm sure they're delighted with his performance today. But yeah, I mean, we're definitely going for a grade 1 somewhere. It'd just be a matter of it's the hopeful, Breeders' Futurity, Champagne, or we'll see how he comes out of it.
Looks like there could be a big one in his future. Congratulations on the win today, Todd.
Okay, thank you.
As showcase, put on a showcase for us today, Lafitte. We'll see what the future holds.
What a prospect, bright future. We vote for the hopeful. We're a little biased. Showcase in the Saratoga Special. Guys, how do you know, when you watch a race like this, how do you know if you're looking at the next Jackie's Warrior, right? Or just another really nice 2-year-old, a nice winner of the Saratoga Special?
I've always tried to put it in the perspective of these horses and maturity-wise being about a 9th grader or a 10th grader. So imagine you're a college coach recruiting athletes, and you watch this 9th or 10th grader put on a performance like that. You've also got to keep in mind that there's so much time between now and the Kentucky Derby and those kind of races. There's a lot of development that happens with athletes, both human and equine. Yes, a prospect for sure, but a wow prospect as compared to what we may see next year, very difficult to say that.
Onward and upward. Saratoga Special victory number 2 for Todd Pletcher, and again a 3rd for Arad Ortiz. Up next, off the turf, this is where we were hoping to see Cogburn. They're on the main track, however, and the field turned upside down as a result. With Surveillance at 9-5, the favorite with about 20 minutes to post. The Troy coming up, race number 9. Again, the 4-star Dave, and the Saratoga Derby to take place tomorrow. You see it all right here on Saratoga Live. Down at the bottom, well, it is Surveillance with Tyler Gaffleone, who is the favorite. What a summer it's been for Gaffleone. Easily the most productive he's ever been here at Saratoga. Currently 3rd in the standings, 2 graded stakes victories, and tomorrow rides Spackler in the Grade 1 4-star Dave. It's been a season of highs and lows for Tyler Gaffleone, who spent some time with the MIG earlier this week.
Tyler, you've had some terrific, tremendous Saratoga meetings in the past, but I think it's fair to say that this is the best first half of a meeting you've ever had here.
Most definitely. You know, like you said, we've had our fair share of success in the past, but never gotten off to this kind of start. I think a lot of it had to do with the hard work my agent putting in, prepping for this meet. Just horses fell into good spots, and we got lucky when we needed to.
Sierra Leone is coming. Base 3 coming down to the wire. Who's it going to be? Oh, it's the 4 of the Derby. Oh, it's a
Kentucky Derby, beating the nose. As a former rider, I took the lead one year in the stretch in the Derby, and it was a little hard for me to put it behind me because you're right there for the Holy Grail. You were close enough to touch it. Is that how you approach that, though? Like, I've got to put it behind me, what's meant to be is going to be, but also that you kind of had a blueprint on how to win the Derby now.
You know, there's a few things that I took away from the Derby. Obviously, very disappointing. It's the one race as a rider we all want to win. To come that close and not get it done, it is heartbreaking, and it was tough to swallow. But more time passed by, things got a little bit easier. I was able to kind of break down the race and take away all the positives that actually came from it. I thought that we had a pretty good trip. It gives me confidence moving forward.
You and your wife were actually married right here in Saratoga, so a very special place for you beyond the professional side of it, from a personal point of view.
Most definitely, you know, it kind of worked out timing-wise. So we had, I think, 4 or 5 days off, so we were able to fit it in. Most of our family's from up here originally, up here in Saratoga, so made traveling a lot easier. But you know, it was amazing. I feel so blessed to have met them through racing and to be able to develop that together, and now we get to share all this. It's pretty spectacular.
You get to ride some horses for your father-in-law as well, most notably recently Carl Spackler. Do you feel extra pressure when you're riding for like your father-in-law?
To be honest, Bob's the easiest guy to ride for. He's just happy to be part of the game. He loves the excitement, loves everything about it. He's just a fan of the sport, so he takes losing very well, and he's a businessman. He understands things happen in the way it plays out.
Tyler, you're riding, competing in the deepest jockey colony I can remember in a long time here in Saratoga, but what's it like coming up here and having to compete with these guys on a daily basis?
it's such an honor to be in this position. I worked my whole career to be able to get to these spots and to ride with these caliber of riders.
It's pretty remarkable to get to live your dream, isn't it?
It is. I get that every day. It's special.
The Davie, Florida product, Tyler Gaffalione, class act, Tom, riding with the best, hanging with the best, and having a monster summer.
He's having a great summer. I could watch this race all day, I'm telling you. Watching two guys using all their skills going the wire like that, two greats. Tyler Gaffalione, Irad Ortiz. It's just fun to watch.
Grade 1 win in the Vanderbilt. Nakatomi. You asked him a question about getting over that Kentucky Derby. When you lose a Kentucky Derby by millimeters, I would imagine the only time a jockey gets over a loss like that in the Derby is when they win a Kentucky Derby.
He's a young man. He's already won a Preakness. He's already proven on the big stage of the Breeders' Cup. As well as he rides, hopefully there is a Derby with his name on it. I do think some of that is like almost up to the racing gods, but he's a tremendous young talent. I'm so old, not only did I ride with his father, I also rode with his grandfather. But complacency is the enemy of greatness. And this young man hones his craft every day. There is no complacency there.
Poet, very, very well said. And taking his game to the next level, Tyler Gaffalione.
Absolutely, and I think it's important to note that Tyler does not spend his entire year in New York. So to come up here in Saratoga and bang heads with these guys who are here all year long, right? He goes to Florida, he goes to Kentucky. It says a lot for what he's doing right now, and he's off to an outstanding start to the meet. And to be fair, we talk about the two-horse race between Flavian and Irad. A couple of big days, and Tyler's right there in the mix with that conversation.
Isn't that where you want to be, behind two dueling leaders?
And for
right?
Tyler, he's coming in here. These trainers in New York, they're established and they have their riders already. So Tyler is picking up the scraps to a certain extent. Although I will say that the horses that have come from Kentucky this year, of which Tyler's very involved with, have run very well at Saratoga. I think it's one of the best years that the Kentucky horses have come up here and showed how competitive they can be.
And riding a serious contender, in fact, the current favorite in the upcoming Troy. Doesn't have to mix it up with the likes of Cogburn, one of the fastest horses on the planet. On the main track, Tyler Gaffalione looking to knock down a third stakes victory this summer at Saratoga. We'll be right back.
The best two-year-old by legendary sire Quality Road.
Get back, $1.5 million.
Very, very impressive debut. Cantering home. Could not have been more impressive.
Coast to coast in the American Pharaoh. He's the real deal.
Undefeated and unchallenged at 2.
He's just too good. He wins the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Corniche.
Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action every Friday to Sunday. Monmouth's 2023 season featured our highest average field size since 2015, the perfect recipe for a prolific payday. With a stakes race every Saturday and Sunday, plus our Winter Early Pick 5, Monmouth Park is your summer place to profit. Joining us on site? Lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
You drank from the Big Red Spring yet, JK? It's like 4 years we've been waiting for this.
No,
We're closer to it than ever.
I've tried the spring water before, like at the state park. It's not for me.
You're more a Gatorade guy, I've noticed.
Yeah. It's not for me.
More of a hydrating kind of guy.
We're
than
right
Dave
next to
is.
it. Jump higher, run faster, heals everything. Welcome back, Saratoga Live. And the Troy on the main track with the updated odds. 5.5 furlongs on dirt. Looking at the favorite, Surveillance to be ridden by Tyler Gaffleone, 8-5. As we'll have riders up in a moment. But first, we check in with Acacia, standing by with this Troy paddock report. Acacia.
And Lafitte, you do have two main track only runners in this Troy off the turf. And while Surveillance is the one taking most of the money right now, there's also Disarmed for Rudy Rodriguez, who we saw running an off the turf race last time out against fellow New York breds in the Kingston and going a distance of ground, which I was very pessimistic about for him. And I have to give him a lot of credit because he set the pace, dug in, dueling for second, and was able to hold on for second behind Spirit of St. Louis, who, while he has been largely effective on the turf, has a talent and a pedigree to run on the main track as well. This is just a much better distance for Disarmed. And I will also say he has strengthened up since that last start too. Better in his hind end, which you really want to see for a sprinter. And I like what I'm seeing from him as this is his preferred surface. But Maggie, a horse in the body of the race that we both know and love, will try to run well back on the main track.
Yeah, you said it, Acacia. A venerable New York bred in number 5 in here, Thin White Duke, who once upon a time won the funny side here as a 2-year-old. Now, it's been a while since he's been on a fast main track. His 2 efforts last year towards the tail end of the season were on wet tracks with a 2nd and a 3rd, and respectable numbers too. So we'll see how he negotiates this surface here, but looking incredibly fit and just spunky and spirited, and that's what I like to see from Thin White Duke. He's such a cool horse that every year just shows up and participates in these races and never disgraces himself. So Lafitte, I am interested in Thin White Duke, but in my heart of hearts, I'm definitely rooting for him.
You got to love him. He'll be doing his best work late. Thin White Duke, Rod Ortiz, dreamed of riding the big colt Cogburn in this one, but the surface switch, he defected. Rod Ortiz here, that 2nd win, 3rd win in the Saratoga Special. Richie, you were in contact with Cogburn's trainer earlier today, Steve Asmussen. So with the surface switch, he defects. What's next for Cogburn?
Yeah, they're going to be pointing for the Kentucky Downs Turf Sprint. It's a $2 million purse. This is the fastest turf sprinter, at least in North America and potentially the world. And their main long-term goal is obviously the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint, so I could see why they wouldn't want to go back to dirt, keep that continuity of how well he's been running on the turf.
That Jaipur, 5.5 furlongs, just less than 3/4 of a mile in less than a minute, shattering a North American record for 5.5 furlongs on grass. It was hard to believe and kind of process in the moment.
I think at the 8th hole, I'm almost positive the announcer said, Cogburn cleared for takeoff, and that he did. He really ran fast.
Yeah, 111 buyer. Running 100 buyer is something to be excited about. He ran a 111, and he's in the right hands, right? It's not like he's with some kind of inexperienced trainer that's going to try to, basically try to put him in bubble wrap and hope that he gets him to the Breeders' Cup. He's with Steve Asmussen, who's going to push all the right buttons, pull all the right strings to make sure that he is the best version of himself in that first Saturday in November.
And he's won a Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint in the past, regally ready, back at Churchill Downs several years ago. Cogburn, Clark Brewster, his owner. This wasn't an automatic if they switched surfaces. It was a decision. As of last night, undecided. But in the end, no Cogburn in the Troy, and this entire field breathes a sigh of relief. Post-parade, there's Outlaw Kid, last race on dirt, December of 2022.
Yeah, and he did show some ability on dirt. He's going to have to show more here.
Step forward in Johnny V.
Very fast race on the synthetic, but this is real dirt.
Number 4 would have been Cogburn. Thin White Duke, the deep closer.
There's that man, Dave Donk. I'm always going to root for Dave Donk. This horse has a couple of okay dirt races.
Yeah, it is a Donk barn heating up. Surveillance and Tyler Gaffleone.
And this is a horse that's very consistent on either surface and been very popular at the claim box recently.
Disarmed, entered main track only. Rod Ortiz picks up the mount.
Yeah, he's got a few dirt races that are competitive. I just don't think quite fast enough.
That's the field for the Troy, off the turf, on the main track. And as always, we invite you to get involved. Sign up, play with us at Naira Bets. When you do so, use that promo code SPA250. Earn up to a $250 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com to earn your $250 deposit match. All right, so let's zero in on the favorite, Surveillance, number 12, with Tyler Gaffalione, Frank Miramati, easy to spot. His last win on dirt, 3 starts back, late May, Churchill Downs, Tom. You're going to see right here, picking up momentum. Like, he's wide, but he's starting to roll.
He's going to swing to the outside here in this 5.5 furlong event, and he's going to pick up the pieces on the outside. He's going to win, and he's going to get claimed that day, meaning he's bought out of the race. He was for sale for $80,000 that day. He actually got bought again out of his most recent race for $62,500 today. He's racing for $300,000. That's a winner's share of $180,000. He could pay for himself if he wins today, and he's favored to do just that.
My concern was Surveillance, and I do believe he's the most likely winner, deserves to be favorite. Wayne Potts has been ice cold at the meet, 0 for 17 if I'm not mistaken, and that is a little bit of a concern when you're trying to evaluate, is this horse going to run faster than what we saw him run for Mike Maker? And to me, that's the biggest issue at a short price.
Surveillance, 3-2 favorite for this Troy. To his outside, Disarmed and Arad Ortiz. So you just saw him win the Saratoga Special, Richie. A second win on the afternoon. An updated rider standings. The chase for the Angel Cordero riding title. He's built that cushion, but the looming factor is that looming 3-day suspension.
Yeah, 3 days, but at least he put a little separation. He can weather that storm and come back maybe even a little bit fresh. You know, it's a long meet. I mean, riding hard every day, working horses every day. Maybe it'll work out for him. I'm sure he and his agent looked long and hard at a time and said, well, if we got to take it, let's take it now. And it's changed the way it's done. If you appeal the days, you will have to serve those days during a Saratoga meeting. You can't just drop them after the meet. You'd have to serve them next year.
So we saw it with Katie Davis.
Exactly, and she lost a winner or two that first week. So you want to just get it over with. Take your 3 days, take your medicine, and move on.
Keisha and Maggie, so yeah, Rod Ortiz, leading rider here, Saratoga, but nobody has won more races here than that man. Johnny Velasquez aboard the 3 Step Forward.
Yeah, it never hurts to have a Hall of Famer here on your horse either. A Step Forward. Okay, so trying the main track for the first time, and trainer Mark Cassie, speaking of Hall of Famers, has said that he'd really like to see Step Forward on the dirt, given he's the son of Speightstown.
It's really interesting, Maggie, and I mean, I don't know about you, but this horse has just really caught my eye. I was actually in the paddock for his last race, and it was his first start down, shipping down from Woodbine, and I don't know if it was the ship or the heat, but he just really looked like he was a bit too drawn up. He got left at the start. He didn't show his early speed. He looks tremendous today. I am not the most familiar with him prior to that, but it looks like he's put on a lot of weight back, and he's getting a lovely warm-up from Johnny circling out on the track, and I'd expect him to be forward. We'll see if that speed transfers to the main track.
Excuse me, sometimes it absolutely can. And Johnny seeming to be, aware that he doesn't want to get left this time around. And obviously, dirt races can be run a bit slower than those turf races early on, as we'll check in with number 12, Surveillance. Look, I have no problems with this horse, but wouldn't you rather take a horse? Look, I took a horse that's going to be closing. I get it, but I do have a thing for Thin White Duke. But wouldn't you take right? Wouldn't you rather take a horse that's going to be forward like the other MTO in here, Disarmed, rather than Surveillance?
Yes. And this horse is coming off of a lights-out victory last time out on the turf for his previous connection. So it is interesting. Obviously, he's run well in the past on the main track, even 2 starts back behind Scotland, who we saw come back and win here for Belmont. I don't have a problem with him either. It's just he's such a short price, and I think there are some intriguing alternatives in this spot.
Yeah, you and Jonathan going with the 3 Step Forward. Mig, you and I, we love our old friend, Thin White Duke.
He's a climax runner. He's exciting. David Donk, barn starting to heat up. There he is, Thin White Duke, and he's versatile, Richie. This was last fall's Belmont Turf Sprint in the slop. Richie, watch Thin White Duke relentless, that bold run at today's Flavor.
Yeah, he's a horse that's won on dirt. He's obviously been very proficient on turf. There's no truth to the rumor that he was named for me. And he's the Susan Lucci of New York breds. 4 times he's been up for New York bred championship awards, and
What's
he's
he
walked
do?
away empty-handed.
Do
Win
not
today.
try to take the coolest rocker of all time, David Bowie's persona on stage, Thin White Duke. That's Bowie, not Migliore.
I said there was
That's
no truth to that rumor.
man.
Thin White Duke at 9-2. And then, Tom, to the far outside, why not go with a hot hand of Gerardo Ortiz and Disarmed?
Well, I mean, look, Disarmed, this is an odd tote board for him to be at 2.5 to 1 in the second choice in this race. But here's what's going on. We've watched replays of Thin White Duke. We've watched replays of Surveillance. They do the same thing. They lay back and they make that late run. The 13 Disarmed is going to be the speed. And there may not be a lot of speed to go with him. Maybe the 3 Step Forward, but Step Forward hasn't ever been on the dirt, so you don't know if he's going to have that same style on the dirt that he has on his other surfaces. But the 13 Disarmed has a chance to control the pace. And remember, we're going 5.5 furlongs, and that's about a football field shorter than 6/8 of a mile, which these other horses have been running, and that's where they do their best running at a little bit longer distance.
JK, you're banking on Step Forward being able to bring his best on the main track.
Yeah, well, he's a horse that's been in Toronto majority of his career for Mark Cassidy running on synthetics, so he hasn't really had a chance to try the dirt. So, there's a little bit of a hope there, but the way that he ran on the synthetic 4-back, that race was extremely fast. And if he can somehow transfer that situation, how he ran on that synthetic surface, onto this dirt surface, he can be right there. I'm interested in the 5 to 1. I just don't trust the 2 outside horses, the MTOs. And these horses always get a little bit overbet. These horses don't know their MTOs. It doesn't make a difference. But for whatever reason, I think the public gravitates to them, thinking that they're going to run better on the dirt.
Public gravitated towards Saratoga this afternoon. Big crowd. Saratoga downtown. Everything was busy yesterday. It was like, what do we do with ourselves, right? Dark Friday, packed house this afternoon, and an exciting Saturday of thoroughbred racing continues. The Troy at the gate, 7-5 to the outside. Tyler Gaffleone looking for a 3rd stakes win of the meet with Surveillance. As we hand things over to Frank Mirmati with the call. Post time, the Troy from Saratoga live on Fox Sports 2.
Thank you, Lafitte. Here's Thin White Duke. Right up to the gate. Surveillance. Walking up. Disarmed, completes the line. Goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Troy. Outlaw Kid, step forward, right to the front. Disarm gets a good spot, 2 off them in 3rd. Thin White Duke, hard-ridden 4th. Surveillance was off last, trying to get into contention on the far outside. It's Outlaw Kid to the half-mile pole over step forward. And those two have been 1-2 since the gate opened. A length and a half back. Disarmed on the outside of Surveillance. They clicked off that quarter in 22 seconds flat. Thin White Duke at the back. Outlaw Kid step forward. Even terms coming to the quarter pole. Surveillance is the gray, looming up to them 3 wide. Outside of them comes Disarm there at the top of the stretch. Outlaw Kid step forward, joined by a confident Surveillance. Surveillance cruising up to them at the 8th pole. Step forward, trying to fight on. But Surveillance has his eye on the prize. He is long gone, just breezing through the stretch, dominating the Troy under Tyler Gaffleone. Outlaw Kid won the battle for 2nd. Step forward 3rd. Disarmed was 4th.
10th lifetime victory, and this one in the Troy. Tyler Gaffleone, Surveillance, the favorite, making it look all too easy in the Troy at the Spa, going back to the start. Richie, what happened with Surveillance getting out of the blocks?
Yeah, he hopped at the break, so he got off slowly, which makes this effort even a stronger effort. You see, he kind of just hopped in the air. It wasn't a lot, but it's enough to get you left, and going 5.5. Tyler was just so calm and cool after that. He was like, okay, this is the hand I was dealt. I'll take my time, drop him in, save some ground. he was decidedly best, but a very cool ride by Tyler. I believe his third win of the afternoon.
Well, he got what he wanted, Tyler did. I mean, the 2 outlaw kid and the 3-step forward, they did decide to show speed today. So the pace was rapid, and it's set up for someone to close. And this is one of the best closes that we saw on replay in surveillance.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think the horse was probably still a little overbet. I mean, I guess hindsight he wasn't, the way that he ran. But I just don't think it was a foregone conclusion that he was going to get. He ran extremely well, though. And Wayne Potts finally off the old duck, off the duck.
So bought for $62,500, claimed for sale at a race back in the end of July. He's made 3 times that in his first start back, right about $180,000 today on the win.
To do so in a stakes race at Saratoga, you saw Wayne Potts there awaiting the return of surveillance. Tyler Gaffalione, Richie, he could have left the crop back in the jocks room.
Yeah, I mean, he could, had so much confidence turning for home. He knew that he had a lot of horse underneath him. And even after that, less than stellar beginning, he won quite easily. A real nice horse. Very sharp claim by Wayne Potts, like Tom's saying. Get the winning share of $300,000 pot here.
Easiest of victories, surveillance. 7-year-old gelding, 12-2-3-13. The second win today for Tyler Gaffalione, a third stakes win at the meet. And just you talk about, Richie, sometimes jockeys needed to be passengers versus pilots. The start a little rocky, but aside from that, passenger for the most part.
Yeah, passenger, but I like how cool he was, and he saved ground, and he moved up in behind the leaders, eased out. Sometimes it's easy to panic. He did not panic.
To Maggie, with Tyler Gaffalione all smiles after the Troy.
As he should be here with Tyler, as he said, oh, the stick mic, I got to do this in Dubai. But Tyler, talk a little bit about the beginning for surveillance. Didn't quite go as planned.
No, he was moving around quite a bit in the gate. Never really got a chance to get settled in there, but kind of hopped up out and, kind of took his time to find his feet. But by the time we got to the turn, he was traveling really well and just needed a spot.
You look so confident. A horse like this, I know that you haven't been on him before, but he's so versatile. Last win, sprinting on the turf. Today, MTO. Talk a little bit about how cool of a horse this guy is.
He really is so cool. I've never had the pleasure to get on him until today, but I've run against him pretty much his whole career, and he's always been a tough customer. It was a pleasure to get to ride him today.
Well, congratulations. Keep up the great work, Tyler.
Thanks so much.
Tyler Gaffalione aboard, surveillance winner of the Troy, second one for trainer Wayne Potts, guys.
All too easy. Owned by Photo Finish LLC. No photo finish needed here. Daylight win. Surveillance. Not asked for a thing late. Gaffalione crop uncocked as surveillance strolls in the Troy.
Daredevil, returning to stud on U.S. soil. The only first crop sire to see 2 offspring win the Grade 1 Kentucky Oaks and the Grade 1 Preakness Stakes in the same year. She dares the devil, taking the Kentucky Oaks and the Grade 2 Azeri Stakes, and champion Swiss Skydiver, winning the Preakness and the Grade 1 Beholder Mile Stakes. With more exciting prospects on the track and multiple 6-figure sales in the ring, Daredevil's career is just getting started, only at Lane's End.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is sport for you.
Postcard kind of afternoon at Saratoga. Welcome back. You're watching Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by Hill & Dale at Alapa. Surveillance. In the Troy, in a no doubt about it performance, Wayne Potts, winning trainer. Photo finish LLC, Tyler Gaffleone. Don't get much stakes. Victories at Saratoga are hard to come by, Tom. They don't come much easier than that one.
No, they don't. And I mean, sometimes you're just fortunate with how things work out. And so a race scheduled for the turf. And as we all know on the desk here, horses do prefer surfaces. And when the surface is made as a switch for weather, which was done today, it can be advantage to some of the outsiders that are in the race and a big disadvantage. And as we saw, even a scratch or two from the race based on horses that would much rather run that soft grass than that dirt that kind of you hear your feet rattle on.
Look how confident he is, though, right? He's still, the other two riders inside of him, Johnny Velasquez, Fabian Pratt, they've already gone to their crops. They've, used every weapon in their arsenal as far as their hand ride, everything. And Tyler's a little tap on the shoulder, change his hands. Race is over.
Pretty impressive claim by Wayne Potts then to get lucky to get this race off, to get a stakes race like this off the turf, and it worked out great for them.
How many multiple winners at the meet? Another Queens MG, Schuylerville, Adirondack. Surveillance, his second win at the meet. You come up here hoping to get like a win. He's already a two-time winner this summer and a stakes winner.
And you might see him again.
Yeah.
What is it, the Harvey Pack at the end of the meet, which is a 5.5 turf sprint. I think you'll see him take another shot.
Kind of a throwback kind of horse, too, right? 36 start, 10th win with 5 seconds, 8/3. He's a lunch pail horse. I call him that, and I mean that with nothing but respect and admiration. He brings his lunch pail and goes to work.
He brought it today, making short work of his competition in the Troy. Second victory here at Saratoga for Surveillance. We turn the page. Again, the 10th race would have been the 4-star Dave. That'll take place tomorrow. You'll see it right here on Saratoga Live. So, the 11th race, starter allowance sprint older horses, JK. What do you think?
I thought this was a tough race. Look, I mean, print track makes a lot of sense in here. But, for me, I thought Banyan Breeze to the outside was interesting. I thought the downtown Charlie Brown, who had some speed drawn towards the inside, I thought it was a very, very difficult race.
Good race. This 11th coming up in about 23 minutes. Again, that Saratoga Derby and the 4-star Dave reschedule. You see it right here on Saratoga Live. You'll also see the newest edition of Car Talk. Michael Dubb. You've heard from him many times, usually in the winner's circle. Thoroughbred owner, yes, but his contributions to the sport, far-reaching. That's next on Car Talk.
And clear off in the Naira Benz Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
Right as the field turns for home. Mind frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornock.
They're at it again. The two Belmont first and second place finishers
will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stakes.
Dornock wins the Haskell. Spine-tingling, jaw-dropping, awe-inspiring, Secretariat-like.
So how many people live on track, like maybe up here at Saratoga at any given time?
We could have 1,000 people living here. This is home for a lot of people, and everybody who works here really deserves a place to call home. This building over here is best, and it's basically here to help people in need, in any kind of adult in any kind of need. Big recreation area, place for people to congregate indoors and kind of socialize when they're not doing their job. And then coming up over here is the daycare center, Faith's House. This facility is 3,500 feet. We have 35 children in it from 6 weeks to 7 or 8 years old. It opened about 3 years ago. And straight ahead, and you can see it's all horse themed, is the Tot Playground, where the younger kids come out of the daycare center and play. And they spend quite a bit of time out there and seem to love it. Coming up on the right, this is the Mary Lou Whitney Pavilion. And what happens here is it's used for the backstretch workers for different purposes. Every Sunday night, there's about 400 meals served here. Different people, different owners and trainers will sponsor and pay for it. And over here on the left is the Backstretch Clinic. So that's associated with Saratoga Hospital. So people on the backside, if they have a medical issue, they have a place to go and doctors to see. But the most important thing back here is providing housing for the backstretch workers, and we wanted to get heat, air conditioning, good bathrooms, good showers, comfortable beds. Anything you want to ask me?
Oh no, I'm letting you give the tour. I love it.
Okay. I'm open for questions. So we're coming up here on the right on a brand new dorm that literally we're just completing. So this building wasn't here last year. We won't stop until everybody has a decent place to sleep at the very least. So it's been a passion of mine. I've always found that when I build a house and build something good for people who weren't living in something good, it really raises their entire life up. And that's what we want to do here. Just be sure we have the right facilities so people at least can feel good about what they're doing and where they're living.
For those that are watching, what are some of the ways that they can help?
There are 3 main charities that NYRA has. Our chairman, Mark Holliday, recently took the lead and started something called the NYRA Foundation. People can go online and actually read more about these organizations. I believe the job NYRA does is second to none.
So we didn't even get to talk about Monomoy, girl.
Yeah, horses. We didn't talk horses.
There's a lot there. Card Talk, brought to you by Gainesway Power, Passion, Performance. Our thanks to Michael Dove for taking the time. A different kind of Card Talk, JK, but an important message. What was your biggest takeaway?
Well, I think we all know, and we've seen with the work that Acacia and Maggie are doing as well with highlighting these heroes of the backstretch. Like we see the suit and ties, we see the jockeys, we talk about the horses, but who takes care of these horses? And it's these backstretch workers. And it was really nice to see the effort that Michael Dove and the rest of NYTHA and the other organizations on how much they're trying to help those people on the backside elevate their quality of life, whether it be through childcare. Michael had mentioned that before he started this, he would see sometimes backstretch workers with their kids sleeping in the cars because they had to work and there was nowhere to go. And now they have somewhere to go. So, you see Michael in the winner's circle taking pictures and winning races, but he's also doing a lot of good work on the backside to help these wonderful people.
For somebody not as familiar with the sport, Tom, you being a trainer and everybody that works at the barn, at your stable. Can you lend perspective to just how much they contribute to the operation overall?
Well, the day starts early. The day starts early in the barn, as we all know. We're there a little bit before 5 o'clock. The workers are as well that work for us, and it's an all-day job. You take a little break for lunch, you come back in the afternoon. The horses need to be cared for. So this is their focus, and you're really around those workers, your family, if you're a trainer, as much as you're around your family at home. Michael Dubb is passionate about it. I thought that passion came through great. I loved it. And Jonathan, you did a great job of driving the golf cart.
I was swinging that thing. I was swinging it. Just try not to wreck. I'm always nervous back there. I don't want to run into anything.
You have any questions for me?
No. I'll let you do. I'll let you do all the heavy lifting.
11th race coming up here at Saratoga, about 14 minutes out. As we continue our coverage on this Saturday from the Spa, you're looking at the favorite, Poppy's Pride. Starter allowance, 6 furlong dash, 5-2. Riders up in a moment, post parade. But first, we check in with Acacia with this paddock report. And Acacia, what are you seeing from the favorite here, Poppy's Pride?
I like him, Lafitte, but the thing is that a lot of the horses, in fact, the 3 that I'll talk about here in the paddock that are taking money, are ones that have a front-running style. They have early speed, and Poppy's Pride is no exception. Now, looking at his last race, where he was kind of antsy in the gate, acting up a little bit, didn't break the quickest, and then rushed up to be part of the pace. That was when having a rail draw, which he has again today. So watch Poppy's Pride right from the beginning of the race. I think that start is really key for him, but he looks tremendous for Orlando Noda coming in. He's forward here in the paddock, great energy. Again, he has early speed. I think he just had to kind of use himself a little bit too much early last time out when fading and kind of coming off the bridle, but prior to that he had some strong races, and I like to see Dylan Davis climbing aboard. Now the 2 downtown, Charlie Brown comes in from Monmouth, in which it was a fast buyer speed figure, though it was only a 3-horse race. He went right out to the front, set the pace and controlling, but was just second best in that effort. But another one that has plenty of early speed, but does have a bit of back class as well. He stacks up favorably with his company here, coming back to the NYRA circuit. The only time recently we've seen him in New York was back in March when he ran in the Grade 3 Tom Fool. Obviously significantly tougher competition than what he's going to be facing in here today. I don't think he's necessarily a need the lead type. I think it was aggressive riding in a short field last time out, but again, think that he is very interesting coming in and, like I said, stacks up favorably. Now the 6 Print Track, he's got one way of going, and that is to the front. He is definitely forward in here. Now it's very interesting looking back through my notes and through his past performances. He's a horse that used to have a lot of equipment. He used to wear an extension blinker. He used to wear a cage bit, a much stronger bit, and lately it seems that Rudy Rodriguez, his trainer, has kind of found the right formula for him. Short kept cheater blinker, so much more open than instead of having his right eye fully covered like he did previously. And he's going to be on the front end setting the pace. Now, he kind of broke out a bit. Like I said, he has a tendency to bear out at certain points. So he too, the break is going to be imperative. But Louis Saez is climbing aboard for the first time on this horse, who has plenty of early speed and hopefully can keep a straight course, Lafitte.
Always an adventure with Print Track, but Rudy's done a good job straightening him out. He's quick and an 11-time winner. What will he do in this upcoming 11th race as our coverage continues from the Spa? You're watching Saratoga Live. We'll be right back.
He always showed up. From June at 2 and through 2 championship seasons, week after week after week of consecutive works. That's toughness. He always showed off. You know all about those 4 G1s. Here's his maiden on the Derby undercard. That's brilliance. Now his yearlings are at the sales. That's opportunity. Essential quality. Showtime.
Join us at Saratoga Racecourse for the 4th annual New York Thoroughbred Aftercare Day. This special live race day features the Rick Violet Stakes, named after the pioneer in aftercare in New York, and celebrates both retired racehorses and the great organizations established in New York to support them. Bring the whole family. It's a day at Saratoga you don't want to miss. Free with paid admission. New York Thoroughbred Aftercare Day, Thursday, August 15th.
It's amazing. I mean, we're used to having horses in claiming races, and here we're at the undercard of the Belmont.
And they're off in the Woody Stevens, and here's Bookham Dano, who has blown by them all. Bookham Dano, Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Bookham Dano
winning on New York's most important day of racing. I can't. That was awesome. He's the best.
Introducing the Caesars Racebook app, the ultimate destination for racing enthusiasts. Built on the trusted NyraBets platform, you can watch and wager on over 300 racetracks worldwide, including Saratoga. And the best part? Every bet earns you exciting reward credits that can be redeemed for your next bet, hotel stays, dining, and more. Get started today and receive a $150 sign-up bonus. Download the Caesars Racebook app and embrace the thrill of horse racing.
Great to have you with us on Saratoga Live. Welcome back. Downtown Saratoga. Dinner tonight, gentlemen. Richie, your turn to pick up the tab by my count.
I'm in. I'm game. I'll cook if you like.
Yesterday it rained all day, and I think I attended every one of these watering holes that afternoon. There's nothing to do.
Downtown was
it was packed, too.
Buzzing, yeah. Yesterday without the racing here at Saratoga, so many different options and that like migration that takes place. Like everybody here at Saratoga on a Saturday, like they'll all wind up on Broadway later on this evening.
That's what's one of the charms and beauty of this town. You know, and the conversation is what happened at the races today and what's going to happen tomorrow.
I like that a lot.
Less than a mile from the track, downtown Saratoga Springs. Post parade for the 11th. And a 5-2 shot, Poppy's Pride, high riding Dylan Davis, and downtown Charlie Brown. Gaffleo looking for a third.
Yeah, look, one of the speed horses in this race, downtown Charlie Brown, and there is a bunch of speed in this race.
Dot Thunder, David Jacobson has him going well.
Yeah, he sure does. He's ran extremely well last time. Seems like a horse that's going to appreciate going a little bit shorter than the 7 from last time.
Dot's Dollar, 5-year-old, 8-time winner.
And we talked about horses that have been bought from races. Dot's Dollar, 3 races back, bought for $25,000, claimed, moves up in class here.
MB's Munning, he shows up. His 9th start this year.
Yeah, he's had some faster races in the past. He seems to be going the wrong direction.
And the current favorite, Print Track, Louis Sayas aboard for Rudy.
It's another horse that has speed. He's really sharp from the gate, and if he's going to be pushed, he can make the lead here.
He's run well at Saratoga. And then Banyan Breeze here with Arad Ortiz riding for this smaller outfit.
Didn't run well last time, but that was on synthetic. Also didn't have Lasix. Gets Lasix, gets dirt. I think Banyan Breeze will run much better here today.
Competitive race. Starter allowance, sprint, older horses, packed house, and the families are out. Everybody missed being here yesterday. A different kind of energy this afternoon. Of course, nothing like a Saturday at Saratoga. And for Print Track, who has won here at the Spa before, and this is what you were talking about, Tom, that speed he brings to the party that we saw at Aqueduct late June running this field off their feet.
Yeah, he's pushed too. I mean, he clears, but they push him around the turn. He's tough to the wire, this horse, Pin Track.
Yeah, last time he got really hooked up in a speed duel going 7 furlongs, 22-1, 44 and change, cuts back 1/8 of a mile. He does feel like a need the lead type, though. I think he wants to be in front.
Look, he always shows up. You look at his past performances. First, second, first, second. I mean, he always is going to be in the mix right there. And, you know, I forgive him for last time going the 7 furlongs. The pace was extremely fast in that race. So I think he had a kind of an excuse in there. And I think that he's definitely the most likely winner, deserves to be the favorite. But I'm going to try to get a little bit more creative, a little cute here. I'm going to go with the 7 to the outside.
And as Acacia mentioned, he's been better lately, but you still tend to focus on him going into that far turn because there's been a couple of occasions where he does not turn. Bolts or just kind of just doesn't corner well, but it's been much better lately.
It's been better, and Rudy Rodriguez, his conditioner, also gets on a lot of his own horses. And maybe he doesn't get on a horse every day, but he'll get on and kind of figure something out. And the fact that they've removed equipment, Tom, makes me feel like they've got him where they want him.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that at all. And they look like they've got him on track as well. But with a horse like Pin Track, as well as the fact that Poppy's Pride, the one horse, is definitely a one-dimensional speed horse who's got to go from the rail. it just looks like it might set up for someone to close in this spot to me.
On paper, anticipating a quick pace. You saw Flavia and Pratt trying to throttle Dot's Dollar pre-race energy. Pratt, who's incredible. Not just the wins. Now, Gerard Ortiz starting to create some separation, Richie, but it's not just the wins for Pratt, the right kind of wins. 8 stakes wins in the first half of the meet.
You know, he's riding for all the right outfits. He doesn't seem like any barn doors are locked on him. And his agent's doing a tremendous job being able to get the right kind of horses and win these big races.
We check in with Acacia.
We'll go to the outside because I do agree with Tom. The more I look at it and watching warm-ups, there could be a pretty good pace in here. I would expect Print Track to be the quickest of the quick early on, and we'll see if he can sustain that. But maybe the number 7 Banyan Breeze, who I know JK has some interest in as well, can kind of set up shop from that outside post and get a little bit of a breather and the right kind of trip in here, getting back onto the main track. I wanted to save my judgment for him until being able to watch him warm up out on the track, and I like what I see. He is a horse that's coming in off of a win 2 back at Finger Lakes, in which he pressed the pace setter, who is Disco Dino, who we saw come out of that race and win at a huge price here at the Spa. Was defeated earlier on in the card, but again, it does kind of give a little bit more credence to the level of competition up at Finger Lakes and what he was facing that day. Tried synthetic last time, even though he's run well on it in the past, but I think you can forgive that effort over at Presque Isle, and you can see he's framed up beautifully out on the track. And again, with the outside post and all of the speed to his inside, particularly Print Track right to his inside, going to be so quick, Gerard Ortiz has a few options as to where he wants to set this guy up, and looks like he's doing well coming into this race, Lafitte.
Primetime rider, smaller outfit, Banyan Breeze towards the outside. Richie, what are you expecting?
I love the way he's warming up as well. I agree with Acacia. Really nice warm-up under Irad. And Irad's in his zone. I mean, you can see he's just, horses are running for him. He's putting them in the right spots. And I think you've always got to give a little more credence to those horses because of his presence. He demands they perform, and they perform for him.
I like Jonathan's angle on that horse. You know, getting back on a medication that he's been successful on. Different surface last time, muddies up his form a little bit, helps his price on the 7. What I don't like is what kind of trip will he have compared to how much speed's in the race? That's my biggest concern. I really think there's a big chance for a pace fallout here to occur for those front runners. For me, the price and the value is the 5 horse, MB's Monies. I know Jonathan said his form's kind of tailing off a little bit. I hope that's not the case today, but he's going to get the proper setup. MB's Money, good value here. That's my pick, the 5.
Currently 8-1, 5-time winner, MB's Money. Richie, the 3 in here, Got Thunder with Ramon Vasquez. Vasquez looking for a second win this afternoon.
I think this horse is in good form, and I'm looking for a closer, and he was the one that made some sense to me. I think he's going to set up shop in behind the pace, and he's already drawn towards the inside, so he's going to get to save ground. I thought early in the day that maybe speed was really good, but I do believe that you want to be towards the inside. The winner of the last race, right? He stayed the inside before he tipped out. I wouldn't want to be wide every step of the way.
In this field, Tom, earlier we were looking at 2-year-olds in the Saratoga Special and an impressive maiden winner before that, a 2-year-old. This is a different type of race altogether. And these veteran, hard-knocking sprinters, older horses with a lot of experience.
A lot of experience. So obviously in a race like this, they're going to run probably a faster time than the young horses would. It's like comparing, running the 100-yard dash with 9th graders and running the 100-yard dash with seniors in high school. These are, well, actually college athletes. These guys are full-grown athletes. But the point being, when you're handicapping a race, and I'm speaking for myself, you're always trying to create what the setup is in your head as you look to how you're going to play it, and it doesn't always work out that way. But you got to create it, and I'm looking at pace here. Pace makes the race. We all know that. And if the pace is a front end pace where there's a lot of horses competing for it, they're going to burn their energy out. They're going to use that gas in the tank, and it helps the closers that haven't used that gas yet, that are sitting there waiting. When they step on the accelerator, they can pass those horses that have been using their speed and their gas early.
At the gate, JK, final thoughts as they get set to move into line?
Yeah, I mean, if the real Print Track shows up, he's going to be tough to beat. But I do think there's a little value here to the outside with the 7 Banyan Breeze. and Irad Ortiz. I think that there's some value there. I think there's some tactical speed. Should be able to work out a good trip, but I agree with Richie. I don't think you want to end up 3 or 4 wide here. I think you want to try to be no further than the 2 path out.
Filing in. Final check of the tote board reading 2-1 on Print Track. With Luis Saez, 7 of them, 3/4 of a mile dash from the inside post. There goes Poppy's Pride and Dylan Davis. What a meet for Davis. Jim Dandy Saturday, 4 wins and a graded stakes victory as well. The hometown kid, best summer of his career at Saratoga. And Luis Saez, the champion jockey here, the year of the pandemic back in 2020, aboard the favorite Print Track. Frank Miramati with the call, post time, the 11th from the Spa, live on Fox Sports 2.
Here is Print Track trying to get back to his winning ways, right at his morning line of 2-1. Banyan Breeze will be the last one to load. Banyan Breeze walking up, going in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Banyan Breeze and Print Track both out very alertly. Downtown Charlie Brown is quick, and Poppy's Pride is faster than all of them. So it's Poppy's Pride who takes the lead. Downtown Charlie Brown now racing in second. Print Track well spotted, 3 deep in third. Banyan Breeze now 4th. On the inside, Got Thunder, followed by Dots Dollar in between horses, 5 lengths off the pace. MB's Money is at the back of the field. The opening quarter in 22 and just under 1/5 of a second. And it's Poppy's Pride, Downtown Charlie Brown right up alongside second. Print Track 3 off them in third. Banyan Breeze is 4th. Dots Dollar in between horses. MB's Money on the outside. Got Thunder at the rail. Downtown Charlie Brown turns for home on the outside of Poppy's Pride. These two have pulled 4 lengths clear of Print Track in third. On the inside, Got Thunder trying to make some headway. Dots Dollar in between those two. They're in the final furlong. And now Print Track is finding his best ride. Here he comes on the outside of Downtown Charlie Brown. Downtown Charlie Brown. Print Track back on top. Mows down Downtown Charlie Brown. Poppy's Pride third. Got Thunder in a photo for 4th.
Driving finish and Print Track, 12th lifetime victory. Trainer Rudy Rodriguez, Luis Saez, the winning pilot. Slow meet at the start for Rudy. A lot more smiling in recent days. Another win. He's getting things going.
Yeah, Barn getting on track. I'm not surprised Print Track won. I'm surprised he won from off the
how
base.
He won.
Different dimension. He does break out. He broke very alertly, but he kept bobbled and ducked out a little bit. You could see Louis trying to send him. Look at him,
and he was part of that early pace. Early, I mean, early on, he's on that front end, but he's recognizing they're going awful quick up front. I'm going to take back off of this. It was a great call by Luis Saez to go get off that pace that was being set. And look, it wasn't the 5 that I liked, but it was one of those races where if you were able to close, you had a chance at running down those front runners in the 1 Poppy's Pride, and as well as the outside horse.
It's a great performance by Print Track. Like you said, Tommy, Louis sent him away from there trying to make the lead, and the horse didn't make the lead. Wasn't fast enough to be in front of the 2 inside runners, the 1 and the 2. Sometimes horses will get discouraged, especially a horse like this who's so used to being up close, like, well, I didn't make the lead today. That's not good. He just kept coming and kept finding. It was an outstanding ride by Luis Saez to just stay on him, stay busy, and the class got him home.
6-2-1-3 for Saez, a former Saratoga riding champ, as we mentioned back in 2020. A sluggish start to the meet. Richie, those numbers, the stats early on, very un-Luis Saez-esque, but a second win for him today and starting to pick things up as well.
Yeah, it seems to me like his confidence has risen with a couple of these wins. Sometimes as a rider, it's a fine line between riding well and riding poorly, and confidence is key. Now, it sounds funny. Here's a guy who won the Belmont Stakes on Dornick, the Haskell, but then he was not having a good meet. These wins certainly make me look like this is more of the Luis Saez we've become accustomed to seeing.
Hey, if you can win 2 Grade 1s for Tom Amoss in the same year, you can ride.
Luis Saez, Print Track. Rudy Rodriguez, co-owner and trainer. Son of a Breeders' Cup Classic winner. Awesome again, winning that Classic at Churchill Downs in a driving, wide open, wild finish. Print Track, wins in a driving finish. Results when we come back. Plus, the 2-year-old champ. Fierceness, statement win in the Jim Dandy. He's back. So what's next? And the darling of North American thoroughbred racing, Torpedo Anna, out to make history in 2 weeks in the DraftKings Travers.
They're coming down for the finish, and it is Silver State.
$140, $140, $140, $140,000.
Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back. Saratoga in downtown Saratoga, Broadway. You're watching Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. But any track, anywhere, anytime, visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. 12th race, the Galway, in 28 minutes. First, right to Acacia in the winner's circle.
And here with winning trainer Rudy Rodriguez, as Print Track got the victory here. Rudy, as you just said to me, he tries every time. A different style today coming from off the pace.
You know, I just tell Louis, don't fight him, just leave him alone. Looked like he hit himself in the gate, coming out the gate, because he was right in the hind leg, got some blood on, but hopefully it's okay. But, you know, he always tries. He's an honest little horse, very light horse, very framed. Probably after this, I'm going to send him home and just let it be a horse, because these 2 races that we give him, he's running hard.
He has been, and he certainly fought for it. When you saw that break and he wasn't able to clear and use the pace like he usually does, a little bit of nervous moments, because he doesn't normally come from off the pace.
Definitely, because usually, like most of the times in the turns, he's trying to drift a little bit. And now when he hit the gate, and he was bleeding pretty good over there in the court. So. But thank God he got the job done. Over here, like in the top of by the 8 pole, he looked like he was coming, and I know he likes to fight, especially when he sees the horses. And looked like he was nice and comfortable, clear.
You have to respect a horse like him. And you talked about his propensity to drift a little bit, but you, over the years with him, have kind of played around with the equipment, and it seems like actually less equipment, best for him.
We're trying to do less for him and try to learn about more what he wants to do. And in the mornings, he was like a run-off, and right now we look like he's settled, and he's he's getting a little mellow. Hopefully, the older he get more to relax, and maybe we see one day coming from the pace all the way down from the last.
Who knows? One day he'll be last closing. But for now, a nice victory. Once again, congrats, Rudy.
We just kind of keep him alone, and we're going to enjoy this win right now. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Kasia.
As you should, and what a cool horse. As you heard, Lafitte, he likes to fight every time.
He has the class, digging, print track. And for Rudy Rodriguez, struggle early on, and now he's winning races by disqualification, getting elevated. He's winning races. Print track is passing horses in the stretch. That's how good it's starting to go for Rudy Rodriguez.
Things really turned around for him on top.
I mean, it's such a small window in a rider's career or a trainer's career, this Saratoga meet, that, you know, either you can get hot or you can be cold, but it's looking at just a microcosm of a person's career. For Rudy, he's a very good trainer. You knew it was going to come, whether it was going to come now or next week or the week after. You knew he was going to start winning races.
He's always been a little streaky, getting on a good streak here. One of the coolest things I've seen this summer was Rudy Rodriguez doing a post-race interview in the Saratoga baseball jersey giveaway last week.
Legendary.
So good.
My man is legendary.
So good. Late pick 5. It's been chalky thus far. You see the pool with print track, $6 with one left. Race number 12, the Galway. Off the turf on the main track, hence all the defections, and Helena's Forte, number 10, the odds-on favorite at 3-5. Arad Ortiz looking to close out the day with a stakes victory. Coming up, the Galway in about 25 minutes, and there it is, the colors. Images of Arcangelo from a season ago, winning the Belmont Stakes, then winning the Travers, the DraftKings Travers in a couple of weeks. Wide open chase for a 3-year-old title. And Tom, the champ is back. That statement win in the Jim Dandy. Fierceness and still not confirmed. We await a decision about his status for the Travers.
Yeah, for Fierceness, big race and a big comeback race. This horse was favored in the Kentucky Derby. Didn't show up that day. He's way wide there, but there's a reason for that. He's trying to make that horse on the rail that's running hard on the end, Sierra Leone, use the rail. He would rather come around Fierceness. He doesn't get to do that. Now he's going to make it a little bit tight on him, move on over, but he's got the game won here.
And this is Thursday. Fierceness, you'll see him on the outside, breezing a half mile in 49.59. Richie, what are you observing?
Well, it's just a very easy maintenance move, right? He didn't need this for fitness. It's basically keeping them where they want him. And this is a high gallop for this horse, 49 and change. He's doing this quite easily. It appears to me, from what I can see, Tom, that he's carrying his weight very well. And that's something that really impressed me, how much weight he carried into the Jim Dandy as opposed to what he carried in the Kentucky Derby.
I have a strong feeling that Mike Rapoli thinks he's carrying his weight very well also. And that might have a lot to do with the decision.
That was to be the determining factor as to whether or not he would run in the Travers. Todd Pletchard indicated that he's a horse that needs a little bit more time in between races. We'll see how he continues to prepare, and hopefully, again, as selfish racing fan, like we want to see it,
we do.
The champ, Fierceness in the Travers, because there's a filly on her way there as well, trying to become the first filly to win the Travers in about 1,000 years. Torpedo Anna, JK, in the CCA Oaks at the highest level of the 3-year-old filly division. She's run out of competition.
Yeah, she's run out of competition. She's beat up the girls in all these spots. She ran extremely well in this race. Remember, she came away from there a little bit awkwardly and stumbled, and then still did it like this as easy as she could. Now, her figures are a little bit light compared to what some of the boys have run, but I think it's safe to assume that she can likely go a little faster. It's a dangerous game to play. Oh, they could have run faster, but I actually feel pretty confident she could have run faster.
She's the biggest story in racing, and you have to go back to the 1912, 1915, the last time a filly beat the boys in the Travers. Richie, could you lend perspective what that would mean if she was able to pull it off?
Well, it's just historical. We know Kenny McPeak is not afraid to take on these challenges, right? He won a Preakness a few years ago with Swiss Skydiver, and this filly has earned her right to take on the boys. I think she's a sensational talent, and I, for one, will be wearing pink that day because I do believe she's good enough to take on these boys and defeat them.
This place will be a madhouse.
It will, and everybody loves an underdog, and of course, girls versus the boys. That's I can't wait to watch it happen. And on a sidebar, Jonathan has said, if she wins, he's getting a tattoo of Torpedo Anna. So
we're going
to hold you to that.
Yeah,
And we may have a camera down there when they're
We'll do
putting
it
that
live
little,
on the show.
when they're drilling on you.
Well, I don't handle it well. As many as I have, I don't handle the pain.
All the more reason we need a
I'm mess
camera on
the whole
that.
time.
Yeah.
But I will say this. I do think if she wins the Travers, I think she's the horse of the year. I don't really think that much can change that.
To
if
the
she
head
wins
of the
Travers.
class, absolutely. And for her jockey, and Brian Hernandez becoming just the 8th ever to sweep the Kentucky Oaks and Derby the same year. This magical year continues now, recognized and the recipient of the Mike Venezia Award. Richie, why so significant?
Well, because Mike Venezia was a very special man, and we lost way too soon. And he embodied what it means to be a professional, to be a good dad, a good husband, a family man, good community person. And Brian checks all the boxes. He's a pro's pro. Riders know who the right riders are. Whether they're winning or not, that's regardless. You know who conducts himself properly, who handles himself with class, and who's professional. And Brian checks all the boxes. I advocated for him to get this award because I really felt like he embodies what Mike Venezia embodied.
All the time you spent with him lately, a terrific feature just before the CCA Oaks. What was your biggest takeaway about the time spent with Brian Hernandez?
Just how thoughtful he is and how much he appreciates the horses. It's not about him. It's about the horses. And that's a big pet peeve of mine when riders make it about themselves. You've got a dance partner, and that dance partner's got to carry you there. And I really love that he always puts the horses first and their needs first. You don't see a lot of celebration, a lot of jumping up and down, look at me. It's look at what this horse just did.
Kind of felt like one of the better kept secrets in racing, right? For fans or viewers that might only watch 3 horse races a year. Not the case anymore. They win in the Oaks, they win in the Kentucky Derby, and now this journey continues with Torpedo Anna. Brian Hernandez will have a chance to see him 2 weeks from today for the DraftKings Travers. We have one left. The Galway is next. Horses in the paddock on the main track. And the 10, that filly getting crushed 4-5 with about 19 minutes to post. Nightcap, the Galway, next on Saratoga Live.
They're off in the hopeful. Here's Basin now running up alongside, and Basin grabs the lead. Basin and Jose Ortiz are running away in the hopeful.
Want to know a secret? The Massachusetts breeding program pays huge bonuses for finishing first, second, or third at any racetrack in the country. You didn't know that, did you? Massbreds get paid up to an additional 25% of their purse earnings for the owner, and breeder, and stallion owner, and developer. It's the best kept secret in racing, till now. Tell all your friends, and to learn more, visit massbreds.com.
Spun to Run. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more, and he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Now, this multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, and Breeders' Cup champion is passing his remarkable talent along to his progeny.
95, 5, 200, 200 down, 2, in the back, Patrick, 200,000, thank you.
Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 is one of the country's earliest Pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a $12.50 post on weekends, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to a low 15% takeout and 6-figure pools. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
Day at the Spa, and Javier Castellano have led every inch so far, and the lead is a neck. Haranda's been second throughout, and now she's edging up alongside of Day at the Spa. Outside of them comes Secret Gesture in third. Dank is now swung to the outside for a clear run, and fourth they're into the stretch. Day at the Spa continues to lead. Haranda has run a big one. To the outside comes Secret Gesture. Denk and Stephanie's Kitten are closing in, but Day at the Spa takes catching here. Day at the Spa's got it. Day at the Spa.
Heard someone say something about it paying to own a New York bred. Paid to own her. Purchase for $50,000. Day at the Spa, eventual Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Turf winner.
She didn't need to be a New York bred, huh? She took on the best
a lot
of the best.
them didn't need to be New York breds. Tis the law.
No,
Money
Chad,
side.
that's right. For Sharon of Chad Brown. Out at Santa Anita, Day at the Spa. And that New York bred sale, Phasic Tipton New York bred sale, coming up, gets started tomorrow and Monday right here at Saratoga, well, across the street from us here at Saratoga. We're checking with Acacia.
A very exciting week as far as looking for the new prospects. Lafitte is pleased to be joined by Grant Williamson, Phasic Tipton sales announcer and account executive. And obviously, Grant, we have the New York bred sale coming up, but coming off of a pretty electric select sale this past week.
Absolutely, it was a record-breaking sale. Significant increases in average and median. It was electric in there, looking to take that momentum forward into the New York bred sale this coming weekend.
And we've seen a lot of good horses come out of that New York bred sale as well. Can you give us a little preview about some of the things to look forward to?
Well, we have 15 of the top 20 leading sires in the country represented by yearlings. We've got several by the leading freshman sire in complexity. We've obviously got progeny of Central Banker, leading sire in New York, also Solomini. So there's a great depth of pedigrees in there, great physicals. I think it's going to be a good sale as well.
Both of the sales, the select sale and the New York bred sale that take place up here in Saratoga, you see that combination of strong pedigree and strong physical. Can you give people a little insight on what it takes to be able to enter your horse in those sales?
Well, people can nominate their yearling, and then we have inspections. Season starts in sort of the middle of March, goes through May, and we travel the country inspecting yearlings and trying to put the best physicals and match that with pedigrees as much as possible, but physicals is the priority.
We saw some really standout ones in the select sale. I'm sure going to be a strong New York bred sale as well. Thanks for your time.
Thanks so much.
A lot to look forward to. The future stars across the street, Lafitte.
Fireworks last week. Really looking forward to the New York breds the next couple of days. And it's gotten to the point, yeah, we've discussed this before, you're just not surprised when you see New York breds succeed at the very highest level.
I mean, you know this program a lot better than I do, but it just seems like it's getting bigger and bigger for the New York bred program.
When I first came around, Tom, New York breds, you could pick them out of the crowd. You know, the early 80s, they did not look like Kentucky breds. That's not the case anymore. And they can compete at grade 1 level internationally. They really are just tremendous horses, and the program it has done such great things. You know, we breed about 1,000 New York breds a year, and they're competing at the highest level. It's been a fun evolution to watch.
Been a fun week or so here at Saratoga. Great summer thus far. It all continues. We have one left on this Saturday afternoon. The Galway coming up in 14 minutes. And this week in history, 3 Chimneys this week in history. Richie?
This was a good day. I won the 4-star day. I rode 4-star day, then I get to win the 4-star day. I'm on a horse named Trademark for Kieran McLaughlin, Darley. This horse was champion in South Africa. Talk about getting your position going forward. I'm in the Darley colors with the white cap, sipped over to that coveted inside position. And when you can gain this spot and have horse underneath you, you're going to be unlucky to lose. I mean, you can't get a better spot going to turn, but that, Jonathan, is a prime example when we talk about getting your position going forward.
What stands out? What do you remember most when you're watching this particular race? And by the way, Tom Durkin, who did credit you with a brilliant ride during the call.
What I was thinking leaving the 3/8 poles, I've got so much horse. If I eat this one, I'm the GOAT.
Yeah, please, God, give me some room.
Praying that some space came. And then I got after him here. Watch how quick I switch sticks here, Jonathan. Oh, man, abracadabra, right hand, left hand, it's all over. This was a very, very good horse, though, and I enjoy watching it, and I really enjoyed riding him. And you'll see in a moment how much I appreciate him.
I'd love to see Mig's YouTube history. I bet you he's just watching all of his races.
Me.
No. A lot of motivational stuff. Now watch. This is what you do. You don't jump up and down. You pet your horse and you thank him for giving you a lovely ride.
Yeah, I mean, for for the big horse, for Dave. You bought his beer over at Ciro's, right? You didn't make him buy for his own beer, did you?
No, he put enough money in my bank account. That's
damn right. He's supposed to pay for his beer.
With Dave, I actually started betting on him his last win up here about the 16th ball. This one I waited till after the wire.
I'm learning like some of your pet peeves, and that's a big one with you. The really jubilant post-race celebration in the saddle from a rider.
A horse just ran hard. They're at their most vulnerable because they're tired. And I think it's important then for riders to be mindful of the horse and keeping them balanced. You don't want them taking a bad step because you're throwing your weight around, particularly when they're tired.
Great stuff this week in history. 3 Chimneys as we continue our coverage here. Of course, the 2 Grade 1 events you'll see tomorrow, postponed due to weather over the last couple of days with the Grade 1 Saratoga Derby and the America's Best Racing's Race of the Week. FanDuel 4-Star Dave, Breeders' Cup Challenge event, win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Mile. The defending champ of the Breeders' Cup Mile is out. Master of the Seas, 6 strong, and for the win, not one Grade 1 winner in this field. A massive opportunity.
Yeah, that's shocking, to be fair. But, I do think that whoever can come out of this race as a Grade 1 winner could make some noise. There's, a horse like Ottoman Fleet, interesting. I think these horses are definitely horses that are going the right direction.
Carl Spackler, more than looks. We'll have it all for you tomorrow right here on Saratoga Live. You're looking at Helena's Forte, the favorite for this Galway. We check in with Acacia.
And we'll start there, Lafitte. With this race coming in off the turf, you do have a very strong main track only contender and a sharp entry by trainer Phil Bauer, because Helena's Forte is a horse that's coming out of graded stakes tries. She last finished 3rd in the victory ride behind Emery, who we'd see come back to run 2nd in the Grade 1 test behind Ways and Means. So she has just been facing very tough and strong competition. So she has tactical speed. Yes, she was a little bit disappointing, fading to 3rd last time, but again, the quality of what she's been facing, and she's spicy here in the paddock. She's on the muscle, and I like that from her. They have cotton in her ears, 2 handlers on her head, trying to keep her under wraps a bit, but from a sprinter, you like to see that when they have kind of that really forward momentum in the paddock, and she has exactly that. I think that she is going to be very tough to beat in this spot, but an intriguing runner in the body of the race that does stay in, the number 7 Beret for Wesley Ward, who won on the turf 2 back. She also won on the main track last time in an off the turf race and still was a pretty good sized field that day. A horse that broke very sharply, used her speed and pulled away, winning by 5 3/4 lengths. The one thing I really do not like about that race, though, is that she never switched leads. She finished on her left lead throughout the stretch, and she was asked by Geraldo Corrales that day to switch, and she refused to do so. We're talking about Richie's pet peeve. The switching of leads is a pet peeve of mine, especially as she is going to be facing the tough competition with the likes of Helena's Forte in here. Physically, Beret looks tremendous. Great in her coat, really, really powerful, particularly in her hind end, very well muscled. Once they got the tack on, she's gotten a little bit more forward and into the bridle, which I appreciate seeing. Just hopefully throughout the running of the race, she can be a little bit more professional. Lafitte?
Good stuff, Acacia. Thanks so much. Riders up. The Galway, 12th and final off the turf on the main track. And tomorrow, the headline events. 3 stakes races, starting off with the Mahoney early on. Then it's the FanDuel 4-Star Dave we just touched on, and the Grade 1 Saratoga Derby. You have the Grade 1 status, you have the purse, and then added incentive because the winner with an automatic berth down under the Cox Plate, $5 million purse, over 10,000 miles. However, that kind of purse makes it worth the while. The winner of the Saratoga Derby, an invite automatic bid into the Cox Plate.
Yeah, very cool thing. And you know what they say in the Field of Dreams, if you build it, they will come. If you put the money up, they will come.
That's tomorrow. Here is the field, a deep 1 3/16 on the Mellon Turf Course, and a Legend of Time drawn inside at 5-2. You don't have to make a decision right now, JK, but to know who you like, and what do you make a Legend of Time in exiting this Pennine Ridge?
Well, look, I think Legend of Time is a nice horse. I just think he's going to be a little overbet. And the horse that I'm actually interested in is to his outside, and the maroon cap, the Bessalus Silks Royal Majesty. Look, Legend of Time is nice, but I almost feel like he was supposed to run through there, and I just don't quite trust him.
What'd you think of the effort, Rich?
You know, he's a horse that's shown that he's game in traffic. He's run through tight quarters. I think he was very compromised after that because of a very slow pace. Turf racing is about trips, getting the right position.
So he gets stuck, no question about it. He has to restart. That's not easy for a horse to do. And with all the rain we've had, I'm going to assume the turf is not going to be fast tomorrow or firm. And if it's not, advantage to the horses that are bred overseas. That's what they've been bred to do, to run on softer ground, which they mostly have over there, and advantage the Legend of Time.
Saratoga Derby tomorrow, and the 4-star Dave. Post-parade for the Galway and Golden Degree at 9-2 drawn inside. There's Tyler Gaffleon on Bayardet looking for a third one in the afternoon, Gaffleon.
Yeah, the Wesley Ward runner gets to the dirt. He's got a dirt race last time that was pretty darn good, wire to wire, but he's going to have some other speeds he's going to have to deal with.
Odds-on favorite, Alina's Forte and Irad Ortiz.
She's fast. You get Irad Ortiz. She comes off an effort where she was defeated by Emery. Emery just ran Ways and Means, ran second to her in the test.
Value, area, Eclipse, Johnny V, Pletcher entered main track only.
Yeah, it comes in off of a win, but does cut back from the 8 from the mile, the 8 furlongs. A little bit of a concern. A little too slow, I think, for this group.
The 3-year-old fillies in the Galway. And up at 1863, taking in all the activity this terrific afternoon out at Saratoga. One race left. And Helena's Forte at 4-5. Let's go back to her Ruthless this spring, or this winter at Aqueduct. Helena's Forte, who displayed that good tactical speed, and when called upon, responded. Here, Richie, the Ruthless, Helena's Forte, and on the strength of this effort, she wound up in the Grade 1 Ashland.
Yeah, she circles up 3 wide in the red colors under Eric Cancel. She's a filly that runs with that cotton in her ears. And she left Value Area, who is in this race, in her wake here. She soundly defeated her 4.5 lengths. This is a big effort. That was a really cold, snowy day at Aqueduct, too, Tom.
Broke super sharp that day, decided to sit off the pace, goes around, good finish. All the things you want to see that make her a 4-5 horse today.
Phil Bauer's having an outstanding meet.
Oh, my goodness.
It's just to come up here with a small amount of horses and to have the success he has, it's pretty remarkable.
Spent some money across the street this last Monday and Tuesday as well.
Deservedly so.
Success at Saratoga over the years, Rigney Racing, Phil Bauer, and there's the 7 at 5-2 in Bayardet, and looking for a third straight. She's locked in.
Yeah, so when you're looking at Bayardet, I mean, here's a situation where, and it's our second choice in the race, she does have speed, and she likes to use it early. If she can clear this field, that makes her heart big, gets her going a little bit, Richie. This is the way she wants to run. Challenged early, but gets away from him and has a good finish.
She does have to deal with some other speed, potentially to her inside in the one Golden Degree. And, of course, Helena's Forte is not going to be far away. There she is finishing on her left lead, which is what Keisha was talking about. Now, I was watching them go by here. David Flores, who works with trainer Wesley Ward, I couldn't hear what he was saying, but it sure looked like he was telling Tyler Gaffleon that he had to go. Vamonos.
David Flores, terrific rider, always regarded as a gate rider. Remember, he defeated Farm Away, I believe, aboard Marquetry in the Hollywood Gold Cup in a massive upset when Farm Away for Lucas was considered the best older horse in the country. And there's Flores going to work for Bobby Frankel and just wouldn't be denied. Tough to pass.
When I met David for the first time, I didn't realize he's a real cowboy. I mean,
Oh,
that's
yeah.
what he
Yeah.
is. He's a cowboy.
Yeah. Tremendous jockey, great
Key
horseman.
part of this outfit, this team.
Yeah, a key component to this outfit. You know, tremendous rider, tremendous horseman, and a really great guy.
For Team Ward, and drawn inside in Golden Degree. And, yeah, she's been making it look easy. Her last 2 wins by like a country mile. 2 wins by close to 40 lengths.
She's another one that wants to be up front. Makes her heart big when she clears a field and keeps her going. She does exactly that in her last start. As you said, she's won her last 2, but it's all about making the lead and extending that advantage and kind of putting them away in the first half of the race.
I mean, she's always well clear early in her races. I think she probably gets brave out there. She's not going to be well clear here. She's going to have someone breathing down her neck. She's drawn towards the inside, which I don't think is probably ideal. She's going to have to really run to make the lead in here, or she's going to find herself in an unfamiliar position of being in behind horses or having to try to take back and go around.
Not as comfortable, not in control. On paper, Golden Degree, Acacia, your thoughts going in?
Well, she's obviously a horse that's in good form right now, Lafitte, given the fact, like you said, the official margin of victory, two-back, was by 32 lengths, and she is able to extend that speed. Now, that said, when we talk about handicapping these races, we talk about class. You have a horse like Helena's Forte, who's coming out of graded stakes, and was beaten by a horse that just ran second in Grade 1 company behind Ways and Means. And then you have Golden Degree, who was claimed for $30,000, won for $40,000, 2 starts back, claiming races for sale. Just a different level of competition. Physically, I have no problems with her. She's going to have to send from the inside. What was curious, though, is that she had a very quiet warm-up. Jose Lezcano kept her with the pony. She hasn't done anything naughty, but the only one in the field to go away from the pony and have a big warm-up was the number 11 Value Area, who we'll talk about next. She had a strong warm-up from John Velasquez, kept her moving out on the track, and I think that she's actually a bit intriguing because she was the winner last time out when going a mile, able to run down A Primera Vista, who was controlling things on the front end that day, and I think that she was just a horse who had a little bit of trouble at the start, able to close to get that victory that day, but not necessarily one that wants to go quite that far. So I'm A-okay with the cutback in distance for her. She really has made a big jump from 2 to 3, coming back this year, the way that she's progressed in the second half of 2024. Love what I'm seeing from her overall. She too, though, will get a little bit of a test as she goes back into stakes competition, Lafitte.
Acacia, Todd Pletcher with a second victory earlier today in the Saratoga Special, here with Value Area, Johnny Velasquez. So what will be the key? We've discussed pace. Like specifically, what are you looking for right when they spring the latch?
I think John's right on. Golden Degree is going to try and go. I don't know if that horse is fast enough, but from the rail, Golden Degree is going to try and go. And, I think the 7, Barret, is going to try and go as well. I think those are the 2 major speed horses. Helena's Forte would be the one that would sit outside of them early on in the race. But I think there's plenty of speed in here. And it comes down to class, as Acacia said, and Helena's Forte has kept a lot of good class. Of course, she's got to carry all of our picks. We picked them unanimously, and that's a difficult thing to do here at Saratoga.
A lot of weight to carry, right, Jonathan? You see rolling 10s down there.
But she's just got some races that just really lay over this field. And the thing I like about her as well is that she's tactical enough, she'll stay connected, but she doesn't have to be on the lead. She can kind of let them run away from her a little bit, have a target, and try to run them down late with Irad.
Not only does she look like the best horse on paper to me, she projects to get the best trip. 2 horses battling, she's laying third, in control.
All adds up to a 3-5 favorite. Helena's Forte, there she is, in the Rigney Red for Phil Bauer. They're at our tees. Big afternoon thus far, looking to cap it all off with a win in the Galway. It's post time. Frank Miramati standing by.
Value Area goes in the black and baby blue. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Galway. Very even start. Golden Degree along the inside. Baraya in between horses up to take the lead. Helena's Forte comes away in third. And it's 3 lengths back to Value Area. Baraya makes the lead pretty easily. Has it by a half length to Golden Degree in second. They're tracked by Helena's Forte, 2 off the pace in third, another 2 to Value Area. 22 flat for Baraya, bounding along with a length lead now. Golden Degree has to keep up second. Helena's Forte moves up, takes that second spot, and Value Area looming up 3 deep there at the top of the stretch, and Baraya and Tyler Gaffley on the ones to catch. Turning for home with a 2-length lead. Value Area and Helena's Forte are head and head, second and third with a furlong left to go. Baraya digging in. Value Area, Helena's Forte dives down to the rail for a final try at Baraya. Baraya or Helena's Forte. Helena's Forte would not be denied. Cleverly put on the fence to get the money by Irad Ortiz Jr. Baraya ran very well in defeat, and then Value Area.
He's in one of those zones. in one of those zones. Arad Ortiz, every move the right one. Helena's Forte in a thrilling Galway. Right back to the start of the race. Richie, what'd you see?
Yeah, she got up to a bobbling beginning. It wasn't the cleanest break for your favorite. She actually stumbled more significantly than I realized on the pan shot. Tyler did the right thing. She got up underneath him, got his position going forward. I thought she was defeated when the outside horse, Value Area, made that run and put her in kind of an uncomfortable position between horses, Tom. But adeptly, Irad dives to the fence, and she just found more. This was a terrific ride from him and a very game performance by Helena's Forte, rallying in not the most comfortable position.
Yeah, Tyler does a great job of saving horse for the race, but he has no idea the favorite's going to go to his inside, none whatsoever, and it cost him the race. I mean, these two riders go back to the room, Tyler and Irad. Irad's going to give Tyler the look. He's not going to say one word, and they're both going to know exactly what they're talking about.
I'll say this, a lot of times people will ask Richie, how much do riders matter? And I'll telling people that are new to the game, I think 7 out of the 10 races on a day, probably any of the riders in the room would have won, but 3 of them, the riders made a difference. Irad absolutely made a difference in this race.
Well, I agree wholeheartedly. You see where he's in between horses. Now you got to contend with if the outside horse drifts in, the inside horse drifts out, now the room runs away. Now watch when he's going to turn her head. Watch his inside rein. He's going to go down to the inside, and now she rallies through there. And like you said, Tyler was unaware until it was too late, and he had slipped through there. Not every horse will run through that spot. Not every rider will go to that spot.
When Steph Curry, JK, gets in one of those zones where a couple go down and the defense looks at it, okay, everything's going through the hoop.
Yeah, just you can't miss.
He's in one of those zones.
Absolutely. A great comparison. Just one of those zones where you can't miss.
Rod Ortiz, Helena's Forte, trained by Phil Bauer, standing by with Acacia.
I think Phil having a little bit of a mini heart attack with that stretch run, but she comes out victorious. Phil, what a tenacious performance from this filly.
Yeah, we were excited about a little bit of a class break today, and then Debbie came to town and helped us out a little bit with the field size, but it's just all her, just all guts on the inside there. So very exciting stretch rally at the quarter pole. My heart dropped, just feeling like we lost all chances, but Irad found some room, and the filly got us home. So big day for us, big win for us, first black type here at Saratoga. So, we've been butting heads, and this will be pretty special for us.
That's very cool. It's something that I think we didn't even think about because we're used to seeing you win races here, but to win kind of the upper echelon races, and you mentioned this was a filly coming out of graded stakes tries against some really tough company. How meaningful is that?
It means everything. I think that was definitely on our to-do list, is trying to get some black type up here. So excited that this filly did it for us. Her name's a namesake for the bloodstock agent for us, his wife. So he's changed our world and bringing athletes in the barn, so this means a lot.
Well, enjoy it. The whole team. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Lafitte?
Good filly, good story, exciting finish in the Galway. I know that guy. Helena's Forte, Arad Ortiz, 3 wins on the afternoon by the mighty Matoli, Met Mile winner, Breeders' Cup Sprint winner, and a champion. Stay tuned.
$1 million, did I hear? $1 million, $1 million on a pay, your mama, $1,400,000 on a pie, $1,500,000 and $1,600,000, $1,600,000, $1,500,000 and a half, $1,500,000. Jody, thank you.
Please hold your applause.
Charlatan, ultra impressive. It's a new day for a new king.
Basing-Tipton New York bred yearlings, showcasing New York's finest yearlings. Recent grads include Grade 1 winner Therapist and graded stakes winner Mo Plex. Plus 2023 New York bred champions Kara's Time, Dr. Ardito, Silver Skillet, and the Wine Steward. This year, over $65 million will be distributed in purse money, incentives, and awards for New York breds. Basing-Tipton New York bred yearlings, August 11th and 12th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
What a finish. On the inside, Rod Ortiz, Helena's forte. Always disappointing, of course, if a stakes race with a big field on grass with the rain gets moved to the main track and you wind up with just 4 horses, 4 fillies in this case, but it's still an exciting Galway.
Oh, very much so. It was exciting, and I think JK said it best. Without Irad on our winner, I'm not sure this horse gets there.
4-horse field, and there's 3 horses within a half a length of each other. These fillies put on quite a show for us.
Great finish. Rod Ortiz, Bayade, big effort value area, 10-7-11 in the 12th and final, the Galway here at Saratoga. And JK, the special wager here with a pick 5, and yeah, the chalk prevailed.
Yeah, you probably wanted to have this one for a little bit more than the minimum 50 cents, but that 243 can still spend.
That'll work, especially when we're right back at it tomorrow on a couple of Grade 1 events, the Saratoga Derby and the America's Best Racing's race of the week. It is the 4-Star Dave. Grade 1. Breeders' Cup Challenge event, winning you're in for the FanDuel Mile. Master of the Seas is out, a field of 6. Let's start with Autumn and Fleet, 8-5 on the morning line. Flavien Prat will ride Pratt Road in the Wise Dan. JK, Autumn and Fleet, he is not a front runner, but no speed. Pratt took advantage and wired the field.
Yeah, he got loose in here. I don't think he'll get loose tomorrow.
No.
He's going to have some pressure. And I also think that the horses that will be running him down, or at least trying to run him down late, are probably a little bit higher quality as well. Horses like Carl Spackler, More Than Looks, and look, I think he's a talented racehorse, and Flavien made all the right decisions in this spot. But it's going to be a tougher road to hoe come Sunday.
He doesn't have to be on the lead, you guys.
No. The versatility is key.
Yeah.
Can be placed pretty much everywhere. You see he's been consistent, and in the States, 5 starts, 3 graded stakes victories. This would be a first. This is big. Not one runner has registered a Grade 1 victory.
Well, and his versatility, and just what you're saying, the record he's compiled in North America is impressive. I think there's more pace on, but he's closed from well out of it. He's stalked, and he's gone to the lead. That's a jockey's dream.
And for Tyler Gaffalione, no pressure. Riding for his father-in-law, Carl Spackler. The beauty here, Tom, is that he creates his own luck. He's always in a position to be successful.
Yeah, he's going to get pushed out here, as any rider would do, kind of make it a little tougher for Carl Spackler, and these two are going to come to the wire together. We've talked about this a few times today. You're watching 2 of the very best at their trade. Matter of fact, they were the 2 that just came to the wire together just now. Tyler Gaffalione on the outside, Irad Ortiz on the inside, just like 10 minutes ago in our race, and they're using all their skills. This time it's Tyler that gets there in front.
Rod just picked his pocket, though, about 10 minutes ago.
I
here.
didn't want to put it
Tyler
that way,
well,
but
it
that's
happens.
exactly
It happens.
what happens.
It happens to the best of them. And speaking of which, for Chad Brown, among the best of them, JK, most would probably lose that bar bet that how many 4-Star Daves has Chad Brown won. Still looking for his first.
Yeah, it's shocking. It's shocking, but that could all change tomorrow afternoon or early evening with Carl Spackler. Look, I'm hoping that Carl will take that step forward to be that Grade 1 type of horse. He's definitely a graded stakes type of horse. We've seen that, but I'm hopeful that he'll take that next step into being a Grade 1 winner.
Really good feature earlier today. Trainer Cherie DeVoe, and an opportunity here with more than looks. Richie, the issue is it's facing the best at the Grade 1 level, but some rust to shake off, not having raced since last fall's Breeders' Cup Mile.
This is a very good horse, and Jonathan framed it extremely well earlier. You know, by the end of the year, he may turn out to be the most talented of this group, but it is a large ask to come off the bench to face this depth of a field. Although I go back to last year's Breeders' Cup Mile, and he may have even been best. I don't think he had a very
how well
good trip.
he ran.
I forgot. Now, he wants some pace up front. He wants to close into pace. He got it that day. He'll look to get it again tomorrow.
Finally, we'll have a chance to see it all tomorrow afternoon right here on Saratoga Live. A couple of Grade 1 events, the 4-Star Dave and Saratoga Derby with a trip down under on the line. The highlights of the Saturday program: Saratoga Special, a 3rd for Rod Ortiz, a 2nd for Todd Pletcher. Showcase, sensational. How about Surveillance in the Troy? No Cogburn, no problem. And Helena's forte, Ortiz, what a ride, what an afternoon. The daughter of Matoli takes down the Galway. We'll see you tomorrow. A couple of Grade 1 events. Have a great night, everyone.
Dancer, New York's leading turf sire, is on fire at the Big A with Dancing Buck wire-to-wire in the elusive quality.
Dancing Buck is almost there. Dancing Buck.
Power Attack with back-to-back wire-to-wire wins.
It's going to be Power Attack.
As well as 26 Black.
Here's 26 Black surging by them all to win it by a neck.
And Roos.
Torrigo trying to catch them both. Roos to the inside of the red blinkers. Roos gets the victory.
Breed to a winner. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Nominate your horse today to join Racing's Elite on Travers Week at Saratoga, August 21st through 24th. The championship road runs through 9 stakes, topped by the DraftKings Travers. Go to NYRA.com/horseman to nominate by August 10th.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.